yet too broken to live as they once did. And among them, the rarest and most revered are those who fought during the Horus heresy itself. 10,000 years ago, when the Imperium burned and brother slew brother in the galaxy's greatest betrayal. These ancient ones carry memories that span millennia. They witnessed the Great Crusade at its height, when the Emperor of mankind walked among his sons and led humanity toward a glorious secular future. They stood in the presence of the Primarchs before corruption twisted half of them into demon princes. They fought on battlefields whose names are now legend: Istvan, Calth, Prospero, Terra itself. They remember what the Imperium was meant to be before faith replaced reason and superstition devoured enlightenment. Yet when their younger brothers gather around their sarcophagi seeking wisdom, when chaplains reverently inquire about the old days, when chapter masters request counsel on matters of tradition and history, these ancient warriors grow strangely silent on one particular subject. Ask them about tactical doctrines from the Great Crusade, and they will speak at length. Question them about the fighting characteristics of legions long since splintered or fallen, and they will provide detailed analyses. But ask them about the Emperor himself, about what he was like, what he said, what he truly wanted for humanity, and something shifts in their mechanical voices. Answers become vague, memories suddenly unclear, ancient optical sensors seeming to look past their questioners into distances measured not in kilometers, but in centuries of accumulated sorrow. This silence is not accidental. It is not the simple memory loss that afflicts even these superhuman warriors after millennia of stasis sleep. No, this is something more deliberate, more profound, and infinitely more tragic. The Heresy-era dreadnoughts won't talk about the Emperor, because to do so would be to shatter the very foundations upon which the modern Imperium stands. It would be to reveal that everything the Imperium has become, a theocratic nightmare of religious fanaticism, ignorant superstition, and brutal oppression, is the exact opposite of everything the Emperor fought to create. These ancient warriors carry a burden heavier than their adamantium shells, more crushing than the weight of centuries. They remember the truth. And in the Imperium of the 41st millennium, truth has become the greatest heresy of all. To understand why these ancient dreadnoughts maintain their silence, we must first journey back 10,000 years, to an age when the galaxy trembled before the advance of the Imperium's military might, and the Emperor's vision seemed on the verge of reshaping human civilization forever. We must understand what the Emperor truly was during the Great Crusade, before myth and worship transformed him into something he never claimed to be, something he actively fought against becoming. Only then can we comprehend the terrible weight these ancient warriors bear, the contradiction they embody, and why speaking the truth they know would be tantamount to destroying everything they've spent 10 millennia defending. The Emperor's imperial truth. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor of mankind stood not as a god, but as the ultimate expression of human potential and scientific achievement. He was a towering figure, yes, possessed of psychic powers that dwarfed even the mightiest psykers. But he presented himself as fundamentally human, elevated but not divine. More importantly, he championed a philosophy that would define the early Imperium's character and shape its expansion across the stars. This was the imperial truth, and it was as much a weapon as any bolt gun or chainsword the legions Astartes carried into battle. The imperial truth was brutally simple in its core assertion. There are no gods. Not in the Materium, not in the Empyrean realm of the warp. Nowhere in the universe did deities exist. The supernatural was dismissed as superstition, miracles were explained as undiscovered science, and faith was condemned as the enemy of human progress. The Emperor demanded that humanity abandon religion entirely, that they cast aside the chains of belief and embrace reason, logic, and scientific method as their guides. This was not presented as suggestion or preference. It was fundamental law, enforced with the same ruthless efficiency that characterized all of the Emperor's designs. Space Marines were indoctrinated in the Imperial truth from their earliest days as neophytes. The doctrine was woven into every aspect of their training and conditioning. They learned that the universe operated according to natural laws that could be understood and manipulated through knowledge and technology. The warp was presented not as a realm of demons and dark gods, but as an alternative dimension of psychic energy, dangerous certainly, but no more supernatural than a black hole or neutron star. Psychers were tools to be controlled and utilized, not feared as witches or celebrated as miracle workers. Faith, they were taught, was a crutch for the weak-minded, a failure of logic that led civilizations into stagnation and barbarism. This philosophy wasn't mere atheistic propaganda. The emperor had specific, calculated reasons for promoting it. He understood something that most humans couldn't comprehend, that belief itself had power in a universe where thought and emotion could bleed through into real space. The chaos gods in the warp fed on worship, grew stronger with every prayer, every sacrifice, every act of devotion. By denying their existence, by refusing to acknowledge them, the emperor sought to starve them of the psychic energy they needed to manifest. It was a grand strategic gambit, spanning generations, an attempt to weaken the dark gods by convincing humanity to simply stop believing in anything at all beyond themselves and their potential for greatness. The iterators, orators of extraordinary skill, who traveled with the expeditionary fleets, spread this message to every world the Imperium conquered. On countless planets across the galaxy, ancient temples were razed, religious texts were burned, and priests were given the choice to embrace the imperial truth or face execution. This was presented not as oppression, but as liberation. Freedom from the lies that had kept humanity divided and weak during Old Night. The Emperor positioned himself not as humanity's master, but as its guide toward a rational, scientific future, where mankind would claim its rightful place as the dominant species in the galaxy. The Space Marines, who fought in this era, who would later be interred in dreadnoughts, absorbed this teaching completely. They witnessed the Emperor not in the devotional sense of worship, but in the practical sense of following a supreme military commander. When he spoke with them, he discussed tactics, strategy, logistics, the concrete concerns of warfare and conquest. When he addressed his sons, the Primarchs, he spoke of duty and purpose, not divinity and faith. He was powerful beyond measure, brilliant beyond compare, but he was not, by his own insistence, a god. This is the Emperor that Bjorn the Fell-Handed knew. This is the Emperor that ancient Rylanor served. This is the Emperor whose truth was absolute, whose word was law, whose vision shaped the destinies of billions. They fought not for a deity, but for a dream, a secular, rational imperium where humanity would rise above superstition and reclaim the stars through science and strength. And this is the Emperor whose very existence, whose current state worshipped by trillions as the God Emperor of mankind, represents the ultimate betrayal of everything he claimed to stand for. This is why the ancient dreadnoughts remained silent. Because to tell the truth about the Emperor, they knew would be to admit that the Imperium has become everything he fought against, and that perhaps, in some cosmic irony that would have horrified him, his own apotheosis into godhood was the greatest victory the forces of chaos ever achieved. The imperial truth wasn't just philosophy. It was binding doctrine enforced with lethal efficiency. The Emperor created the position of chaplain within the Legiones Astartes, specifically to maintain ideological purity, to ensure that no Space Marine fell back into the primitive thinking of faith and worship. These chaplains were watchdogs of rationalism, tasked with rooting out any hint of religious thinking before it could take hold. When the Primarch Lorgar, always the most spiritual of the Emperor's sons, began erecting temples and conducting worship ceremonies, venerating the Emperor as divine, the response was brutal and swift. The Emperor personally led the Ultramarines to the world of Monarchia, one of Lorgar's greatest achievements, a city transformed into a monument of faith. There, before the assembled Wordbearers' Legion, the Emperor ordered the entire city razed to the ground. He forced Lorgar and his sons to kneel in the ashes, humiliated them before their brother legions, and made it absolutely clear that such worship was not merely unwelcome, it was abhorrent to him. The message couldn't have been more explicit. The Emperor was not a god, would never accept worship as a god, and would destroy anyone who insisted otherwise. This moment, this absolute rejection of divinity, was witnessed by countless Space Marines, including many who would later find themselves interred in dreadnought sarcophagi. They saw the Emperor's fury at being worshipped, saw his disgust at religious devotion. How then, they might wonder, during their long centuries of half-sleep, would he react to what the Imperium has become? How would he judge the ecclesiarchy, the imperial cult, the trillions who pray to him daily as the God Emperor? The question is so devastating that even contemplating it feels like betrayal. What these ancient dreadnoughts also know, what very few in the modern Imperium comprehend, is that the imperial truth was itself a lie, or at best, a necessary deception. The Emperor knew full well that gods existed in the warp. He had trafficked with them, bargained with them when he created the Primarchs. He understood their nature, their hunger, their terrible power. But he also understood that acknowledging their existence would give them power, would feed them with the psychic energy of belief and fear. So he lied, crafting a worldview that denied what he knew to be true, gambling that ignorance could be weaponized against entities that fed on worship and attention. This was perhaps his greatest secret, one that would contribute directly to the Horus heresy. When the War Master confronted demons for the first time, when the supernatural tore through the veil of reality at Davin, Horus had no framework for understanding what he faced. The imperial truth had left the legions psychologically unprepared for the true nature of the warp, vulnerable to manipulation precisely because they'd been taught such manipulation was impossible. The Emperor's deception, necessary as it might have been, became one of the weapons Chaos used to tear the Imperium apart. The Heresy-era dreadnoughts witnessed this contradiction unfold in real time. They saw the imperial truth shatter as demons manifested on 1,000 battlefields. They watched as their brothers, indoctrinated to believe the supernatural impossible, struggled to comprehend entities that shouldn't exist according to everything they'd been taught. Some broke under the weight of that cognitive dissonance, their rigid materialist worldview crumbling when confronted with horrors that defied natural law. Others adapted, but the trauma of having their foundational beliefs demolished while fighting for their lives left scars that millennia of stasis sleep couldn't erase. These ancient warriors remember the Emperor's grand vision and its fundamental dishonesty. They remember fighting for a truth that was, at best, incomplete, at worst, a strategic deception that contributed to the very catastrophe it was meant to prevent. And now, 10,000 years later, they watch as that failed deception has been replaced by something far worse. Religious fanaticism that the Emperor would have destroyed with the same merciless efficiency he brought to Monarchia. The irony is so bitter, so crushing, that speaking of it risks madness. When younger brothers ask these ancient dreadnoughts about the Emperor's teachings, about the imperial truth, about the secular crusade they fought in his name, what answer can they give? To speak honestly would be to reveal that the modern Imperium is built on the corpse of everything the Emperor claimed to represent. To remain silent is to participate in the greatest lie, the transformation of the galaxy's most militant atheist into its supreme deity. The Ancient Ones are trapped between truth and duty, between memory and necessity, and so they choose the only path that allows them to continue serving. They simply don't discuss it at all. The psychology of eternal imprisonment. To understand why Heresy-era dreadnoughts maintain their silence about the Emperor, we must first comprehend the psychological nightmare of dreadnought interment itself. The process of becoming a dreadnought is often romanticized in imperial propaganda, presented as the highest honor a space marine can receive. The chance to serve beyond death, to become a legendary warrior whose name will echo through the ages. The reality is far darker, a horror that even the chapter's own battle brothers struggle to fully grasp. When a space marine is mortally wounded, his body broken beyond even the extraordinary capabilities of apothecary medicine to repair, he faces what should be death. His spine might be shattered, his organs ruptured beyond regeneration, his limbs destroyed. For a normal human, these injuries would be instantly fatal. For a space marine, with their redundant organs and enhanced healing, they represent something worse, a state where death would be mercy, but survival remains technically possible. This is when the chapter's leadership faces a terrible decision. Let this hero die with honor, or condemn him to existence as a dreadnought. The interment process is brutal beyond description. What little remains of the warrior's body, usually just the torso, often not even that much, is carefully extracted from his ruined power armor. His remaining limbs are amputated if they haven't been already lost. His broken body is then suspended in amniotic fluid within a sarcophagus barely large enough to contain what's left of him. His nervous system is hardwired directly into the dreadnought's systems through thousands of neural interfaces, each one a pathway for pain as much as for control. His eyes are removed and replaced with optical feeds from the dreadnought's sensors. His voice, if he can speak at all, becomes a mechanical rasp projected through external speakers. What the propaganda doesn't mention is the sensory horror of this transformation. Imagine being able to see, but only through cameras mounted on a walking tank, to hear, but filtered through audio pickups that turn every sound into electronic noise, to speak, but with a voice that's no longer your own, mechanical and cold. Most devastating of all, imagine never feeling anything again. No warmth of the sun, no cool touch of water, no sensation of wind on your face. The Space Marine's sense of touch, once enhanced beyond human norm, is gone forever. They can register pressure and impact through the dreadnought systems, translated into data their brain can process. But it's not feeling. It's information without sensation, awareness without experience. The psychological impact of this transformation is catastrophic. Many newly interred dreadnoughts experience what can only be described as a complete psychotic break. They scream through their Vox speakers for days or fall into a catatonic state, their consciousness retreating from the horror of their new existence. Some never recover, their minds fragmented by the trauma, becoming little more than organic weapons systems that must be carefully managed by the chapter's tech marines. Even those who adapt, who find some way to maintain their sanity and sense of self, carry the scars forever. This is why dreadnoughts spend most of their existence in stasis sleep. The common explanation given to outsiders is that the machinery is too precious to risk in minor engagements, or that the dreadnought's combat effectiveness is too valuable to waste on routine operations. While these factors are considerations, the deeper truth is darker. Keeping dreadnoughts awake for extended periods drives them insane. The extended neural interface with a machine as massive and complex as a dreadnought creates immense mental stress. Conditions like lethargy, confusion, dyschronometria, the inability to accurately perceive the passage of time, and eventually senility set in if the warrior remains conscious for too long. The mercy, if it can be called that, is stasis sleep. Between battles, the dreadnought is returned to the chapter's sanctum, where tech marines disconnect the sarcophagus from the dreadnought chassis and place it in suspended animation. For the warrior inside, this isn't restful sleep in any conventional sense. It's a kind of death, a void so complete that when they're awakened, sometimes decades, sometimes centuries, later, they often don't remember falling asleep at all. Time becomes meaningless, consciousness fractured across spans that would drive any mortal mind to complete insanity. For Heresy-era dreadnoughts, this temporal dislocation is magnified exponentially. They've been asleep not for decades, but for millennia. Each awakening brings them into a world they barely recognize, where their battle brothers are strangers, where their chapter's traditions have evolved beyond anything they knew, where the very language has shifted and changed. Imagine going to sleep in one civilization and waking in another, again and again, century after century, until the disconnect between past and present becomes an unbridgeable chasm in your mind. Memory degrades in this process, not just from the biological aging of the organic brain matter kept alive in the sarcophagus, but from the repeated trauma of stasis and awakening. The ancient ones forget, not all at once, but gradually, inexorably. Faces blur together, names become uncertain, events that once seemed crystal clear develop a fog around them, details slipping away like water through clenched fingers. The oldest dreadnoughts sometimes can't remember which of their memories are real and which might be reconstructions. Dreams created by a mind desperate to maintain some sense of continuity across vast gulfs of time. Yet remarkably, certain memories persist with perfect clarity. Battle memories often remain sharp. The weight of a bolter, the satisfying crunch of an enemy's skull under a power fist, the tactical situations that required quick thinking and decisive action. These memories are reinforced each time the dreadnought fights, each awakening that throws them back into combat. But the softer memories, the human moments, conversations with battle brothers, moments of quiet reflection, the emotional context that gave meaning to their service, these fade faster. The dreadnought becomes increasingly a weapon that remembers how to fight but forgets why it cares. A tragic transformation that strips away everything that made them more than mere tools of war. For those rare dreadnoughts who witnessed the Horus Heresy, who fought alongside the Emperor himself, this degradation of memory becomes another reason for silence. How can they speak with certainty about the Emperor when their own minds have become unreliable narrators? The faces of the Primarchs blur in their recollection. The exact words the Emperor spoke grow uncertain. Was that conversation with Rogel Dawn or Guilliman? Did the Emperor really say that? Or is it a memory constructed from hearing others' accounts repeated over the centuries? The Ancient Ones are no longer sure they can trust their own recollections, and the uncertainty becomes another barrier to sharing what they remember. Moreover, the psychological survival mechanism that allows dreadnoughts to endure their existence involves a degree of detachment from their former humanity. To maintain sanity across millennia of metal entombment, they must learn to let go of what they were, to embrace what they've become. This means forgetting, not just accidentally, but deliberately, choosing which memories to hold on to and which to release, because holding everything would drive them mad. The memories of the Emperor, of the Great Crusade, of the Imperium as it was meant to be, these are often among the first to go. Released because keeping them hurts too much, because the contrast with what the Imperium has become is too painful to bear. Some Heresy-era dreadnoughts have genuinely forgotten what the Emperor was like. Their organic memories faded beyond recovery. Others remember but have convinced themselves they don't. A psychological defense mechanism against the cognitive dissonance of serving an Imperium that betrays everything they fought for. Still others remember with perfect clarity, but have learned that sharing those memories brings only pain. The pain of watching younger brothers struggle to reconcile their faith with historical truth. The pain of seeing the fear and doubt that truth creates. The pain of being labeled heretical for speaking documented facts about the Imperium's founder. The trauma of dreadnought existence, compounded across millennia, creates a situation where silence becomes easier than speech, where forgetting becomes preferable to remembering, where the ancient warriors find that letting the myths persist is less corrosive to their remaining sanity than trying to preserve truth that no one wants to hear. Their silence about the Emperor isn't just political or strategic. It's psychological survival, the last defense of minds pushed to the absolute limit of what conscious beings can endure. Beyond the fell-handed, the burden of being the eldest. Among all the dreadnoughts in the Imperium, One stands apart, not just for his age, but for the unique burden his longevity imposes. Bjorn the Fell-Handed of the Space Wolves is the oldest living space marine in the Imperium, having been interred in his dreadnought sarcophagus in 934 Taunt M31, less than 200 years after the Siege of Terra. Unlike virtually every other Heresy-era dreadnought, Bjorn didn't just witness the Great Crusade and the heresy. He walked alongside Lehman Russ, fought in the Primarch's own great company, and stood in the Emperor's presence before the galaxy burned. He is, quite literally, the last living link to the Imperium's founding age, the final witness to what came before. This makes Bjorn's silence about the Emperor particularly significant and particularly calculated. When he awakens from his centuries-long sleeps, entire delegations gather to hear his words. Chapter Masters, Grey Knights, even Inquisitors have knelt before his massive form, seeking wisdom from one who knew the Emperor not as myth, but as reality. Yet despite being perfectly positioned to share first-hand accounts of the Emperor's nature, personality, and intentions, Bjorn remains remarkably circumspect on these specific topics. He will speak at length about tactics, about the prowess of various legions, about Russ himself. But about the Emperor, the ancient dreadnaught's responses become frustratingly vague, his normally sharp memories suddenly uncertain. Part of this is calculated self-preservation. Bjorn is intelligent enough to understand the religious and political landscape of the modern Imperium. He knows that the Emperor is now worshipped as divine by trillions, that the ecclesiarchy wields immense power, that declaring the Emperor was fundamentally opposed to being worshipped would be dangerously close to heresy, regardless of its historical accuracy. Even an ancient hero like Bjorn isn't immune to the Inquisition if he says the wrong things to the wrong people. His position provides some protection, but not infinite protection, and he's survived 10,000 years partly by understanding when to speak and when strategic silence serves better. But there's more to it than political calculation. Bjorn carries a burden that few can comprehend. He remembers what was lost. He remembers the Emperor not through the lens of religious devotion, but as a living, present being. He remembers the Imperium's original vision, the secular dream of enlightenment and unity. He watched that dream burn at Istvan, Calth, and Terra. He witnessed the best of his brothers fall to chaos or die futilely defending ideals that wouldn't survive them. He saw Russ, whom he loved above all others, disappear into the warp, chasing a redemption that would never come. The weight of these memories, the knowledge of how comprehensively everything failed, is crushing. In his conversations with younger Space Wolves, Bjorn sometimes allows hints of this burden to slip through. He speaks of the old days with what almost sounds like weary sarcasm, describing the wolf this and wolf that of modern Fenris, with barely concealed disdain for how much has changed, how much has been forgotten or distorted. The modern Space Wolves revere him, but they don't understand him, can't possibly grasp the gulf between what he remembers and what they believe. He's become a living fossil, honored but fundamentally alien to the chapter he helped found. What makes Bjorn's situation particularly tragic is that he's known to maintain extraordinary clarity for a dreadnought of his age. Unlike many ancient ones who've descended into confusion or madness, Bjorn remains sharp, his memories intact, his wit and tactical acumen undimmed by the millennia. This isn't necessarily a blessing. It means he can't hide behind the convenient excuse of forgetting. He remembers the Emperor clearly. He remembers the imperial truth clearly. He remembers all of it, which makes his silence about these topics a deliberate choice rather than a failure of recall. The Space Wolves wake Bjorn rarely, perhaps once per century under normal circumstances, more frequently in times of dire need. When he awakens, he's often bombarded with questions about the old days, requests for stories about Russ and the Emperor and the great battles of the past. Imagine the psychological toll of being valued primarily as a repository of historical information, a living encyclopedia, rather than a being with agency and will. Imagine knowing that much of what you could tell them would shatter their faith and serve no practical purpose beyond satisfying curiosity or puncturing myth. Is it any wonder that Bjorn has learned to carefully curate what he shares? There's also the factor of loyalty, not to the Emperor as he was, but to the Imperium as it is. Bjorn has fought for 10,000 years to defend the Imperium of man, whatever its flaws, whatever its corruption of original intent. He's killed heretics and Xenos beyond counting. He's watched the Imperium barely survive crisis after crisis through those millennia. He knows, with a warrior's practical wisdom, that the Imperium's religious fanaticism, however hypocritical relative to the Emperor's wishes, is part of what holds it together. The faith of the imperial cult provides cohesion, morale, and purpose to countless billions. Destroying that faith by revealing its fundamental contradiction with the Emperor's actual teachings and nature might cause more harm than good. This is the calculation Bjorn has made, consciously or unconsciously. Better to let the myths persist than to tear them down without anything to replace them. Better to remain silent about what the Emperor truly was than to destabilize an Imperium that barely maintains itself against countless threats. It's a pragmatic decision, one born of seeing the Imperium survive only because faith in the God Emperor inspired soldiers to hold impossible lines and citizens to endure unendurable conditions. The truth Bjorn could speak might be historically accurate, but it wouldn't be strategically useful. And after 10,000 years of war, Bjorn has learned to prioritize utility over accuracy. Yet there are moments when the strain shows. In rare instances, when pressed by particularly insistent questioners, when asked directly about the Emperor's divinity or desires, witnesses report that Bjorn's mechanical voice takes on a tone that's difficult to interpret, something between bitter amusement and profound sadness. He might make statements that seem oblique or contradictory, offering just enough truth to be honest while remaining vague enough to avoid dangerous clarity. The Emperor was exceptional rather than divine. He had plans for humanity rather than he wanted to be worshipped. These carefully chosen words allow Bjorn to avoid outright lies while not revealing truths that would cause more problems than they solve. The other heresy-era dreadnoughts, far fewer in number and scattered across various chapters, likely watch Bjorn's example. If even the eldest among them, the one with the most direct access to truth and the most authority to speak it, chooses careful silence on these matters, perhaps that silence is the wise course. Bjorn has become not just a living relic, but a model for how ancient dreadnoughts navigate the impossible contradiction of their existence, witnesses to a truth that their civilization has fundamentally rejected, yet still sworn to defend that civilization against all threats. In the depths of his rare conscious moments, when the neural connections hum and the millennia of memory press against his mind, Bjorn might wonder what the Emperor would think of what he's become. Would he rage at the worship offered in his name? Would he be disgusted by the imperial cult's existence? Or has his own state changed so fundamentally, sitting on the golden throne for 10,000 years, sustained by the sacrifice of countless psykers, worshipped by trillions, that perhaps he no longer objects to what he once found abhorrent? This is a question Bjorn can't answer, and perhaps doesn't want to. Better to remain silent, to let others believe what brings them comfort, and to continue serving as the last of Russ's company until finally, mercifully, his long watch can end. Ancient Rylana, a study in rejection and truth. If Bjorn represents pragmatic silence, born of political necessity and exhaustion, ancient Rylana of the Emperor's children represents something different entirely. Silence born of absolute rejection, a refusal to engage with a reality he found fundamentally unacceptable. Rylanor's story, though ending in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, began in the glory days of the Great Crusade, when the Emperor's children truly embodied their name, striving for perfection in all things as their Primarch Fulgrim led them to victory after victory. Rylanor was ancient even before his interment in a Contemptor dreadnought. He'd fought alongside the Emperor during the Unification Wars, battled at Roma and Thule, when Terra was still being brought to compliance under the Master of Mankind's vision. He'd been granted the honor of bearing the Palatine Aquila, becoming one of the first warriors to wear that symbol when the Emperor bestowed it exclusively upon the Third Legion. Rillanor knew the Emperor not as a distant legend or a religious icon, but as a commander he'd personally served under, a being he'd stood beside in battle. That connection to the Imperium's founder ran deeper than most could imagine. When the Horus heresy tore the galaxy apart, when Fulgrim fell to the corruption of Slaanesh and led his legion into damning excess, Rillanor found himself betrayed in the most comprehensive way imaginable. His Primarch, the being he'd believed in, the exemplar of perfection he'd followed faithfully, had become a monster. Worse, Rillanor was marked for death not by enemy action, but by his own Gene Father's decree, assigned to the First Wave on Istvan III, precisely because his loyalty to the Emperor marked him as unreliable to the New Order. Fulgrim embraced. The virus bombing of Istvan III should have killed Rillanor along with every other loyalist. Instead, the ancient dreadnought survived, trapped in the ruins of that betrayed world, damaged but still functional. While his brothers died around him, while the Coral City burned and the traitors claimed victory, Rillanor descended into the depths beneath the Precentor's palace and vanished from the war. For 10,000 years, he remained there, alone on that dead world, with only his hatred and his memories for company. What sustained Rillanor through 10 millennia of isolation? Not hope of rescue. He knew none would come to a world so thoroughly destroyed and quarantined. Not faith in the Emperor's divinity. Rillanor had known the Emperor as a man, brilliant and powerful, but fundamentally material. And that understanding couldn't be retroactively transformed into worship. What kept Rillanor coherent when such isolation should have driven him into complete insanity was something far more focused. The singular purpose of rejecting Fulgrim's corruption, of maintaining his integrity until he could strike one final blow against the being who'd betrayed everything the Legion stood for. This is what makes Rillanor's eventual confrontation with Fulgrim so significant from the perspective of understanding Heresy-era dreadnoughts' relationship with the Emperor. When Fulgrim finally came to Istvan III in M41, drawn by the psychic beacon Rillanor had constructed from his fallen brother's sonic weapons, the Demon Primarch attempted to corrupt his ancient son, to bring him into the fold of Slaanesh's worship. Fulgrim spoke of glory, of transcendence, of the power and pleasure that could be Rylanor's if he would only submit. He invoked their shared history, their brotherhood, the pride of the Emperor's children. Rylanor's response was absolute rejection. Not arguments, not debate, not even acknowledgement that Fulgrim's offer deserved consideration. Just the single word, rejection, followed by his detonation of a virus bomb he'd preserved for exactly this moment. He rejected Fulgrim, rejected chaos, rejected everything the heresy represented. But notably, nowhere in his final defiance did he invoke the Emperor as a god. He identified himself as proud servant of the Emperor of Mankind, beloved by all, a phrase that could mean many things, but doesn't explicitly frame the Emperor as divine. Even in his greatest moment of defiance, even when declaring his loyalty and rejection of chaos, Rylanor didn't speak of the Emperor in religious terms. This wasn't because Rylanor had forgotten the Emperor or lost faith in him. It was because Rylanor's understanding of the Emperor remained rooted in the reality of what he'd witnessed. A great leader, yes. The architect of humanity's greatest attempt at galactic unity, certainly. But not a god in the supernatural sense that the modern Imperium insists upon. Rylanor rejected Fulgrim, not because his Primarch had betrayed a deity, but because Fulgrim had betrayed the ideals and purposes the Legion had once served, had perverted the quest for perfection into something obscene and unrecognizable. What's particularly telling is that when Thousand Sons sorcerers arrived before Fulgrim, witnessing this confrontation, one of them named Vistario recognized something profound in Rylanor's defiance. These Chaos Marines, themselves damned and corrupted, saw in the ancient dreadnought something their own primarchs had lost: absolute integrity, loyalty not to power or pleasure or even survival, but to principles. Vistario's decision to help Rylanor complete his suicide attack, to sacrifice himself so that the ancient warrior could strike his blow, suggests that even the damned recognize something worthy in Rylanor's refusal to compromise, to forget, to accept corruption's seduction. Rylanor's 10,000 years on Istvan III serve as perhaps the most extreme example of what heresy-era dreadnoughts carry within them. Memory so powerful, commitment so absolute, that no span of time, no isolation, no suffering can make them surrender what they know to be true. He couldn't be corrupted because he remembered too clearly what the Emperor's children had been before corruption, what the Emperor's vision had encompassed before chaos twisted it. And that memory, that refusal to forget or to allow his memories to be rewritten by 10 millennia of changed circumstances, was both his strength and his curse. Yet even Rylanor, with his perfect clarity and absolute defiance, didn't speak extensively about the Emperor himself. His loyalty was unquestionable, his service beyond doubt, but he didn't testify to the Emperor's nature, or discuss the imperial truth, or attempt to correct the theological distortions that had accumulated over the millennia. Why? Perhaps because Rylanor's rejection was so complete that it extended even to engaging with the question. The modern Imperium's emperor worship was, in its own way, another form of corruption. Not as dramatic or damning as chaos, but still a betrayal of what the emperor had actually stood for and demanded. Rylanor rejected chaos, but would he have embraced the imperial cult? The evidence suggests not. In his silence about the emperor, despite his vocal loyalty to him, Rylanor embodied a form of truth-telling that other heresy-era dreadnoughts might recognize and emulate. He demonstrated that one could serve the Imperium, fight for its defense, maintain absolute integrity, and still not participate in the religious mythology that had grown up around the Emperor. His service spoke louder than any theological proclamations could. His actions proved his loyalty more effectively than any worship. This might be the model that other ancient dreadnoughts follow. Let deeds demonstrate devotion. Let silence on controversial theological matters avoid unnecessary conflict. Let the myths persist while actions preserve what actually matters. Rylanor's death, finally achieved after 10,000 years of waiting, wasn't just the destruction of his physical form. It was the last active rejection of corruption by a being who'd maintained perfect clarity across an impossible span of time. With his destruction, the Imperium lost one of its last living witnesses to what it was meant to be, someone who remembered with absolute certainty what the Emperor wanted because he'd fought to achieve it before the heresy made such certainty impossible. His silence about theological matters wasn't ignorance or forgetfulness. It was refusal to participate in a discourse he found fundamentally distorted from the truth he'd witnessed. The collapse of the imperial truth. To understand why heresy-era dreadnoughts won't discuss the Emperor, we must confront the catastrophic philosophical collapse that occurred during the Horus heresy. The imperial truth didn't just fail, it was systematically demolished, revealed as either a lie or a catastrophic misunderstanding of reality, and in its destruction, it took with it any simple narrative about the Emperor's nature, intentions, or honesty. The dreadnoughts who witnessed this collapse carry the trauma of watching their entire worldview disintegrate in the fires of the galaxy's greatest civil war. The first cracks appeared at Davin, when Horus was corrupted through the chaos-infected blade wound. The supernatural manifested in ways that imperial truth doctrine insisted were impossible. Demons walked in real space, entities of pure malice and power that shouldn't exist according to the materialist philosophy every space marine had been taught. The warrior lodges, which had seemed like harmless fellowship organizations, revealed themselves as cult cells spreading chaos corruption. Reality itself seemed to betray the principles the Great Crusade had been founded upon. For the Space Marines who'd been taught that the warp was merely an alternate dimension of psychic energy, seeing demons emerge from it with intelligence, malice, and apparently supernatural powers created profound cognitive dissonance. These weren't random warp phenomena. They weren't undiscovered scientific principles. They were beings of conscious evil that responded to worship, made bargains, and claimed to be gods. The very gods whose existence the Imperial Truth had categorically denied. Every engagement with these entities hammered another nail into the Imperial Truth's coffin. The truly devastating moment came when Loyalist forces discovered that the traitors weren't just rebelling against the Emperor's authority. They were actively worshipping the Chaos Gods, offering prayers and sacrifices, conducting dark rituals that produced tangible results. This was supposed to be impossible. Faith was supposed to be meaningless, superstition with no real power. Yet here were Space Marines, creatures of reason and scientific conditioning, engaging in religious practices and receiving blessings in return. Worse, those blessings worked. Demon possession enhanced warriors beyond their normal capabilities. Dark rituals could accomplish objectives that conventional warfare couldn't. The supernatural, denied for decades, revealed itself to be terrifyingly real. The Heresy-era dreadnoughts watched this unfold from the front lines. They fought demons that shouldn't exist. They witnessed Brother Marines transformed by possession or mutation, their bodies warped by energies that the Imperial Truth claimed were myth. They saw entire planets fall, not to military conquest but to spiritual corruption. Populations turned to chaos worship through a combination of manipulation and genuine supernatural manifestation. Everything they'd been taught, everything they'd believed about the universe's fundamental nature, was demonstrably wrong. But if the Imperial Truth was false, what did that say about the Emperor who'd proclaimed it? Three possibilities presented themselves, none of them comforting. First, the Emperor didn't know the truth about the warp and chaos. He was genuinely ignorant of the supernatural's reality, despite his vast psychic powers. This seemed almost impossible, but if true, it meant the Emperor was fallible, capable of catastrophic misunderstanding, perhaps not the omniscient guide humanity desperately needed. Second, the Emperor knew but lied deliberately, crafting the Imperial Truth as a strategic deception meant to starve the Chaos Gods of worship. This was perhaps the most likely explanation, but it created its own problems. If the Emperor lied about something so fundamental, what else had he lied about? Could his sons and warriors trust anything he'd told them? The entire relationship between the Emperor and his Space Marines was built on trust, on the assumption that he guided them with complete honesty. If that foundation was false, what remained? Third, and most disturbing, perhaps the Emperor's relationship with chaos was more complex than his sons understood. The creation of the Primarchs had involved warpcraft of the highest order. Had the Emperor bargained with the very entities he then denied existed? If so, his hypocrisy was staggering, and the heresy itself might be seen as chaos, collecting on debts the Emperor had incurred and never paid. This possibility was barely whispered, even among the Loyalists, but it haunted those who'd seen enough to suspect the truth. The dreadnoughts who witnessed this weren't just dealing with tactical challenges or military setbacks. They were experiencing a complete epistemological crisis. The frameworks they'd used to understand reality had been destroyed. The being they trusted to guide them toward truth had been revealed as, at best, strategically dishonest. At worst, potentially in league with the very powers he'd forbidden his sons from acknowledging. And unlike regular Space Marines, who could die in battle and escape this confusion, dreadnoughts would carry it forward through the millennia, unable to forget or resolve the contradictions. What made this psychological trauma worse was that the Loyalists couldn't even discuss it openly. To question the Imperial Truth, while fighting to preserve the Emperor's Imperium, seemed dangerously close to the doubts that had allowed the traitors to fall. Loyalty demanded absolute trust, even when that trust had been demonstrably betrayed by dishonesty or error. The Space Marines who survived the heresy learned to compartmentalize, to separate what they'd witnessed from what they were supposed to believe, to maintain faith in the Emperor while privately harboring profound doubts about everything he'd taught them. For dreadnoughts, this compartmentalization became part of their survival strategy. When the Codex Astartes broke the legions into chapters, when the institutional memory of the imperial truth began to fade, when new generations of space marines were raised without knowledge of the old secular doctrine, the ancient dreadnoughts had to decide: reveal the contradictions and risk destabilizing their brothers' faith, or remain silent and allow the new religious understanding to take root unchallenged. Most chose silence, either from pragmatism or from their own inability to resolve the contradictions. After all, if they couldn't explain what the Emperor truly was or wanted, how could they guide younger brothers toward truth? The rise of the imperial cult in the wake of the heresy completed the transformation of the Imperium's philosophical foundation. Lorgar's Lectitio Divinitatis, once the text that earned him the Emperor's wrath at Monarchia, became the basis for humanity's state religion. The Emperor, who'd destroyed cities for worshipping him, was now worshipped across 1,000,000 worlds. The supreme atheist had become the supreme deity. The philosophical revolution couldn't have been more complete or more ironic. What could heresy-era dreadnoughts say to this? They'd witnessed the Emperor's absolute rejection of divinity. They'd seen his fury at being worshipped. They knew with certainty that the God Emperor the ecclesiarchy proclaimed bore no resemblance to the being they'd served. Yet they also recognized that this worship was serving a purpose. It unified the Imperium, provided hope in desperate times, inspired sacrifice and bravery in the face of horrors that reason alone couldn't steel minds against. The imperial truth had failed. Perhaps the imperial cult, false as it was, succeeded precisely because it didn't pretend supernatural threats didn't exist. This terrible pragmatic calculation sits in the consciousness of every heresy-era dreadnought. They know the truth, but the truth is useless or actively harmful. The lie works, after a fashion, keeping the Imperium functional if not flourishing. Speaking truth to destroy the functional lie seems like betrayal of everything they fought for across millennia, so they remain silent, or they offer carefully vague answers, or they pretend to forget more than they actually have. It's not cowardice. It's a different kind of courage, the strength to carry contradictions without resolving them, to know truth while allowing lies to persist, because those lies serve the greater purpose of humanity's survival. The psychological weight of this burden, accumulated across 10,000 years, is perhaps why so many heresy-era dreadnoughts eventually welcome destruction in battle. There comes a point where carrying the cognitive dissonance becomes too heavy, where the gulf between what one knows and what one must allow others to believe grows too wide to bridge. Death, for these ancient warriors, isn't failure or shame. It's release from an impossible situation where all choices are compromises, and truth itself has become a weapon too dangerous to deploy. The political dangers of truth. While the psychological and philosophical reasons for heresy-era dreadnoughts' silence about the Emperor are profound, we'd be naive to ignore the cold political calculations that also enforce that silence. The Imperium of the 41st millennium is not a place where historical accuracy is valued over religious orthodoxy. Speaking the truth about the Emperor's nature, about the imperial truth, about what the Great Crusade actually fought for, these acts of historical honesty could easily be construed as heresy, and heresy brings the Inquisition's attention, something even ancient and revered dreadnoughts have reason to fear. The Inquisition, particularly the Ordo Hereticus, has broad authority to investigate and judge any threat to the imperial faith. While Space Marine chapters enjoy significant autonomy, they are not entirely beyond the Inquisition's reach. Inquisitors have declared entire chapters excommunicate traitores, sentenced them to crusades of penance, or ordered their extermination for transgressions against imperial doctrine. An ancient dreadnought's testimony that the Emperor explicitly rejected divinity and would be horrified by the imperial cult could easily be interpreted as blasphemy against the God Emperor, grounds for the most severe sanction. The ancient dreadnoughts aren't ignorant of this danger. They've witnessed the evolution of imperial governance over millennia, seen the Inquisition grow from its humble origins during the heresy into the vast, terrifying organization it is in M41. They've watched as historical truth became increasingly subordinate to religious narrative, as records were corrected to align with orthodox belief, as dissenting voices were silenced with extreme prejudice. They understand that their ancient status provides some protection, but that protection isn't absolute, especially if their testimony threatens the very foundations of imperial faith. Consider the practical implications. If a heresy-era dreadnought were to speak openly about the emperor's atheism and his condemnation of worship, such testimony, from a source that couldn't be easily dismissed as unreliable, would create a crisis throughout the Imperium. The ecclesiarchy would face challenges to its authority. The faith that motivates countless soldiers and citizens might waver. Doubt would spread like virus through the imperial hierarchy. The Inquisition, faced with this existential threat to the imperial cult, would have no choice but to suppress the source of that doubt by any means necessary. The dreadnought in question might find themselves declared corrupted, their memory banks judged unreliable or tainted by the warp. Their chapter might be pressured to retire them, disconnecting their sarcophagus from its chassis and placing them in permanent stasis out of respect for their service. In extreme cases, the Inquisition might order their complete destruction, citing the necessity of preventing heretical corruption from spreading. Even the most ancient and honored warrior can be unmade if they become a threat to the institutions that hold the Imperium together. Perhaps even more concerning from the dreadnaught's perspective is what speaking the truth might do to their own chapter. Space Marine chapters exist in a delicate political balance with the greater Imperium, autonomous in internal matters, but subject to imperial authority in broader strategic questions. A chapter that harbored a dreadnought publicly contradicting the imperial cult would face intense scrutiny. Their loyalty would be questioned. Their gene seed might be declared suspect. They could find themselves targeted for investigation by multiple arms of the Inquisition simultaneously, their every action examined for signs of heretical belief. For chapters directly descended from traitor legions, like the Blood Angels dealing with their descent from Sanguinius, or the Dark Angels hiding their fallen, the risk is even greater. These chapters already operate under a cloud of suspicion, required to constantly prove their loyalty to overcome the stain of their genetic heritage or ancient failures. An ancient dreadnought from such a chapter, revealing uncomfortable truths about the Emperor, could be the excuse rivals need to push for their censure or even destruction. The political cost isn't just to the individual dreadnought, but to everyone who shares their heritage. There's also the matter of the Adeptus Mechanicus and their relationship with ancient technology. Dreadnoughts, especially old patterns like Contemptors and Leviathans, are precious relics whose maintenance requires tech priest cooperation. If a dreadnought became politically inconvenient, the Mechanicus might find that spare parts become mysteriously unavailable, that routine maintenance encounters unexpected complications, that the sacred oils and unguents necessary for the machine's proper function simply can't be spared. While the Mechanicus officially serves the Emperor rather than the ecclesiarchy, they're not immune to political pressure, and the loss of their support could effectively end a dreadnaught's operational lifespan. The ancient dreadnoughts have learned these lessons through observation over millennia. They've seen what happens to those who speak inconvenient truths. They've watched as the Imperium's tolerance for deviation from orthodoxy has narrowed with each passing century. They've observed the fate of chapters, individuals, and even entire worlds that challenged established doctrine. These observations have taught them that silence isn't cowardice. It's survival strategy, both for themselves and for the chapters they serve. Moreover, these ancient warriors understand something that younger, more idealistic battle brothers might miss. The truth they could tell wouldn't actually help anyone. Yes, they could testify that the Emperor rejected divinity, but what practical good would come from revealing this? The imperial cult isn't going to disappear because one dreadnought contradicts it. The ecclesiarchy has too much power, too many resources, too deep a cultural foothold to be dislodged by historical testimony. All that speaking the truth would accomplish is creating conflict, doubt, and potentially schism within the Imperium at a time when unity, however based on falsehood, is all that keeps humanity from being devoured by its countless enemies. This utilitarian calculation, that maintaining the useful lie is better than promoting the useless truth, represents a profound compromise for warriors who've been trained since their recruitment to value honor and honesty. But 10,000 years teaches flexibility, and the alternative to compromise is either irrelevance or destruction. The ancient dreadnoughts have learned to live with this compromise, or at least to exist with it, bearing the weight of truth that must remain unspoken, because speaking it would cause more harm than the continued lie. There's also a generational divide at play. The heresy-era dreadnoughts existed in a different universe, philosophically speaking, than the modern space marines. The current generation knows only the imperium of religious devotion, of the God Emperor and his divine will. They've never experienced the secular rationalism of the imperial truth. Trying to explain the Great Crusade's actual ideology to them would be like trying to describe colors to someone who's never seen. The conceptual framework doesn't exist in their experience to understand what they're being told. This makes speaking the truth not just dangerous, but potentially meaningless. The audience lacks the context to even comprehend what's being shared. So the ancient dreadnoughts calculate, consciously or unconsciously, that discretion serves everyone better than disclosure. They provide tactical advice, share battle strategies from ancient wars, tell stories about the prowess of various legions and heroes, all useful information that doesn't challenge the religious foundations of the modern imperium. They dance around the board, dangerous truths, offering vague statements when pressed, maintaining a strategic ambiguity that protects both themselves and the faith of their younger brothers. This pragmatic silence represents a kind of wisdom, hard-won through millennia of observation and survival. The truth is not always liberating. Sometimes, in the grim darkness of the far future, truth is simply another weapon, and wise warriors choose when to draw that weapon carefully, knowing that some battles cannot be won, and some revelations cause more casualties than any enemy attack. The heresy-era dreadnoughts have learned this lesson well, and their silence on the subject of the Emperor is the culmination of 10,000 years of hard-earned political understanding. Comparing heresy-era loyalist and traitor dreadnoughts, to fully understand why loyalist heresy-era dreadnoughts maintain their silence about the Emperor, it's illuminating to examine what happened to their counterparts who sided with Horus and fled into the Eye of Terror. The contrast between loyalist and traitor dreadnoughts reveals that silence isn't universal among the ancient ones. Some speak freely, and their fate demonstrates why silence is the wiser choice for those who remain true to the Imperium. Traitor dreadnoughts, particularly those who became Chaos dreadnoughts or devolved into Hellbrutes, face a fundamentally different existence than their loyalist counterparts. In the Eye of Terror and other warp-tainted regions, time flows strangely, and the corruption of chaos seeps into everything, including the sacred machines that house wounded warriors. Where loyalist chapters carefully maintain stasis systems to preserve their dreadnoughts between battles, Chaos forces lack such technology or discipline. The ancient warriors of the traitor legions remain conscious for far longer periods, and that consciousness, exposed to the warp's malign influence, deteriorates rapidly. The transformation into a Hellbrute is particularly horrifying. Unlike the reverent interment of loyalist dreadnoughts, where dying heroes are granted the honor of continued service, Chaos forces use dreadnought sarcophagi as punishment, or as a way to dispose of inconvenient subordinates. The implantation process is deliberately traumatic. involving warp energies and demonic influences that fuse flesh with metal in ways that transcend mere mechanical integration. The warrior's body doesn't just interface with the machine, it merges with it, becoming inseparable, a grotesque hybrid of meat and metal that lives in constant agony. Hellbrutes and chaos. Dreadnoughts frequently speak about the past, but their testimony is unreliable at best, insane, raving at worst. They remember the heresy, remember the Emperor, but their memories are filtered through millennia of exposure to chaos corruption. A Hellbrute might describe the Emperor as a tyrant who deserved betrayal, or as a weak fool whose naivety enabled Horus's justified rebellion, or as any number of things that reflect chaos's distortions rather than historical accuracy. Their truth has been warped beyond recognition, making them unreliable witnesses to the very events they survived. Moreover, Chaos Dreadnoughts pay a terrible price for their continued existence and whatever they say. Where Loyalist Dreadnoughts sleep between battles, Chaos Dreadnoughts are often chained and restrained, kept barely conscious to prevent them from rampaging against their own forces. The madness that afflicts them makes them dangerous to everyone around them. When they're deployed to battle, they're unleashed like feral beasts, attacking anything in their path with equal fury, whether it's enemy or ally. This is what happens when the protective measures that preserve sanity are stripped away, when the psychological burden of dreadnought existence is experienced without mercy or respite. The word-bearers provide a particularly relevant case study. Before the heresy, they were the Emperor's most fervent worshippers, so devoted that the Emperor himself destroyed Monarchia to punish their religious excess. After their fall to chaos, they became equally devoted to the ruinous powers, worshipping the dark gods with the same fanatical intensity they'd once directed at the Emperor. Their dreadnoughts, ancient warriors who remember serving the Emperor, now serve entities they claim are more worthy of worship, more honest in their nature as gods who admit what they are rather than denying divinity while demanding obedience. These word-bearer dreadnoughts speak openly about the Emperor, describing him as a false god, a hypocrite who claimed atheism while displaying divine power, a tyrant who denied humanity the truth of chaos's existence. They argue that the Emperor lied, that his imperial truth was the greatest deception ever perpetrated, that only through embracing chaos can one achieve real understanding of the universe's nature. Some of their arguments even have disturbing validity, pointing out contradictions in the Emperor's behavior and philosophy that are difficult to dismiss simply as heretical propaganda. But these word-bearer dreadnoughts also demonstrate what happens when ancient warriors abandon the discipline of silence. They've become weapons in chaos's ideological war against the Imperium, their testimonies used to corrupt loyalists, to sow doubt, to undermine faith in the imperial system. Their memories, whether accurate or not, serve chaos's purposes. And in exchange for their willingness to speak, they've received only suffering, the eternal madness of Hellbrute existence, the corruption of everything they once valued, the knowledge that they've become the very monsters they were created to destroy. The Night Lords offer another perspective, always the most cynical of the legions, caring nothing for the Emperor's vision beyond the opportunity it gave them for violence. Their surviving dreadnoughts remember the Great Crusade with neither worship nor hatred, but with grim pragmatism. They describe the Emperor as he was, powerful, manipulative, using them as tools without particular affection or faith. Their accounts have a certain dry honesty to them, uncorrupted by either religious fervor or demonic influence. But they're also so steeped in nihilism and bitterness that their testimony carries little weight. Who wants to hear that everything was pointless, that the Emperor used everyone, that the entire Great Crusade was just one warlord's grab for power dressed up in grand philosophy? The Emperor's children's remaining dreadnoughts, those few who didn't die like Relanor or descend into complete madness, speak of beauty and perfection lost, of a golden age before Slanesh's corruption transformed their legion into monsters of excess. But their memories are so filtered through their obsession with sensation and perfection that the Emperor they describe seems like an idealized artwork rather than a real being. They remember him as the epitome of human achievement, the perfect leader. But their testimony is so clearly shaped by their legion's peculiar psychoses that it's hard to extract reliable facts from aesthetic worship. What all these traitor dreadnoughts demonstrate is that speaking freely about the Emperor, whether in worship or condemnation, ultimately serves Chaos's purposes more than humanity's. The Loyalist heresy-era dreadnoughts, observing this from across the Great Rift and through millennia of occasional encounters with their fallen brothers, have learned a crucial lesson. Once you start speaking about what the Emperor truly was, you open yourself to manipulation, corruption, and the kind of philosophical dissolution that leads to damnation. The traitor dreadnoughts also show what happens when the protective structures of a Space Marine chapter are removed. Loyalist chapters provide not just maintenance and military structure, but psychological support, traditions that help ancient warriors maintain their sense of self and purpose. Traitor legions, splintered into warbands and consumed by internal rivalries, offer no such support. Their dreadnoughts go mad faster, descend into corruption more completely, and lose whatever wisdom their age might have granted them. The institutional framework of Loyalist chapters, including the culture of careful silence on dangerous topics, actually preserves the sanity and utility of ancient warriors in ways that the traitors' freedom cannot match. There's also a darker comparison to be made. Some traitor dreadnoughts have been so corrupted that they no longer care about truth at all. They've merged so completely with demonic entities or warp energies that their original personalities are gone, replaced by something that wears their memories like stolen clothes. When these things speak about the Emperor, they're not sharing historical testimony, but rather engaging in psychological warfare, saying whatever will cause the most pain, doubt, or despair in their listeners. They've become weapons in Chaos's arsenal, their ancient memories just more ammunition to deploy against the Imperium. Loyalist heresy-era dreadnoughts see these fates and recognize how easily they themselves could have fallen into similar traps. If they'd spoken too openly about the Emperor's hypocrisy regarding divinity, about the lies underlying the imperial truth, about the ways the modern Imperium betrays its founder's vision, they might have found themselves gradually isolated, then declared suspect, then facing choices between compromise and resistance that could lead them down the same paths their traitor brothers walked. Better to remain silent, to preserve whatever integrity they can within the system, than to risk the kind of honesty that destroys both the speaker and everything around them. The traitor dreadnoughts also demonstrate that having the truth doesn't make one wise. Many of them accurately recognize the Emperor's contradictions, the Imperium's failings, the lies that underpin imperial society. But this recognition hasn't elevated them. It's simply given them different chains to wear, different masters to serve, different forms of slavery to endure. Truth without wisdom, honesty without judgment about when to speak and when to remain silent. These qualities lead not to enlightenment, but to damnation. The Loyalist dreadnoughts, maintaining their strategic silence, demonstrate that wisdom sometimes means knowing what truths must be swallowed rather than spoken. The mechanics of forgetting, neural decay, and strategic amnesia, while political calculation and psychological survival explain much of the heresy-era dreadnought's silence about the Emperor, there's another crucial factor we must examine: the physical and mechanical degradation of memory itself. The human brain, even one enhanced by Space Marine modifications, isn't designed to function for 10,000 years, especially when subjected to the unique stresses of dreadnought interment. Understanding the neurology of memory loss among these ancient warriors reveals that some of their silence stems not from choice, but from the simple biological reality that they're forgetting, whether they want to or not. The brain tissue preserved within a dreadnought sarcophagus is kept alive through sophisticated life support systems and carefully balanced chemicals that prevent the worst effects of aging. However, these systems can slow but not stop the gradual degradation of neural tissue. Neurons die, synaptic connections weaken, and the delicate electrochemical balances that encode memory become increasingly unstable with each passing century. For heresy-era dreadnoughts, who've existed in this state for 10 millennia, the cumulative damage is staggering. Memory consolidation requires the brain to repeatedly access and strengthen neural pathways. This is why recently learned information feels fresh and easily accessible, while old memories can feel vague or dreamlike. For dreadnoughts, spending centuries at a time in stasis sleep means that their memories aren't being regularly accessed and reinforced. The neural pathways encoding those memories weaken from disuse, and when the dreadnought finally awakens, they find that entire swaths of their past have become uncertain or disappeared entirely. The process isn't uniform. Some types of memories persist better than others. Procedural memory, how to fight, how to operate weapons, tactical decision-making, tends to remain intact because these patterns are reinforced every time the dreadnought enters combat. These memories are embedded in deeper, more primitive brain structures that resist decay better than the neocortical areas responsible for episodic and semantic memory. But the specific context, the emotional details, the exact words someone spoke, these higher-order memories are far more fragile. For ancient dreadnoughts trying to remember interactions with the Emperor, this creates a peculiar problem. They might clearly remember the tactical situation, the battle objectives, the terrain they fought over, but the Emperor's specific words, the nuances of his expression, the subtle meanings behind his commands, these details blur with time. Was it the Emperor who gave that particular order, or was it Rogel Dawn? Did that conversation happen during the Ulanor Crusade or earlier? Did the Emperor explicitly reject worship in that moment, or is that memory conflated with 100 other similar instances? The extended neural interface required to operate a dreadnought compounds these problems. The constant connection to mechanical systems, the translation of thought into machine command, creates what tech marines call interface drift, a gradual alteration in how the brain processes information. Over centuries, the dreadnought's consciousness begins to function more like a machine's logic processor and less like organic cognition. Memory becomes more database-like, indexed and catalogued but stripped of emotional context. The ancient warriors remember facts but lose the feelings, understand events but forget what it felt like to experience them. This is particularly devastating for memories of the Emperor, because so much of his impact came not just from what he said, but from how he made people feel. The Emperor's presence was overwhelming, his psychic power radiating an aura that affected everyone near him. Space Marines describe standing in his presence as feeling simultaneously terrified and exalted, small and yet part of something immeasurably greater. These emotional aspects of memory are exactly what dreadnought existence erodes first. The ancient ones might remember being with the Emperor, but not what that experience truly meant. There's also evidence of strategic amnesia, the brain's self-protective mechanism of suppressing traumatic or deeply disturbing memories. For dreadnoughts who witnessed the worst of the heresy, who watched brother Marines fall to chaos or kill each other over ideological differences that now seem almost quaint, the mind may actively work to bury those memories. This isn't conscious choice, but rather neurological protection against the psychological damage that comes from constantly reliving trauma. The brain essentially decides that certain memories are too dangerous to access and walls them off. Memories of the Emperor, particularly those that would create cognitive dissonance with the modern Imperium's religious orthodoxy, might fall into this category. The brain, recognizing on some unconscious level that remembering what the Emperor actually said about religion would create an impossible conflict between historical truth and present loyalty, might suppress those specific memories while leaving others intact. This would explain why some heresy-era dreadnoughts can discuss the Emperor's tactical decisions in great detail, but become vague and uncertain when asked about his philosophical teachings. The repeated cycles of stasis and awakening act like a ratchet, each cycle potentially removing a bit more of what came before. Imagine a document being copied over and over, each generation losing a little fidelity. Now imagine that process continuing for 10,000 years. What remains might be recognizable as deriving from the original, but the details, the nuances, the subtle meanings, all of these have been degraded beyond recovery. The heresy-era dreadnoughts aren't being entirely honest when they claim not to remember exactly what the Emperor said about divinity, but they're not lying either. They remember remembering, but the actual content has been lost to time and neural decay. Some chapters have attempted to preserve their ancient dreadnoughts' memories through technological means. Memory recording devices, data slates containing transcribed conversations, even augmetic implants designed to store memories outside the organic brain, all have been tried. But these solutions create their own problems. Memories transcribed to external storage lose their immediate, experiential quality. They become facts to be consulted rather than experiences to be lived. And the process of trying to preserve memories can actually accelerate their organic degradation, as the brain begins to rely on the external storage and stops reinforcing the neural pathways naturally. There's also the question of false memories. Psychology has demonstrated that human memory is reconstructive rather than reproductive. We don't recall events perfectly, but rather rebuild them from fragments each time we remember. With enough time and enough retellings, memories can be significantly altered without the person realizing they've changed. For dreadnoughts who've been awakened hundreds of times over millennia, who've told and retold their stories to countless listeners, the original memories may have been completely replaced by the reconstructed versions, which themselves have been shaped by the expectations and questions of their audiences. This is particularly relevant for memories of the Emperor. Every time a heresy-era dreadnought has been asked about the Emperor over the past 10,000 years, the way the question was phrased, the assumptions embedded in it, the listener's obvious expectations, all of these factors could have gradually reshaped the memory itself. If every interrogator assumes the Emperor was divine and phrases their questions accordingly, the dreadnought's memory might reconstruct itself to align with those expectations, not through deliberate deception, but through the natural plasticity of memory over time. The Mechanicus recognizes these issues and has developed protocols for preserving dreadnought memory. Regular maintenance includes careful chemical balancing to support neural health, periodic memory exercises, where the dreadnought is awakened briefly to reinforce critical neural pathways, and meticulous record-keeping to cross-reference the dreadnought's accounts with historical records. But even these efforts can't fully prevent the gradual degradation, and the oldest dreadnoughts exist in a twilight state where they're no longer sure which of their memories are real and which are reconstructions, or even hallucinations. For heresy-era dreadnoughts, this degradation might be a mercy as much as a curse. The clearer their memories of the Emperor and the Great Crusade, the greater the cognitive dissonance they must manage between what was and what is. Those who've genuinely forgotten the details can serve the modern Imperium without that psychological burden. Those whose memories have been reconstructed to align with modern orthodox beliefs may suffer less from the contradictions. And those few who remember clearly but claim not to have the perfect excuse for their silence. After all, who can blame them for forgetting after 10,000 years? This creates a fascinating dynamic where the ancient dreadnought's actual memory state becomes almost impossible to determine from outside. They claim vagueness about the Emperor's words, but are they genuinely uncertain due to neural decay, strategically vague for political reasons, or simply protecting themselves psychologically from truths they'd rather not confront? Perhaps even they don't know the answer. The multiple factors, biological decay, strategic calculation, psychological protection, and simple fatigue, blending together into a silence that serves all purposes at once. The living witness to contradiction. Perhaps the most profound reason why heresy-era dreadnoughts remain silent about the Emperor isn't political calculation, psychological trauma, or even memory decay, but rather the fundamental impossibility of reconciling what they witnessed with what the Imperium has become. These ancient warriors are living contradictions, beings whose very existence challenges the foundational myths of the civilization they've spent 10 millennia defending. Their silence is less a choice than an acknowledgement that some truths are simply too large, too incompatible with present reality to be spoken aloud. Consider what these dreadnoughts embody. They are warriors who swore oaths to a secular crusade that denied the existence of gods. They served an emperor who destroyed cities for worshipping him. They fought to spread the imperial truth, which positioned superstition and faith as humanity's enemies. Yet now, they defend an imperium where the emperor is worshipped by trillions, where the ecclesiarchy wields immense power, where faith is considered humanity's greatest bulwark against chaos. The contradiction isn't just historical, it's existential, woven into the very fabric of their being. How does one serve loyally while knowing that service validates everything one originally fought to destroy? How does one defend an institution built on the ruins and reversal of the principles one swore to uphold? These aren't rhetorical questions for heresy-era dreadnoughts. They're lived experiences, contradictions they must navigate every time they awaken to fight for the Imperium. And the only way to manage such contradictions without going mad is to simply refuse to discuss them, to bracket off the parts of their past that can't be integrated with their present. The Emperor himself, in his current state, represents the ultimate contradiction. The being who most vehemently rejected divinity now sits upon the golden throne, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers daily, manifesting what can only be described as divine intervention through the Astronomicon, through his supposed protection of humanity, through the faith miracles attributed to him. Has he changed? Can a being in such a state still be considered the same person who led the Great Crusade? Or has 10,000 years of worship and psychic sacrifice transformed him into something that resembles what he once denied? These are questions the heresy-era dreadnoughts can't answer. They knew the Emperor as he was, but they have no access to what he is now. They can't ask him whether he's accepted the worship or still rejects it. They can't know if the miracles attributed to him are genuine divine intervention, or simply the inevitable consequences of trillions of humans directing their psychic energy toward a single focal point. The emperor who destroyed Monarchia for worshipping him might be appalled at the ecclesiarchy, or he might have changed his position after 10 millennia of fighting chaos through the very faith he once condemned. Without knowing, the dreadnoughts can't speak with confidence about whether modern worship aligns with or betrays his will. What makes this particularly maddening for the ancient warriors is that they can see arguments for both sides. On one hand, the imperial cult is everything the emperor claimed to oppose: superstition, blind faith, worship of a god figure, the very religious, thinking he waged a crusade to eliminate. On the other hand, the faith in the god emperor provides exactly what the imperial truth couldn't: a psychological and spiritual defense against chaos's corruption, a source of unity and morale that secular rationalism failed to generate, a framework for understanding the supernatural horrors of the 41st millennium without succumbing to them. Perhaps the most disturbing realization for these ancient dreadnoughts is that the emperor might have been wrong. His grand vision of a secular, rational imperium, united under scientific materialism, demonstrably failed. The imperial truth couldn't prevent the heresy, couldn't prepare warriors to face the reality of chaos, couldn't provide the psychological bulwarks that faith in something greater actually does provide. In a universe where gods are real, where supernatural evil has conscious agency and malevolent will, maybe atheism was always the wrong strategy. Maybe humanity needed faith all along, and the emperor's militant secularism was his greatest mistake. But admitting this, even entertaining the thought, feels like betraying everything they fought for. The heresy-era dreadnoughts didn't just follow the imperial truth. They internalized it, built their worldviews around it, killed in its name. To admit it was fundamentally flawed would be to admit that their entire early existence was built on false premises, that their brothers died defending a philosophy that was doomed from the start. This is psychologically unbearable, so the ancient warriors simply don't discuss it, maintaining a silence that protects them from confronting these impossible questions. The younger Space Marines don't understand this burden. To them, faith in the God Emperor is natural, unquestioned, the foundation of everything they are. They can't conceive of a time when the Emperor walked among men and commanded that he not be worshipped. When they ask their ancient dreadnoughts about the Emperor, they're seeking confirmation of their faith, wanting to hear that even in the old days, the Emperor's divinity was obvious to all. How can the ancient ones explain that, no, it wasn't obvious, it was explicitly denied, and what now seems obvious truth would have been considered heresy punishable by death? This generational divide in understanding makes meaningful conversation about the Emperor nearly impossible. The ancient dreadnoughts and their younger brothers are using the same words, but meaning entirely different things. When a young chaplain asks, "What was the Emperor like?" he's asking about the divine majesty of a god. When the ancient dreadnought hears that question, they remember a brilliant warlord, powerful beyond measure, but fundamentally material, who would have been outraged by being called a god. They're discussing two entirely different beings who happen to share a title, and any attempt to explain the difference sounds like heresy to the listener, while being historical truth to the speaker. So the ancient ones learn to speak in ambiguities. The Emperor was beyond our understanding. True, but deliberately vague about what kind of beyondness we're discussing. We serve the Emperor's will, accurate, but leaving unstated whether that will included accepting worship. Those were different times. The ultimate retreat into historical relativism that acknowledges difference without explaining what that difference was. These non-answers serve both parties. The questioner gets something that sounds profound. The ancient dreadnought avoids dangerous honesty. There's also a practical impossibility in trying to convey 10,000 years of transformation. How does one explain that the Imperium has fundamentally changed not just in policy, but in its basic philosophical framework? How does one communicate that the current Imperium would be completely unrecognizable and probably horrifying to the Emperor who led the Great Crusade? The magnitude of change is so vast, the transformation so complete, that describing it feels less like recounting history than like describing two separate civilizations that happen to share a name. The heresy-era dreadnoughts have watched this transformation happen gradually, awakening every few decades or centuries to find the Imperium slightly more religious, slightly less rational, slightly further from what it was meant to be. Each individual shift was small enough to rationalize, to accept as necessary adaptation to circumstances. But the cumulative effect, viewed from the perspective of knowing both the beginning and the current state, is staggering. They've witnessed what could fairly be described as the death of one civilization and the birth of another, entirely different one, wearing its corpse like a mask. This makes them tragic figures in the truest sense, beings who know a truth that's irrelevant to present circumstances, who carry memories that have no practical use, except to cause pain and doubt. Their historical knowledge is vast, but it's knowledge of a dead world, a dead ideology, a vision that failed so completely that its very opposite has taken its place. What good does it do to speak of what was when what is has proven more durable, when truth is less useful than the lies that have replaced it? The mercy of silence and burden of witness. As we approach the end of this examination, we must confront perhaps the most tragic aspect of the heresy-era dreadnoughts' silence about the Emperor. It's not just self-protection or political calculation, but a kind of mercy they extend to their younger brothers and to the Imperium itself. These ancient warriors have come to understand, through millennia of bitter experience, that some truths don't liberate but rather destroy, and that protecting others from such truths might be the greatest service they can still provide. Imagine being a young space marine, raised in the modern Imperium, indoctrinated from childhood that The God Emperor watches over humanity, and that faith in him provides protection against chaos. Your entire sense of purpose, your understanding of why you fight and die, is built upon this foundation of faith. Now imagine an ancient dreadnought, a living relic you've been taught to revere, telling you that everything you believe is based on a lie, that the emperor you worship as divine explicitly rejected worship, that the faith you've been taught is humanity's shield is the opposite of everything he wanted, that your entire religious framework would horrify the being you claim to serve. What would this revelation do to you? In the best case, it might create doubt that weakens your combat effectiveness or makes you vulnerable to chaos's whispers. In the worst case, it could shatter your faith entirely, leaving you psychologically defenseless against corruption or simply unable to find meaning in the brutal reality of the 41st millennium. The ancient dreadnoughts understand this danger. They know that truth without context, delivered to minds unprepared for it, causes more damage than lies that provide structure and purpose. This represents a profound philosophical evolution for warriors who were trained to value honesty and honor above almost all else. The Great Crusade-era Space Marines were taught that truth was a weapon against ignorance, that revealing falsehood was always righteous. But 10,000 years has taught the survivors a harder lesson. Sometimes lies serve better than truth. Sometimes deception protects where honesty wounds. Sometimes the duty to those you serve includes protecting them from knowledge they're better off not possessing. The mercy extends not just to individuals, but to the Imperium as a whole. The modern Imperium survives through a delicate balance of faith, fear, and ignorance. Its citizens endure lives of grinding toil, partly because they believe their suffering serves divine purpose, that the God Emperor watches and values their sacrifice. Strip away that belief. Reveal that the Emperor they worship wanted no such worship, and you risk undermining one of the few psychological supports, keeping humanity's vast, decrepit civilization from collapsing entirely. The heresy-era dreadnoughts understand that their silence isn't just about protecting themselves. It's about protecting a system that, however corrupt or contradictory to original intent, is all that stands between humanity and extinction. Yet, this mercy comes at enormous personal cost. The ancient warriors must carry their truths alone, unable to share them, unable to find others who understand the full weight of what they know. They're witness to history's greatest irony, that the Emperor's most vehement atheism transformed into the Imperium's most fervent theism, and they must bear witness in silence. This isolation is perhaps the cruelest aspect of their existence, worse even than the physical horror of dreadnought interment, because it denies them the basic human need to be understood by others. Some of these ancient dreadnoughts might welcome destruction in battle, partly because it would end this isolation. Death means no longer carrying truths that can't be shared, no longer maintaining the exhausting performance of pretending the past aligns with the present. It means release from the burden of being a living contradiction, of embodying the Imperium's betrayal of its founding principles, while simultaneously defending that Imperium against all threats. There's a certain peace in the prospect of finally letting go, of allowing the last witnesses to uncomfortable truths to fade away so that the simpler, more useful myths can reign unchallenged. But until that release comes, the ancient dreadnoughts continue their vigil. They awaken when called, fight when needed, offer counsel when asked, and carefully, strategically, maintain their silence on the one subject that matters most. They've become guardians not just of their chapters, but of a necessary ignorance, protectors not just against external enemies, but against historical truths that would cause more damage than any Xenos invasion or Chaos incursion. Their silence is their final service to an Imperium that no longer resembles what they fought to create. It's a service rendered without recognition, because acknowledging what they protect others from would defeat the purpose of that protection. The greatest heroes of the heresy era served the Imperium not by sharing their wisdom, but by withholding it. not by revealing truth, but by maintaining useful fictions, not by educating their brothers, but by allowing them to remain in comfortable ignorance. This makes them perhaps the most tragic figures in all of the Imperium, beings whose greatest gift is the silence they maintain, whose deepest loyalty is expressed through what they refuse to say, whose ultimate sacrifice isn't dying for the Emperor, but remaining alive and silent so that others can believe what they need to believe. They carry the weight of truth so that others don't have to, bear witness to history so that others can focus on survival, remember what was so that others can embrace what is without the psychological burden of understanding the transformation. In the end, the question, why won't heresy-era dreadnoughts talk about the Emperor, reveals itself to be not a simple historical curiosity, but a window into the deepest contradictions and compromises that define the Imperium itself. These ancient warriors are silent because speaking would serve no purpose except to cause pain, because truth has become dangerous, because mercy sometimes requires deception, and because the Imperium they defend has become so fundamentally different from the one they fought to create that honest testimony would be indistinguishable from heresy. Their silence is their burden and their gift. They remember so that others can forget. They know so that others can believe. They bear witness in darkness so that their brothers can fight in the light of simple faith. And perhaps, in the grim darkness of the far future, this is what heroism looks like. Not grand gestures or glorious deeds, but the quiet strength to carry impossible truths alone, to serve an ideal long dead by defending a reality that betrays it, to remain loyal to a dream by protecting those who've forgotten it ever existed. The heresy-era dreadnoughts won't talk about the Emperor because they love the Imperium too much to destroy it with truth, because they've learned that some lies serve better than honesty, because they understand that faith, even faith built on historical falsehood, provides something that the Emperor's cold rationalism never could. Their silence is the sound of wisdom earned through 10,000 years of suffering, the last service of warriors who've outlived their own age and now exist only to protect an age they barely recognize from knowledge it cannot bear. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the psychology and tragedy of the Imperium's most ancient warriors, please like and subscribe to the channel. There are countless more stories in the grim darkness of the far future, and each one reveals another layer of the complex, contradictory, and endlessly fascinating civilization that fights to survive in the 41st millennium. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exist horrors beyond mortal comprehension. Among these countless terrors, few are as deeply personal, as intimately cruel, as what occurs when the green-skinned Xenos known as orcs get their crude, brutal hands on the sacred war machines of the Adeptus Astartes. Today, we explore one of the darkest fates that can befall a space marine. Not death in glorious combat, not even capture and torture by the forces of chaos, but something perhaps worse. The desecration, the violation, the transformation of one of the Ultramarines' most revered warriors, entombed within his dreadnought sarcophagus, as Orc mechboys tear apart everything he once was and rebuild it into something grotesque. This is the story of what happens when Orcs capture an Ultramarines dreadnought on the worlds of Ultramar. Before we descend into the specifics of this nightmare scenario, we must first understand the players in this tragedy, the Ultramarines. Chapter of the Adeptus Astartes stands as perhaps the most famous, most exemplary of all Space Marine chapters. Sons of the Primarch Robuta Guilliman, they are the ultimate expression of order, discipline, and tactical excellence. Their realm, Ultramar, is not merely a single fortress monastery world like most chapters claim, but an entire stellar empire. Once encompassing 500 worlds during the Great Crusade, even after the Horus heresy reduced their domain, Ultramar remains a shining beacon of imperial civilization in the eastern fringe. Within these carefully administered worlds, citizens live better lives than almost anywhere else in the Imperium. They know genuine justice, reasonable governance, and the protection of their superhuman guardians. The capital world of Macragge sits as the crown jewel of this realm, its towering mountains home to the fortress of Hera, where the Ultramarines maintain their fortress monastery. Other worlds like Calth, with its vast underground cities built after the Word-bearers poisoned its sun during the heresy, Talassar with its violent seas, Espandor with its endless forests, and Ajax, the garden world of legendary fertility, each contribute to making Ultramar a functioning empire rather than merely a military installation. The Ultramarines take their duties as rulers seriously, viewing the governance of these worlds not as a burden, but as a sacred responsibility handed down by their Primarch through the Codex Astartes. Standing in stark contrast to this ordered, civilized realm are the Orcs, where the Ultramarines represent humanity's highest aspirations toward discipline and excellence. Orcs represent something far more primal and terrifying in their own way. They are a plague upon the galaxy, a green tide that crashes against civilized worlds with the force of an apocalypse. Genetically engineered warriors created millions of years ago by the ancient Old Ones during the War in Heaven. Orcs are living weapons that have outlived their creators and now exist for one purpose alone: war. They live to fight. They breed through spores released throughout their lives and especially at death, making them nearly impossible to truly eradicate from any world they've touched. They grow larger and stronger the more they fight, their physiology responding to success in battle by making them even more dangerous. But what makes orcs truly unique among the Xenos races is their relationship with technology and reality itself. Every orc generates a low-level psychic field, and when thousands or millions of orcs gather together, these fields combine into the Gestalt phenomenon known as the Wei-GH. This psychic resonance doesn't just make orcs recognize which among them is biggest and therefore in charge. It actually warps reality in subtle but significant ways. Orc technology, which by all rights should not function, which consists of scrap metal hammered together with no regard for actual engineering principles, somehow works because the orcs believe it should work. The Wayag field fills in the gaps, makes the impossible possible, turns junk into functional weapons through sheer collective belief. Red vehicles go faster simply because orcs think they should. Guns fire when they shouldn't be able to. Armor protects when by rights it should collapse. Within orc society, certain individuals called odd boys are born with specialized instincts. The mech boys, also called mechs, possess an innate genetic understanding of engineering and construction. They don't learn how to build things through education. The knowledge simply exists in their genes, placed there by the old ones countless ages ago. A mech can look at a pile of scrap and instinctively know what each piece is and how it could be used. Give them materials and tools, and they'll start building, creating ramshackle but surprisingly effective weapons and vehicles. The best and biggest mechs become big mechs, masters of orc technology, who can create truly impressive and devastating war machines. Among the various orc clans, none epitomize the looting mentality, quite like the Death Skulls. Their entire culture revolves around the acquisition of other races' technology and equipment. They're the quintessential scavengers and thieves of orc society, painting everything they own in blue, because they believe blue is lucky, and covering their acquisitions in looted symbols and icons. But the truth is that all orcs loot. It's fundamental to how they operate. After every battle, orcs swarm across the battlefield, taking everything they can carry. Weapons, armor, ammunition, food, vehicles, even buildings get dismantled and carried off. Entire orc warbands called looters specialize in grabbing the best weapons from dead enemies and getting mechs to rebuild them into shoulder-mounted gun platforms. Now imagine these two forces colliding. The ordered, disciplined Ultramarines defending their carefully maintained realm against the chaotic, barely organized but overwhelming tide of an orc. Wah! Such conflicts have occurred throughout history. Espandor itself saw a brutal orc invasion in the late 41st millennium, requiring the sacrifice of the dreadnought Barcus to ensure the survival of the Ultramarines' forces. The world of Prandium, once considered the crowning glory of Ultramar for its natural beauty, was completely stripped bare by Tyranids, but orcs too have threatened these worlds countless times. When an orc wag gains momentum, when the psychic field grows strong enough, orcs will pour forth from every corner of space, drawn to the promise of the best fighting, the biggest battles, the most glorious carnage. To understand the true horror of what we're about to discuss, we must first comprehend exactly what a dreadnought is, for it is far more than simply a weapon. It is a walking tomb. It is a prison. It is both salvation and damnation, wrapped in adamantium and ceramite. When a space marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that even the advanced medical capabilities of the chapter's apothecaries cannot save him, when his body is broken beyond repair, but some spark of life remains, the chapter faces a choice. They can grant him the Emperor's peace, a quick death, and the honor of having his gene seed harvested for the next generation. Or, if the warrior is deemed valuable enough, experienced enough, worthy enough, they can offer him a different fate. The process of interring a space marine into a dreadnought is part surgery, part religious ritual, and entirely irreversible. The dying marine's broken body is suspended in amniotic fluids within an armored sarcophagus, connected to life support systems that will sustain him indefinitely. What remains of his physical form, often little more than a torso and perhaps a head, becomes permanently wired into the dreadnought's systems through neural links and cybernetic interfaces. His senses are replaced by the machine's sensors. His limbs become weapons and power fists. His voice becomes a mechanical approximation filtered through Vox speakers. Everything that made him physically human is stripped away, leaving only consciousness trapped within a shell of metal. The Ultramarines, like all chapters, consider this interment a great honor. They tell their warriors that service will continue. They speak of how the Ancient Ones, as dreadnoughts are respectfully called, will guide future generations with their wisdom. They frame it as preservation of the chapter's greatest heroes, and in many ways, this is true. Dreadnoughts are revered. Their counsel is sought. Their presence on the battlefield inspires ordinary space marines to greater acts of heroism. When a dreadnought strides into combat, it brings the accumulated experience of centuries, or even millennia. Some dreadnoughts remember the Horus Heresy itself, their memories extending back 10,000 years to the Imperium's darkest hour. But there is another side to this existence that goes unspoken in the grand ceremonies and solemn pronouncements. The pilots spend most of their time in a death-like sleep, their consciousness dimmed to preserve their sanity and extend the operational life of their biological components. When they wake, it is for war. They are roused from the darkness, their systems brought online, and they are immediately thrust into battle. There is no time for adjustment, no period of acclimatization. One moment, nothing. The next moment, sensors detecting enemy targets and tactical data streaming into their consciousness. They fight, they kill, and then they are returned to sleep. Years might pass between awakenings, decades, centuries. Each time they wake, more of their battle brothers are gone, replaced by warriors they've never met. Each time they wake, more of their humanity has eroded away, ground down by the mechanical existence they endure. The Ultramarines have always maintained strong bonds with their dreadnoughts. In a chapter that values tradition, tactical wisdom, and the teachings of the Codex Astartes, these Ancient Ones represent living links to their history. Dreadnought Barcus, before his destruction during the Orc invasion of Espandor, had served the Fourth Company with distinction for unknown centuries. Brother Ultrasius of the Second Company was interred after the Pyra Crusades in the 39th millennium and continued serving well into the 41st. Venerable dreadnoughts like Brother Agnathio survived the Battle of Calth itself, that apocalyptic betrayal during the Horus Heresy, and fought for 10,000 years afterward. Each of these warriors represents not just a weapon system, but a repository of knowledge, a teacher, a reminder of everything the chapter has endured and overcome. When an ultramarine is placed in a dreadnought, his brothers do not forget him. His name is spoken with reverence. His deeds are remembered. The Tech Marines and Tech Marines maintain his sarcophagus with religious devotion, treating the war machine not merely as equipment, but as a shrine to a living saint. They paint it in the blue and gold of Ultramar. They adorn it with honor markings and campaign badges. They inscribe his name and his victories upon its armor. Everything about a dreadnought's appearance announces who pilots it, what they have achieved, and what they represent to the chapter. To desecrate such a machine is not merely to damage equipment. It is to violate something sacred. It is to defile the body and soul of a revered warrior who has already sacrificed everything for the Imperium. Now we must turn our attention to the darker aspects of Orc behavior, particularly their relationship with captured technology. Orcs don't simply loot for practical reasons, though the acquisition of weapons and vehicles they couldn't otherwise build serves definite practical purposes. They loot because they fundamentally cannot resist the urge. When an Orc sees something interesting, something shiny, something that looks like it would be good for fighting, a deep compulsion overtakes them. They must have it. This isn't reasoned thought. It's closer to instinct, to genetic programming that drives them to acquire and adapt whatever they find. The mech boys experience this compulsion even more intensely. Where ordinary Orcs might grab a gun or some armor, mech boys are drawn to complex technology. Vehicles especially fascinate them. Imperial tanks, Eldar gravcraft, Tau battlesuits, even Tyranid bioconstructs. All of these trigger the mech's engineering instincts. They'll spend hours, even days, taking apart a captured machine to understand how it works. Except they don't understand how it works, not really. Their genetic memory tells them what parts do, tells them how to connect things, but they don't comprehend the underlying principles. They operate on pure instinct, backed up by the psychic field of the Wei-Gi, which makes their impossible contraptions function despite all logic. When Orcs modify looted equipment, they follow certain patterns that reveal their priorities and aesthetic preferences. First, everything must be made more Orcy. This means bigger, louder, and covered in crude modifications. They weld metal plates onto armor, not because the vehicle needs more protection, but because more metal makes it look tougher. They bolt on additional weapons, stacking guns on top of guns until the whole thing bristles with firepower. Doesn't matter if the aiming mechanisms are ruined, or if the added weight makes it nearly impossible to move. More guns equals more Daka, and more Daka is always better. They add spikes, chains, and jagged edges because these make the vehicle look mean. They paint everything, usually red for speed, but other colors have their own properties according to Orc belief. Blue is lucky, yellow makes explosions bigger, purple makes things sneaky because nobody has ever seen a purple Orc. Black is tough and harder to kill. The process is violent, chaotic, and completely disrespectful of the original design. Mech boys don't carefully preserve functionality while adding their modifications. They tear off bits they don't understand or don't like. They weld new components directly onto critical systems. They rip out the original power source and jam in something that probably shouldn't work but does because the Wei-Arg field makes it work. Gretchen assistants, small goblinoid creatures that serve Orcs as laborers and cannon fodder, swarm over the project, following barked orders from the mech, stealing parts from each other, occasionally getting crushed or incinerated when something goes wrong. The whole workshop echoes with the sounds of hammering, welding, shouting, and periodic explosions. For Imperial Guard vehicles, this process is relatively straightforward, if horrific to witness. A Lehman Russ tank, workhorse of the Imperial military, becomes a looted wagon. Out come the carefully calibrated targeting systems, replaced, with a crude gun mount that works through brute force and the Wei-Arg field. Off comes the camouflage paint, replaced with garish red and yellow. On go the spikes, the rams, the additional armor plates. The original crew compartment gets modified to fit Orc physiology, which usually means tearing out seats and controls, since Orcs don't need such luxuries. Within days or even hours, depending on how many mechs and grots are working, the tank no longer resembles its original form. It's still recognizable as having once been a Lehman Russ, but now it's something else, something crude, something that screams its new allegiance to anyone who sees it. But Space Marine equipment represents a different challenge entirely. Astartes wargear is not mass-produced like Imperial Guard equipment. Each piece is a work of craftsmanship, blessed by the Mechanicus, inscribed with prayers and purity seals. The materials alone are far superior to standard Imperial equipment. Ceramite armor, adamantium structural components, advanced power sources that have sustained war machines for thousands of years. The machine spirits that the Mechanicus believes inhabit all technology are particularly strong in Space Marine equipment. From an Orc perspective, this means the loot is even better. From a practical standpoint, it means the equipment is more resistant to their modifications, though this never stops them from trying. Space Marine vehicles rarely fall into Orc hands intact simply because Space Marines rarely lose battles so catastrophically that they abandon functioning equipment. When a Rhino transport or a Predator tank falls to enemy fire, the Space Marines typically recover it after the battle, or destroy it themselves if recovery proves impossible. The chapter simply cannot allow sacred wargear to be captured, but in the chaos of battle, especially against overwhelming numbers, even Space Marines can be forced into full retreat. Equipment gets left behind. Damaged vehicles that would normally be towed to safety are instead abandoned in the desperate need to preserve the chapter's most valuable resource, the Space Marines themselves. And when Orcs overwhelm a Space Marine position, when the green tide finally crashes over defenses that have held for hours or days, they don't take prisoners and they don't show mercy. They kill and they loot, in that order, or sometimes simultaneously. Dreadnoughts occupy a special place in this grim calculus. When a dreadnought falls in battle, it represents both an opportunity and a challenge for the Orcs, though they lack the awareness to truly appreciate what they've captured. To them, it's a big walking weapon platform. It's got armor thicker than a tank. It's got guns that can blow holes in fortress walls. It can crush Orcs with its power fist and shrug off shots that would destroy lighter vehicles. In short, it's exactly the kind of thing that triggers every looting instinct in the Orc psyche. The mech boys see it and immediately start thinking about what they could do with it. Make it shootier, make it choppier, paint it red so it goes faster, even though dreadnoughts don't actually go that fast. Add more guns, more armor, more spikes, more everything. What they don't understand, what they cannot understand because their minds don't work that way, is that a dreadnought isn't just a machine. There's someone inside, a living, conscious being trapped within that sarcophagus, kept alive by systems the Orcs will blunder through with all the delicacy of an avalanche. They don't grasp the sacred nature of what they've captured, the centuries or millennia of service represented by the warrior inside, the bonds of brotherhood connecting him to his chapter. To them, it's just loot. Really good loot, but just loot. Now let us construct the scenario that leads to capture. Picture Espandor, that forested cardinal world on the edge of Ultramar's territory. Its two continents are covered in ancient trees, broken only by carefully planned cities that blend into the natural landscape according to Guilliman's principles of harmonious development. The population is smaller than the more developed core worlds of Ultramar, but they are proud people, descendants of explorers who settled here during the Age of Strife and have maintained their independence and unique culture even while embracing their place in Ultramar's order. The Orcs arrived without warning, as they often do. Perhaps they were drawn by the psychic wake of a nearby weg that had ravaged other systems. Perhaps they were simply wandering warbands that stumbled upon Espandor and decided it looked like a good place for a fight. Perhaps a war boss had specifically targeted the world as part of a larger campaign against Ultramar. The reason doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that thousands, then tens of thousands, Then hundreds of thousands of orcs descended upon Espandor in crude spacecraft and rock transports, massive asteroids, hollowed out and filled with orcs that were simply dropped from orbit to crater into the surface. The Ultramarines responded with their characteristic efficiency and tactical brilliance. The Fourth Company, perhaps led by a captain who had studied the orc invasion scenarios detailed in the Codex Astartes, deployed to reinforce the planetary defense forces. With them came several ancient ones, dreadnoughts, whose experience with orc combat stretched back centuries. Among them, let us imagine, was Brother Castus, a venerable dreadnought who had served the chapter for 600 years since his interment, after suffering catastrophic wounds fighting word-bearers during a border war in the Galactic East. He had walked through the fires of a dozen campaigns. His assault cannon had spoken the Emperor's wrath to countless enemies. His power fist had crushed the skulls of alien war bosses and heretic commanders. He was, by any measure, a hero of the chapter. The initial battles went well. The Ultramarines struck at the Orc landing zones with precise drop pod assaults and lightning-fast attacks by assault marines. They targeted the biggest orcs, knowing that removing leadership would fracture the horde into infighting mobs. They used the terrain masterfully, turning the forests of Espandor into killing grounds where disciplined fire could cut down waves of orc boys charging between the trees. Brother Castus's assault cannon became a focal point of many defenses, his withering fire creating fields of orc corpses that slowed subsequent waves. The Ultramarines held their ground, adapted to orc tactics, and fought with the skill that made them the exemplars of the Adeptus Astartes. But orcs have one advantage that even the Ultramarines struggle to counter: numbers. For every orc that fell, it seemed like 3 more appeared. The Wag field grew stronger as more greenskins gathered on Espandor, drawn by the promise of the best fight in the sector. Battles that should have been victories became Pyrrhic struggles. Positions that should have held for days fell in hours. The Ultramarines never broke, never routed, never showed fear, but they were being ground down by attrition that even their superior skill and equipment couldn't fully offset. The Battle of Valorin Pass became the turning point. The Ultramarines had established a defensive line in a river valley, using the natural terrain to create overlapping fields of fire. The Orcs, led by a particularly brutal war boss riding a Gargant, a towering war machine the size of an Imperial Titan, launched a massive assault. Thousands of boys charged forward, while Def Dreads and Killer Khans provided fire support. The sky darkened with Orc aircraft dropping bombs with typical accuracy, which is to say they hit friend and foe alike. Brother Castus stood in the center of the line, his assault cannon speaking a continuous roar of thunder, cutting down orcs by the score. The line held for 6 hours, then 8, then 12. Castus's ammunition reserves ran low, and his assault cannon fell silent, replaced entirely by his power fist as he waded into melee combat, crushing orcs with each sweep of his adamantium limb. Around him, battle brothers fought with chainswords and combat knives when their bolters ran dry. The dead piled so high that new orcs had to climb over corpses to reach the Ultramarines' position. But still they came. Always they came. When the Gargant finally reached the Ultramarine line, it simply walked through it. Mega cannons on its arms fired at point-blank range, blowing apart defensive positions that had withstood everything else. Its massive feet crushed battle brothers and orcs alike. Brother Castus turned to engage it, and for a moment, it seemed possible that even this monstrous war machine could be brought down. His power fist struck the Gargant's leg joint, tearing through meters of welded armor plate. Inside the Gargant, dozens of orcs panicked as their machine stumbled. But there were too many of them, and Gargants don't go down easily. The Gargant kicked. It wasn't sophisticated. It wasn't tactical. It was just a massive metal foot swinging at the thing that had hurt it. Brother Castus, despite 600 years of combat experience, despite superhuman reflexes enhanced by his connection to the dreadnought's systems, despite everything, couldn't dodge. The impact lifted his entire chassis off the ground and sent him crashing into the remains of a stone fortification 20 meters away. His armor cracked, his systems screamed warnings, his neural link flickered, and then the orcs were on him, dozens of them, stabbing and hacking and wrenching at his armor, trying to pull him apart. The last thing Brother Castus's external sensors recorded before they went dark was the ultramarine line finally breaking, his brothers conducting a fighting withdrawal, leaving the dead and the critically damaged behind because staying meant dying for nothing. In his mind, through the pain and the system failures, he tried to cry out, "Don't leave me, brothers, please." But his Vox was offline, his weapons were offline, everything was offline. He felt the orcs dragging him, felt them hooking chains to his broken armor, felt them hauling him like a prize animal. And then, mercy of mercies, his consciousness faded into the emergency hibernation that occurs when a dreadnought's systems suffer catastrophic damage. Darkness claimed him, and for a time, there was nothing. When awareness returned, it came in fragments. First, sound. The crash and clang of metal on metal. Orc voices, guttural and loud, barking orders and insults in their crude tongue. The whir of power tools, the hiss of welding torches. Then, sensation. Not physical sensation, because he had no physical body to speak of anymore, but the data his remaining sensors provided. He was in a large space, hot, the air thick with smoke and oil. His chassis was stationary, held in place by crude but effective restraints. Then, vision. His optical sensors came partially online, providing grainy, flickering images. He could see. Emperor help him, he could see where he was. The workshop of an orc mech boy. Scrap metal everywhere. Vehicles in various states of disassembly and reconstruction. Gretchen running between piles of parts, carrying tools and components, and around him, dozens of orcs. Some were working on him directly, others were just watching, pointing and laughing and shouting suggestions. And at the center of it all, a big mech, identifiable by his larger size and the wealth of mechanical augmentations covering his body. Brother Castus tried to access his systems, tried to activate weapons, tried to move, tried anything. Nothing responded. The orcs had been thorough in their initial assessment, disabling everything that could threaten them while they worked. He couldn't fight. He couldn't escape. He couldn't even speak to tell them what they had, what they were doing, though they wouldn't have understood or cared. He could only watch, only observe his own desecration with the detachment of his mechanical senses. The big mech circled Castus's chassis, examining it from every angle with an expression that might have been appreciation or might have been hunger. It was hard to tell with orcs. The greenskin reached out with a crude mechanical claw that replaced one of his hands and tapped the sarcophagus housing Castus's body. The sound reverberated through Castus's audio sensors. Then the mech started barking orders. The Gretchen swarmed forward with tools. The work began. They started with the iconography, the ultramarine symbols, the ultima, the proud blue and gold livery. All of it had to go in the orc aesthetic. Grots with sanders and grinders assaulted his armor, removing paint in harsh strokes that left scratches in the ceramite beneath. Others followed with brushes and buckets of paint, slapping on colors with no technique or care. Red dominated, because red goes faster, though Castus's dreadnought chassis had never been designed for speed. Yellow accents for bigger booms, the mech had decided. Blue symbols for luck. They didn't remove everything evenly. Patches of ultramarine blue remained, showing through the crude paint job like bruises. His name, carefully inscribed in high Gothic on his sarcophagus, disappeared under layers of red paint and crude orc glyphs. The purity seals that had adorned his chassis, each one placed there by a chaplain and blessed with prayers, were simply torn off. The grots threw them into a pile of other useless bits, all the sacred items that meant nothing to orcs. Servo skulls that had hovered near him during battles, destroyed in the fighting at Valorin Pass, were replaced with crude orc totems and trophies. Teeth, the currency of orc society made from their own constantly regenerating tusks, were nailed and glued to his armor as decorations. Chains with dangling bits of scrap metal were welded on. Everything about his appearance that spoke of the Ultramarines, of Ultramar, of the Imperium, was stripped away or covered over. Through it all, Brother Castus could do nothing but witness. He had no voice to protest, no hand to strike, no way to end his own existence and deny the orcs their prize. He was a consciousness trapped in a tomb, and the tomb was being desecrated before his senses. Every scrape of the grinder sent vibrations through his chassis that his neural interface interpreted as something uncomfortably close to pain. Every splash of crude paint felt like a violation. He had served the chapter for 600 years. He had earned his rest in the sleep between battles, had earned the reverence of his brothers, had earned the right to continue serving until glorious destruction claimed him. Instead, he was becoming something monstrous. The mech eventually turned his attention to the weapons systems. Castus's assault cannon, that beautiful piece of technology that had slain so many enemies, was apparently insufficiently orky. The big mech examined it, grunted, then started ordering its removal. The careful mounting brackets that allowed for precise targeting were cut away with welding torches. The ammunition feed system, a marvel of engineering that ensured the weapon never jammed, was ripped out. The barrel assembly came off, and for a moment, Castus dared to hope they would simply replace it with something that wouldn't work, that would fail when they tried to fire it, that would deny them the use of their prize. But mech boys, for all their crude methods, have that genetic engineering instinct. The big mech selected a massive orc weapon, something that looked like it had been built from a dozen different guns welded together, with ammunition belts crisscrossing its surface and what might have been a flamethrower attached to the bottom. With brutal efficiency, the orcs modified Castus's weapon mount to accept this monstrosity. They didn't bother with targeting systems or fire control. They just bolted it on, rigged up a crude firing mechanism, and called it good. When they tested it, firing a burst into the ceiling of the workshop and bringing down a shower of debris that sent Gretchen scurrying for cover, it worked. Orc technology at its finest. The Power Fist proved more resistant to their modifications, simply because it was a solid piece of adamantium that even orcs couldn't easily take apart. But they could add to it. Spikes got welded onto the fingers. A buzzsaw blade was attached to the forearm. Additional armor plates, torn from some other vehicle and covered in orc glyphs, were bolted onto the fist's housing. They even attached a small scorcher, a crude flamethrower, to the wrist. Because why not have more weapons? The elegant, brutal simplicity of the original Power Fist disappeared under layers of orc improvements. Days passed, maybe weeks. Castus had no way to track time with his chronometer systems offline. The work continued. They opened panels in his chassis, poked around in his internal systems with Gretchen hands and mech tools, not understanding what they were looking at, but making changes anyway. They found his power source, a plasma reactor that had hummed quietly for 600 years, with minimal maintenance. The big mech stared at it for a long time, clearly recognizing that it was important, but not entirely understanding how it worked. He left it mostly intact, but added supplementary power feeds from orc sources, just in case. These feeds were inefficient, prone to overloading, and fundamentally incompatible with Castus's systems, but the WAG field would make them work regardless. The worst moment, the absolute nadir of this nightmare, came when the mech discovered the sarcophagus itself. He'd clearly been wondering what was in the armored box at the center of the chassis, and eventually curiosity overcame whatever caution he possessed. With a massive pry bar, the big mech forced open the outer casing. Castus felt the pressure on his tomb, felt the seals breaking, felt the sanctity of his final resting place being violated. His audio sensors picked up the hiss of escaping preservative fluids, felt the temperature change as the carefully controlled internal environment was exposed to the filthy air of the workshop. The orcs stared at what they found. Castus couldn't see himself, but he knew what they were looking at. What remained of his body, sustained by the sarcophagus's systems. A torso, perhaps part of his head, wrapped in neural interface cables and life support tubes. What might have once been recognizable as human, as a space marine, now reduced to biological components necessary to house the consciousness that piloted this machine. The orcs made sounds that might have been disgust, or might have been fascination. The mech reached in with a crude instrument, poking at the cables, and Castus felt it through his whole being. Not physical pain, because those nerve endings no longer existed or no longer functioned in the traditional sense, but awareness of violation, of something fundamentally wrong occurring to the most intimate part of his existence. The big mech seemed to understand, in his limited way, that the thing in the box was important. He didn't rip out the cables or smash the life support systems. Instead, he had his Gretchen clean up the spilled fluids, seal some of the gaps with crude welding, and patch the sarcophagus back together. The repairs were horrific to contemplate. All angular welds and mismatched metal, nothing like the precision work of Imperial tech marines. But they held. The systems continued functioning, kept functioning, would keep functioning for the Emperor only knew how long. Castus would not be granted even the mercy of system failure and death. He would continue, trapped, aware, as these monsters completed their work. More weapons were added. A rocket launcher, because every good orc vehicle needs missiles, mounted on his shoulder joint, where it interfered with his chassis's rotation. Big shooters on his hips. A grabbing claw, essentially a giant mechanical hand, attached to the spot where another weapon might have gone. The mech seemed to be operating under the principle that if a spot could fit a weapon, it should have a weapon. That the systems would be impossible to use simultaneously, that the targeting would be a nightmare, that the added weight would make movement difficult. None of these concerns mattered. More Dakar, always more Dakar. The paint job continued. Layers of red, yellow and blue covered every surface. Orc glyphs, crude and angular, were painted wherever space allowed. The mech's personal symbol, marking this as his work, went on the sarcophagus itself. Teeth and chains and bits of scrap metal got attached as decoration. The orcs seemed to delight in making the dreadnought, their dreadnought now in their minds, look as mean and aggressive as possible. Some of the additions serve no purpose whatsoever. Metal plates welded on at odd angles, spikes pointing in directions that couldn't possibly threaten an enemy, chains that did nothing except hang there and rattle when the chassis moved. But to the orcs, all of it made sense. All of it made the machine better, tougher, killier. They even modified the base and legs, though dreadnought locomotion systems are notoriously robust and difficult to alter. Where Castus had once walked with measured, powerful steps, now his movement would be lurching and uneven, thanks to mismatched repair work on his damaged leg joints. The orcs added armor plates to his lower limbs that actually made them heavier and slower. They welded on what appeared to be exhaust pipes that led nowhere, but would presumably belch smoke when active, because smoke makes things look tougher. Everything about the modifications demonstrated the orc philosophy that more is better, and subtlety is for gits who can't afford more guns. Throughout this process, Brother Castus's consciousness remained trapped in his nightmare. He couldn't sleep. The hibernation systems that normally provided mercy between battles were offline or inaccessible. He was awake for every moment, every modification, every desecration. He tried to distract himself by remembering his service before the dreadnought, his youth as a scout, learning the skills that would serve him throughout his service, his initiation into the tactical squads, his first taste of full battle brother status, the campaigns he'd fought in his living body, the brothers he'd served alongside, the victories they'd achieved in the Emperor's name. But these memories felt increasingly distant, increasingly unreal. The present overwhelmed everything. The constant noise of the workshop, the lurching in his systems every time the orcs made another modification, the helplessness. In his centuries as a dreadnought, Castus had been powerful. He had been respected. He had been a hero, an ancient one whose counsel was sought and whose mere presence inspired. Now he was reduced to this, a toy for monsters who couldn't even comprehend what they had, a prize so thoroughly violated that he didn't know if he could ever be recovered, even if rescue came. How could he return to his brothers looking like this? How could he face them knowing he'd been made into this obscenity? He tried to hold on to his faith. The Emperor protects, the old saying went. But the Emperor had not protected him from this. He tried to remember the teachings of the Codex Astartes, that sacred text penned by his own Primarch. But the Codex said nothing about enduring conscious entombment in a defiled shell, while orcs turned you into a weapon against your own kind. He tried to think of Guilliman, that exemplar of rationality and tactical genius. What would the Primarch say about this situation? Perhaps something about accepting what cannot be changed and focusing on what can be influenced. But Castus could influence nothing. He could only endure. Time became meaningless. The workshop cycle of work and rest, of frantic activity and periodic lulls, provided no actual measure of duration. The orcs didn't care about human concepts of hours and days. They worked when they felt like working, slept when they felt like sleeping, and stopped to eat or fight amongst themselves when the mood struck. The big mech maintained focus on his project better than his underlings, returning again and again to examine his work, to add more modifications, to bark orders at Gretchen who were installing components incorrectly. Eventually, inevitably, the work reached a state the big mech considered finished. This didn't mean everything worked perfectly. Orc construction is never perfect. There would be pieces left over that nobody could identify, parts that didn't quite fit but were forced into place anyway, systems that probably shouldn't be connected but were. None of that mattered. The big mech stood back, looked at what he'd created, and nodded with satisfaction. He'd taken Space Marine technology and made it orky. He'd created something that would smash and blast and stomp, and everyone would know it was his creation. That was victory enough. The testing phase proved as chaotic as the construction. The orcs fired up Castus's systems, and he felt power flooding through his chassis for the first time since the battle at Valorin Pass. But everything was wrong. The power feeds were irregular, surging and dropping. The weapon systems had no proper targeting integration. The movement controls, already damaged in battle, had been modified to the point where they barely responded to his neural inputs. When they tried to make him walk, the dreadnought lurched forward in an unsteady gait that threatened to topple it onto the watching orcs. They laughed. Of course they laughed. To them, the stumbling war machine was hilarious. They tested the weapons next, and the workshop erupted in chaos. The modified assault cannon equivalent roared to life, spewing shells in a wide arc that killed several Gretchen and sent everyone diving for cover. The rocket launcher misfired, the missile spiraling wildly before impacting a pile of scrap and causing a secondary explosion. The Scorcher worked perfectly, unfortunately, belching a gout of flame that ignited an oil spill and started a fire that took the orcs several minutes to extinguish. Through it all, Castus remained trapped in the pilot's seat of this mad creation, unable to control what his weapons did, even as they fired under orc commands. The big mech seemed pleased with the destruction. To an orc, weapons that caused chaos were good weapons. That they'd nearly killed the entire work crew was irrelevant. That they'd damaged the workshop was acceptable losses. The important thing was that the war machine functioned after a fashion. The mech slapped a hand against Castus's armored hull, the clang reverberating through the chassis, and declared his work complete. The looted dreadnought would march to war. But before we follow Castus into battle, we must address the question of rescue. The Ultramarines do not abandon their own lightly. When Battle Company withdrew from Valorin Pass, the Master of the Fourth would have been counting losses. He would have noted which battle brothers failed to rejoin the force, which equipment was left behind. And he would have recorded that Brother Castus, venerable ancient of the Fourth Company, had fallen and his chassis had not been recovered. This information would have reached the chapter command quickly. The initial response would have been fury. Cold, calculated ultramarine fury directed at the orcs who had overrun their position and taken one of their ancient ones. The orcs themselves would neither know nor care about the significance, but the ultramarines would. Immediately, resources would be diverted toward recovery operations. If Castus had fallen in a temporary defeat, if the ultramarines had maintained control of the overall battlefield, recovery would have been swift. Drop pods would have delivered assault marines to the site within hours. Even in death, Castus would have been returned to his chapter, his remains treated with reverence, and his gene seed harvested if possible. But in this scenario, recovery proved impossible. The orcs had swept over the battlefield so thoroughly, had pushed the ultramarines back so far that the area remained under greenskin control. Reconnaissance missions revealed thousands of orcs swarming through the forests near Valoran Pass, looting everything they could carry. Somewhere in that chaotic mass was Castus, or what remained of him. Launching a recovery operation would have meant committing substantial forces that were desperately needed to stabilize other fronts. The decision fell to the company master: attempt recovery or accept the loss. We can imagine the debate in the chapter command. The chaplains would have argued for immediate recovery, citing the sacred nature of dreadnoughts and the need to never abandon the fallen. The tech marines would have pointed out that every hour Castus remained in orc hands increased the chances of irreversible damage to his chassis and systems. The captain would have considered tactical realities, the bigger picture of the campaign, the risk versus the potential reward. In the end, pragmatism likely won. The campaign to drive the orcs from Espandor took precedence over recovering a single fallen warrior, even one as honored as Brother Castus. The decision was made to continue the larger battle and attempt recovery once strategic situation stabilized. But stabilization took longer than anyone expected. The orcs proved resilient, numerous, and unwilling to give up their prize world. Weeks turned into months. The ultramarines achieved victories, pushed the orcs back from major population centers, protected the critical infrastructure that makes a world valuable to the Imperium. But the greenskins remained on Espandor, dug into remote regions, constantly reinforced by new warbands arriving from other systems. The window for quick recovery closed. The chances of finding Castus, let alone recovering him intact, diminished to nearly nothing. Unknown to the ultramarines, their brother was undergoing his transformation not in some remote forest camp where mobile orcs might have dragged him, but in a more permanent settlement. The orc presence on Espandor had grown substantial enough that mechs had established proper workshops. These crude facilities weren't going anywhere quickly, but tracking them through the vast forests proved nearly impossible without committing overwhelming reconnaissance resources. The ultramarines searched. Every patrol kept sensors active for signs of dreadnought power signatures. Every interrogation of captured orcs included questions about looted space marine equipment. But orcs are notoriously unreliable sources of information, even when they cooperate, which they rarely do. There was one near miss. A strike force of scouts, infiltrating deep into orc-held territory, detected a power signature consistent with a dreadnought reactor. They called in support, and a full company moved to the location. The raid hit the orc workshop with devastating precision. Dozens of orcs died in the first minutes. The workshop burned. But when the ultramarines searched the ruins, they found only pieces of a looted Imperial Guard Sentinel, its power cell registering similar energy outputs to their target. Castus was elsewhere, his signature masked by the hundreds of engines and generators in the orc settlement, or simply missed in the vast expanse of territory to search. The psychological impact on the chapter cannot be understated. Every Space Marine knows that death can come at any moment. They accept this, they train for it, they welcome it, in a sense, as proof that they died doing their duty. But this was different. One of their ancient ones, a hero who had already sacrificed so much, was out there somewhere, possibly still alive and trapped in his sarcophagus. The chaplains held services of remembrance, but they couldn't offer the finality that death would provide. Brother Castus existed in a state of uncertainty, neither confirmed dead nor successfully recovered. It gnawed at the chapter's collective consciousness. The Fourth Company maintained the hunt even as they fought other battles. Every operation in Orc-controlled areas included secondary objectives to locate Castus or gather intelligence on his whereabouts. Marines swore personal oaths to bring their Ancient One home. The Tech Marines prepared for the worst, readying the tools and replacement parts that would be needed to restore him if recovery proved successful. The chapter serfs prepared the sacred oils and incense that would be used in reconsecration ceremonies. Everyone held on to hope, though that hope diminished with each passing week. Meanwhile, Castus experienced something close to despair. He had heard nothing from his chapter. He couldn't know that they were searching for him, that they hadn't forgotten, that the entire Fourth Company considered his recovery a matter of honor. From his perspective, trapped in silence with no communication capabilities, he had been abandoned. Lost to the chapter. Forgotten in the chaos of war. The thought hurt worse than the physical modifications the Orcs had inflicted. He had served for 600 years. He had given everything to the Ultramarines, and now he would spend whatever time remained to him as this mockery, this abomination, this thing the Orcs had created. He contemplated ending his own existence. If his life support systems could be sabotaged, if the reactor could be overloaded, if any of a dozen catastrophic failures could be induced, he might achieve the death that battle had denied him. But he had no control. The Orcs had disabled everything, rewired everything. Even his limited ability to influence his own systems was gone. He was purely passenger now, consciousness inhabiting a machine he could not command. The only mercy was that when they powered down his systems between modifications, when his consciousness faded into dormancy, he found something resembling peace. But the Orcs never left him dormant for long. There was always more work to do, more testing to conduct, more modifications to try. Finally, the day came when the Big Mech declared it was time to see his creation in battle. The WAG was moving to a new battlefield, a major push against one of Espandor's fortress cities. Every available unit was being mobilized, and the mech wanted his looted dreadnought there to show the other mechs what he'd accomplished. Castus was loaded onto a crude transport, essentially a flatbed truck with additional armor plates welded on. Other Orcs piled onto the vehicle around him, hanging off the sides, standing on his chassis, treating him as mobile cover. The transport roared to life with a cloud of black exhaust and lurched toward the battle. The journey provided Castus his first view of the outside world in however long his captivity had lasted. His optical sensors, partially restored during the modification process, showed him the landscape of Espandor. The forests he remembered, now torn and damaged by Orc presence. Trees knocked down to clear paths for vehicles. Crude structures built from salvaged materials and loot. Everywhere, Orcs. Thousands of them, streaming toward the battle in a great green migration. They rode in vehicles of every description, from nimble buggies to massive battle wagons. They flew overhead in ramshackle aircraft that belched smoke and fire. The scale of the WAG was stunning. No wonder the Ultramarines had struggled to contain this invasion. As they approached the battle zone, the sounds of war grew louder. The thunder of artillery, the crack of small arms fire, the distinctive bark of bolters. The Ultramarines were here, defending this city against the green tide, and Castus was being brought to fight against them. The horror of his situation crystallized in that moment. He would be deployed as a weapon against his own brothers. The Orcs would activate his systems, would use his guns to shoot at Ultramarines, would send him shambling across the battlefield toward the very warriors who had once looked to him for guidance and inspiration. He tried to find some way to warn them, any method of communication. If he could just activate a distress beacon, send out a signal on Ultramarine frequencies, let them know that he was here and hostile, that they should destroy him rather than attempt capture or disabling. But again, he had no control. His communication systems remained locked down or had been rewired so extensively that they no longer functioned as intended. He was silent, helpless, a ghost in his own machine. The transport crashed through the final tree line and emerged onto the battlefield. The fortress city of Helion spread before them, its walls scarred but intact, its towers bristling with defensive weapons. And on those walls, in blue and gold armor, stood Ultramarines. Castus recognized the markings of the Fourth Company. His company, brothers he had fought beside, advised, protected. They were here, and he was out here, on the wrong side of this battle. The transport stopped, and the orcs began piling off, eager for the fight. The big mech approached Castus's chassis and activated the control systems he'd rigged up, overriding whatever remained of the original controls. Power flooded through Castus's body. Weapons came online. The modified assault cannon hummed with readiness. The rocket launcher's targeting systems, crude as they were, began scanning for targets. And the locomotion systems engaged, forcing his legs to move, forcing his chassis to turn toward the enemy, toward his brothers. The orcs were screaming with joy, firing their guns in the air, charging forward. And in the middle of them, lurching along on damaged legs, painted in orc colors and bristling with crude weapons, came the thing that had once been Brother Castus, venerable ancient of the Fourth Company, now just another piece of looted war gear. The Ultramarines saw him coming. They couldn't have missed him. A dreadnought-sized target, even one modified beyond recognition, draws attention on any battlefield. Through his sensors, Castus watched as battle brothers adjusted their aim, targeted him specifically. Part of him desperately wanted them to fire, to put him down, to end this nightmare. But he also knew they would hesitate. They would wonder if one of their ancient ones could possibly be inside. They would want to disable rather than destroy, to capture rather than kill. That hesitation, that mercy, would cost them. The big mech activated the weapons. The modified assault cannon roared, spewing shells in the general direction of the Ultramarine lines. The accuracy was terrible, nothing like the precision Castus had once achieved. But volume of fire mattered more to orcs than accuracy. Some of the shells found targets, impacting on the fortress walls, on defensive positions, possibly on the Marines themselves. The rocket launcher fired next, its missiles spiraling through the air before impacting somewhere in the city. Castus felt every shot like a betrayal, like he was personally pulling the trigger, even though he had no control whatsoever. The return fire came quickly. Bolter rounds pinged off his armor. Lascannon shots scorched deep furrows in his chassis. A missile struck his right side, the explosion rocking his entire frame and taking several orcs near him with it. But the modifications, for all their crudeness, had actually added mass and armor. The orcs' additional plating, welded on without any real system, provided extra protection through sheer bulk. And the Wei-Ji-Yi field helped. It always helped. The shells that should have penetrated found their energy dispersed. The systems that should have failed kept functioning. Orc belief made their creation resilient. Brother Castus watched his brothers through sensors that showed them only as tactical contacts, potential targets that the crude fire control systems kept highlighting. He knew some of them would be warriors he'd fought beside in his living days, centuries ago. Others would be younger Marines who had grown up hearing stories about ancient Castus, learning from recordings of his council. All of them would be devastated to learn what had happened to him. If he could just override the systems, just take control for a moment, he could turn his weapons on the orcs around him. He could destroy himself in a way that took as many greenskins as possible with him. He could die as an Ultramarine should, but his consciousness remained separated from control, a passenger viewing his own actions with horror. The dreadnought lurched forward, closing the distance to the Ultramarine positions. Orc boys used him as cover, hiding behind his bulk as they advanced. The big mech stayed close, one hand on the control mechanism, directing his creation like a puppeteer. When they got close enough, the melee weapons engaged. The power fist, still functional beneath its orc modifications, swung at a defensive barrier. The impact shattered Ferrocrete and killed an Imperial Guard trooper who had been taking cover there. The buzzsaw, attached to his forearm by orc ingenuity, screamed to life and bit into another defensive position. This was hell. This was worse than death. Castus had imagined many ends for himself, destroyed by a lucky shot from a powerful enemy, worn down over millennia until his systems finally failed, even catastrophic destruction that vaporized him in an instant. All of those would have been preferable to this, to be used as a weapon against the Imperium, against Ultramar, against his own chapter. To have his very existence, his 600 years of service, twisted into this obscenity. He would have wept if he still possessed the biological capability for tears. The battle raged for hours. The orcs threw themselves at the Helion defenses with typical disregard for casualties. They died by the thousands, their bodies piling up in front of the walls, but thousands more kept coming. Castus remained in the thick of it, an unwilling participant in the slaughter. His weapons fired when the mechs commanded. His fists struck when the orcs steered him into melee. Several times, ultramarine fire found critical spots, damaged components, caused system failures. Each time, Gretchen swarmed over him, performing field repairs with whatever materials they had on hand. Scrap metal got welded over breaches. Duct tape, actual duct tape, held together systems that should have required precision maintenance, and it worked. The Waag field and orc belief kept him in the fight. Then came the moment that would haunt whatever remained of his consciousness. An ultramarine assault squad deployed from the walls. Jump-pack troops coming down behind the orc lines to disrupt their advance. They targeted the looted dreadnought specifically, correctly identifying it as a major threat and possibly recognizing it as one of their own. The sergeant leading them landed directly in front of Castus, his power fist crackling with energy. For just a moment, they were face to face, or as close as a dreadnought and a marine can be. The sergeant paused, just a fraction of a second, and Castus saw recognition in that pause. This marine knew. He suspected. The marking might have been covered, but the basic chassis shape, the size, something gave it away. The sergeant's hesitation cost him. The big mech activated Castus's power fist before the marine could strike. The blow caught the sergeant in his side, the force of it shattering ceramite armor and crushing the flesh beneath. The ultramarine fell, and his battle brothers descended in fury on the dreadnought that had struck him down. But it was too late. The damage was done. Castus had struck down a son of Ultramar, not intentionally, not willingly, but his body, his frame, his weapon had dealt the killing blow. Inside his sarcophagus, in the darkness that housed what remained of his biological form, something broke. Some final thread of hope, or resistance, or sanity simply gave way. The assault marines damaged Castus severely in their vengeance. They tore off his rocket launcher, ripped apart his secondary weapons, damaged his locomotion systems to the point where his left leg barely functioned. But they didn't destroy him completely. Either their ammunition ran low, or reinforcements forced them to withdraw, or some other tactical consideration pulled them back. The big mech managed to extract his creation from the immediate combat zone, dragging the broken dreadnought back toward orc lines. Castus's systems were failing. His consciousness flickered. And finally, mercy came in the form of forced hibernation, as his damaged systems could no longer sustain full awareness. The darkness took him, and in that darkness, he found strange comfort. If he could not die, at least he could sleep. At least he could not witness what his body was being used for. At least there could be periods where awareness ceased and the nightmare temporarily ended. He prayed to the Emperor, or to Guilliman, or to whatever force might hear the prayers of the damned, that the Ultramarines would find him before the Orcs repaired him, that his brothers would show him mercy, even if it meant destroying his chassis completely, that someone, anyone, would end this existence that had ceased to be service and had become only suffering. In the aftermath of the battle, the Ultramarines recovered their fallen brother, the sergeant who had been struck down. His body was retrieved with full honors, his gene seed harvested to create future warriors. During the recovery operation, the apothecaries found traces of ceramite on his armor that didn't match any orc weapon, traces that were consistent with dreadnought armor. The realization spread through the Fourth Company like a shadow. One of their ancient ones was out there, in orc hands, being used against them. The hunt for Brother Castus took on new urgency. This was no longer just about recovering lost equipment or honoring the fallen. It was about ending the suffering of one of their own, whatever form that ending had to take. The tragic irony is that both sides now wanted essentially the same thing, though for different reasons. The Ultramarines wanted to find Castus to end his torment and deny the orcs their weapon. The orcs wanted to keep their prized, looted dreadnought functioning and bring it back into battle. The difference was that the orcs had possession and the Ultramarines had only determination. In the vast forests and contested territories of Espandor, in the chaos of ongoing battles and constant orc movement, actually locating one specific war machine proved almost impossible. Brother Castus's consciousness remained in hibernation for an unknown period. Days, weeks, possibly longer. When awareness returned, it came slowly and painfully. His systems had been repaired again, though how extensively he couldn't immediately determine. He was in a different location, not the workshop where he'd been modified, but some kind of forward position. The sounds around him suggested an active war zone, and his power systems were coming online, which meant the orcs were preparing to deploy him again. The nightmare was not over. It might never be over. If there is an ending to this story, it likely comes in one of several forms, none of them pleasant. Perhaps the Ultramarines finally locate the orc settlement where Castus is being held. They deploy overwhelming force, willing to accept casualties they would normally avoid, driven by the absolute necessity of recovering their brother. The strike is surgical and devastating. The orcs die to the last before they can mount serious resistance. And in the ruins of the workshop, the Ultramarines find him. The Tech Marines examine what the orcs have done, their expressions unreadable behind their helmets. The chaplain approaches and places a hand on the defiled chassis. And with sorrow deeper than oceans, the chaplain gives the order. Brother Castus is granted the Emperor's peace. His reactor is shut down cleanly. His consciousness fades not into forced hibernation, but into true rest. His gene seed, miraculously still viable within the sarcophagus, is harvested. And what remains of his chassis is given full funeral rites, every orc modification removed, the sacred blue and gold restored, before his honored remains are interred in the chapter's halls of remembrance. Or perhaps the ending is more brutal. Castus is deployed in battle again and again, each time fighting against Imperial forces. The orcs use him until his systems fail, beyond even their ability to repair. The power core finally gives out, or the life support systems break down, or accumulated damage reaches a point where no amount of mech tinkering can restore function. In this scenario, Castus dies among orcs, used as a weapon against everything he fought for. His final moments spent in the service of the Greenskins. The orcs, pragmatic as ever, strip his chassis for parts and move on to the next battle. Brother Castus becomes just another casualty of the long war, his fate unknown to his chapter, his name eventually fading from memory as centuries pass and new heroes rise to take his place. There is a third possibility, perhaps the darkest. The campaign on Espandor ends without Castus being recovered. The Ultramarines drive the orcs off-world through attrition, superior tactics, and the eventual arrival of reinforcements. But some orcs escape, taking their loot with them, and among that loot is one heavily modified dreadnought. He ends up in the hands of a freebooter warband, mercenary orcs who travel between conflicts. For years, decades, perhaps centuries, Castus is dragged across the galaxy, fighting in battles on worlds he's never heard of, against enemies that mean nothing to him. He becomes a legend among certain orc groups, the Ultramarine Stomper, or some equally crude name. The Ultramarines hear rumors of him occasionally, scattered reports from other chapters or Imperial forces who faced a looted dreadnought bearing traces of Ultramarine colors. But he's always gone before they can respond, moved by the chaotic nature of orc warfare to the next battle, the next world, the next horror. In any of these scenarios, the fundamental tragedy remains the same. Brother Castus, who served the Ultramarines with honor for 6 centuries, who survived wounds that would have killed lesser Marines, who was preserved in the sacred form of a dreadnought to continue that service, ends up as a victim of the most profound violation imaginable. He becomes a weapon wielded against everything he fought for, transformed from hero to horror, not through any choice of his own, but through the simple bad fortune of falling into orc hands. This raises uncomfortable questions that the Imperium rarely addresses. What are the ethical implications of dreadnought technology? The interred warriors are told they're being honored, that they'll continue serving the Emperor. And this is true, to an extent, but they're also being trapped in a half-life of endless warfare with no genuine rest, no peace, only the periods of forced hibernation between battles. When a dreadnought pilot falls into enemy hands, as sometimes happens despite all precautions, the suffering that results is beyond what most can imagine. The pilot remains aware, remains conscious, throughout whatever horrors their captors inflict. For a warrior culture that values death in battle as the ultimate service, this immortality becomes a curse. The Ultramarines would never speak of this publicly. Such discussions would undermine the honor of the dreadnought ritual, would make future candidates hesitate before accepting interment. But in the privacy of chapter councils, in the quiet moments when chaplains and apothecaries discuss the fates of their warriors, these concerns must exist. How many ancient ones have suffered similar fates over the 10 millennia since the Horus heresy? How many remain in captivity, their consciousness trapped in shells used by the enemies of mankind? How many have endured torments far worse than death because their chapters valued their experience too much to let them rest? For the individual orcs involved, none of this matters. The big mech who modified Castus probably never gave a thought to the consciousness inside the machine. To him, it was just an interesting mechanical puzzle, a chance to show off his skills and create something impressive. The Gretchen who helped with the work saw it as just another task, no different from maintaining a looted tank or building a new chopper. The war boss who deployed the modified dreadnought in battle cared only about its effectiveness as a weapon, that it had once been a hero of the Imperium, that it contained a suffering soul, that its very existence represented a profound tragedy. None of this registered in the orc psyche. They saw only a valuable piece of loot that could kill things and that made their warband stronger. This fundamental disconnect between how the two sides view technology and war makes the tragedy more complete. To the Ultramarines, a dreadnought is a reliquary, a shrine, a brother given eternal life to continue his service. To the orcs, it's just a fancy weapon platform that happens to have better construction than their usual vehicles. They don't desecrate it out of malice or desire to inflict suffering. They modify it the same way they modify everything else they capture, with no awareness of the sanctity they're violating or the pain they're causing. The horror is accidental, which somehow makes it worse. The question of whether anything could be done to prevent such scenarios reveals the limitations of both cultures. The Ultramarines could destroy their dreadnoughts before allowing them to fall into enemy hands, but this runs counter to their entire philosophy of preservation and honor. It would mean killing their ancient ones rather than risking capture, turning what should be a glorious fate into a conditional one dependent on tactical circumstances. The alternative would be to abandon the dreadnought tradition entirely, to simply grant the Emperor's peace to mortally wounded Marines, rather than preserving them in mechanical bodies. But this would deprive the chapter of invaluable experience and tactical wisdom, of living links to their history, of heroes who can continue serving for millennia. From the Orc perspective, preventing this specific horror would require them to fundamentally change their nature, which is impossible. Orcs loot. It's what they do. Asking them not to take valuable equipment from battlefields would be like asking water not to flow downhill. Even if an individual orc could be made to understand the suffering they were causing, which is doubtful given their psychological makeup, they would still take the equipment because the instinct to loot is stronger than any moral consideration could be. The WAG field that makes their technology work is also the force that drives them to acquire more technology. The two aspects are inseparable. As we conclude this examination of a nightmare scenario playing out on the worlds of Ultramar, we must acknowledge that such events, while perhaps not common, are also not unique. Somewhere in the galaxy right now, other dreadnoughts are suffering similar fates. Orcs are not the only ones who capture Space Marine equipment. Chaos warbands do so, and conduct rituals of corruption and desecration, far more deliberately cruel than anything orcs manage through simple ignorance. Dark Eldar might capture a dreadnought and keep its pilot alive indefinitely for their amusement, inflicting torments that make orc modifications seem merciful by comparison. Even Necrons might take interest in the combination of living tissue and machine, conducting experiments that violate the very concept of consciousness. For the Ultramarines specifically, each such loss reminds them that even their ordered, disciplined approach to warfare cannot prevent all tragedies. Guilliman's Codex Astartes provides tactics and strategies for nearly every situation, but it cannot account for the chaos of the galaxy, the sheer weight of numbers that enemies can bring, the simple bad luck that sometimes puts a revered warrior in an impossible situation. The Sons of Ultramar pride themselves on their ability to adapt, to overcome, to find solutions where none seem to exist. But some problems have no good solutions. Some losses cannot be recovered. Some brothers cannot be saved. The warriors of the 4th Company who fought alongside Brother Castus before his fall, who searched for him after his capture, who continue hoping for either his rescue or at least the recovery of his remains, they carry this burden with them. Every battle against orcs holds the possibility of encountering their lost brother. Every looted vehicle they destroy could theoretically have been him. Every victory feels incomplete because one of their ancient ones remains unaccounted for. The chapter will not forget. The Ultramarines never forget their fallen. But memory, honor, and determination cannot always overcome the brutal realities of warfare in the 41st millennium. If there is any meaning to be found in this tragedy, it lies in the reminder of what the Imperium fights for. The galaxy is full of horrors. The enemies of mankind are countless, varied, and often incomprehensible in their motives and methods. Orcs are perhaps the most straightforward of these enemies, lacking the malevolent intelligence of chaos or the predatory cruelty of Dark Eldar. But even straightforward enemies can inflict profound suffering through their simple nature. The orcs don't need to understand what they're doing to a dreadnought pilot to make it a horror. The violation of something sacred, the transformation of a hero into a mockery of everything they stood for. These things happen simply because orcs are what they are and do what they do. This is why the Imperium fights. Not just to conquer and expand, not just to enforce the Emperor's will across the stars, but to protect humanity from fates like this. Every world that falls to orcs becomes a nightmare for its inhabitants. Every battle lost means more suffering, more violation, more transformation of order into chaos. The Ultramarines, standing as they do on the edge of civilized space, manning the borders of Ultramar against all threats, understand this better than most. They fight not just for glory or duty, though both matter, but because the alternative is unthinkable. Behind them lie worlds where citizens can live decent lives, where justice prevails, where the Imperium's promise of protection is actually fulfilled. Before them lies the darkness that would consume all of this given the chance. So the battle continues. The Fourth Company prosecutes the war against the Orcs on Espandor with renewed determination. Every mech workshop destroyed is a small victory. Every Orc warlord slain weakens the WAG. Every recovered piece of looted equipment is one less weapon in enemy hands. And always, in the back of every Ultramarine's mind, is the knowledge that one of their own is out there somewhere, suffering in ways that honor cannot ease and duty cannot prevent. They fight harder because of this. They push deeper into enemy territory. They take risks they might otherwise avoid. Because Brother Castus, venerable, ancient of the Ultramarines, deserves better than this. He deserves either rescue or rest, and until one of those is achieved, the chapter will not relent. Such is the grim reality of warfare in the 41st millennium. Such are the costs of standing against the darkness. And such is the fate that befalls those unlucky enough to fall into the hands of the Orcs when serving the Imperium of Man. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and sometimes there are fates worse than death. For Brother Castus and others like him, they have learned this truth in the most personal and horrifying way possible. They have become living testaments to the cruelty of the galaxy, to the sufferings that can be inflicted without malice, to the violations that occur when sacred things fall into profane hands. We remember them. We honor their sacrifice, even as we acknowledge the horror of what they endure. And we understand that in a galaxy of endless war, such tragedies will continue to unfold, whether we wish them to or not. The only response is to fight harder, to never give up the search for the lost, to grant mercy where mercy can be given, and to ensure that such fates are avenged even if they cannot be prevented. This is the way of the Ultramarines. This is the burden they carry. And this is the price of war in the grim darkness of the far future. If you enjoyed this deep exploration into the dark corners of Warhammer lore, please consider subscribing to the channel and hitting that like button. Share your thoughts in the comments about this scenario and what you think should be the fate of captured dreadnoughts. Until next time, stay vigilant, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are few sights more terrifying than a Space Marine dreadnought striding across the battlefield. These towering war machines represent the pinnacle of the Imperium's military technology, walking fortresses that combine the fury of a tank with the tactical awareness of a veteran warrior. But what happens when one of these revered machines falls into the hands of the Imperium's most unpredictable and numerous enemy? What becomes of a dreadnought when Orcs capture it mid-battle? To understand this horrifying scenario, we must first understand the fundamental nature of both the prize and those who claim it. This is not a story of simple destruction or quick salvage. This is a tale of technological desecration, cultural collision, and the ultimate degradation of one of the Imperium's most honored warriors. When an Orc warband manages to capture a dreadnought, they don't just acquire a piece of military hardware. They gain a trophy that will be fought over, torn apart, rebuilt, and paraded as a testament to their superiority over the Imperium's finest. The capture of a dreadnought by Orcs is vanishingly rare, but when it occurs, it represents one of the darkest moments imaginable for any Space Marine chapter. These are not just machines. They are living tombs, sacred reliquaries containing the remains of heroes who have served for centuries or even millennia. Each dreadnought houses a mortally wounded Space Marine, a warrior so valued that his chapter refused to let him die, instead preserving his consciousness within a cybernetic sarcophagus and binding him to an armored walker bristling with devastating weaponry. The thought of such a revered elder falling into Xenos' hands fills every battle brother with a fury that borders on madness. But to the Orcs, none of this matters. They care nothing for the sanctity of the machine or the honor of its occupant. To them, a captured dreadnought represents the ultimate prize, proof of their martial prowess. and a treasure trove of valuable technology to be stripped, looted, and repurposed. It's the difference between two entirely incompatible worldviews colliding in the most violent way imaginable. The orcs are the most successful and widespread species in the galaxy, and their success stems not from careful planning or sophisticated strategy, but from their fundamental nature. They are living weapons, creatures genetically engineered during the ancient war in heaven to be the perfect soldiers. But their creators, the mysterious Old Ones, are long gone, leaving the orcs to rampage across the galaxy with no higher purpose than their own satisfaction. At the core of orcish psychology is a simple, primal drive toward violence. Orcs don't just enjoy fighting, they need it. Violence sustains them in ways that transcend mere preference or cultural tradition. An orc, deprived of conflict, will literally begin to weaken and waste away, their muscles atrophying and their legendary toughness fading. They require warfare the way humans require food and water. This isn't metaphorical or exaggerated. Violence is a biological necessity for the greenskins. This need manifests in every aspect of orc society. They fight constantly, whether against other species or amongst themselves. A typical orc settlement is a cacophony of brawls, contests, and general mayhem. The strongest rise to the top through sheer physical dominance, and the social order is maintained through casual violence that would horrify more civilized species. Yet to the orcs, this is not chaos. This is order. The biggest, toughest orc leads because he's earned it through his fists, and everyone else falls in line until they think they can challenge him. What makes orcs particularly dangerous is their psychic field, known as the WAG. This Gestalt psychic energy field grows stronger with the number of orcs gathered together, subtly warping reality to match orcish expectations. If enough orcs believe something will work, it often does, at least to some degree. This is why orc technology functions despite often appearing to be little more than scrap metal held together with wishes and violence. The machines work because the orcs believe they will, and the WAG field makes that belief reality. This psychic phenomenon also governs orc social hierarchy. They instinctively recognize who is bigger and therefore in charge. Size matters tremendously in orc society because it's a visible manifestation of success. Orcs grow throughout their entire lives, and those who survive longer through victory after victory become physically larger. The biggest orcs, the war bosses, can reach truly enormous proportions, standing taller than even space marines and possessing strength that allows them to tear ceramite armor with their bare hands. But violence and size aren't the only aspects of orc culture. They're also inveterate looters, scavengers who see battlefield salvage as one of the great rewards of warfare. After every engagement, orc mobs descend upon the dead and dying, stripping anything of value or interest. Weapons, armor, teeth for currency, interesting bits of technology, trophies to prove their prowess. Everything gets taken. This isn't mere greed. It's a fundamental part of how orcs view the world. The spoils of victory belong to the victors, and the orcs are determined to be victorious. Different orc clans approach looting with varying degrees of enthusiasm. The Death Skulls have elevated scavenging to an art form, painting themselves blue for luck and maintaining the superstitious belief that anything they steal becomes their rightful property through the act of theft itself. They're not ashamed of being thieves. They're proud of it. To a Death Skull, the ability to nick something valuable from under another's nose demonstrates superior cunning and deserves celebration. This brings us to the Mech Boys, the orc engineering caste who will play a central role in any captured dreadnought's fate. Mech Boys aren't trained engineers in any conventional sense. Their knowledge is genetic, hard-coded into their DNA by the Old Ones countless millennia ago. As a mech boy grows, mechanical knowledge simply emerges in their consciousness. They instinctively understand how things work, how to build engines, how to wire weapons, how to create the ramshackle vehicles and weapons that make orc warbands so dangerous. Mech boys approach technology in a way that would drive Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests to apoplectic fury. They have no respect for machine spirits, no understanding of proper maintenance rituals, no patience for careful procedure. They bash things together until they work, or until they explode. Both outcomes are considered acceptable results. A mech boy presented with a piece of sophisticated imperial technology doesn't see sacred engineering to be preserved. He sees interesting bits to be yanked out and repurposed, combined with orc ingenuity to create something suitably orky. Their workshop philosophy could be summarized as enthusiastic tinkering, backed by genetic knowledge and powered by the WEG field. A mech boy might strip down an imperial tank, remove half its components because they're too complicated, replace them with scrap metal and hope, then somehow create something that functions. It shouldn't work. By all laws of physics and engineering, it should be an inert pile of junk. But because the mech boy believes it will work, and because the WAG field supports that belief, it rumbles to life and performs admirably, at least until it inevitably explodes. Mech boys are also naturally curious, in their own violent, destructive way. Presented with a complex machine, they want to know how it works. This investigation takes the form of enthusiastic dismantling, usually with the aid of large spanners, cutting torches, and explosive charges when subtlety fails. The concept of careful examination doesn't really exist in the mech boy vocabulary. They learn by taking things apart, and they take things apart with all the delicacy of a wrecking ball. With this understanding of orc psychology and culture established, we can begin to comprehend what happens when they encounter one of the Imperium's most sacred war machines. A Space Marine dreadnought is far more than a weapon system. It represents one of the most profound sacrifices a warrior can make, and one of the highest honors a chapter can bestow. When a Space Marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that even their enhanced physiology and the skills of apothecaries cannot save them, the chapter faces a choice. They can let their brother die with honor, or they can inter him within a dreadnought sarcophagus, preserving his consciousness and tactical experience for future battles. The process of internment is both medical procedure and sacred ritual. The dying Marine's broken body is placed within a life support sarcophagus, a cybernetic tomb designed to keep his remaining organic systems functioning indefinitely. Often, there's little left. A torso, perhaps part of a head, fragments of nervous system. The rest of the body has been destroyed by whatever catastrophic injury led to this fate. What remains is wired directly into the dreadnought systems through a mind impulse unit, a neural link that allows the Marine to control the walker as if it were his own body. But this honor comes at a terrible price. The Marine can never leave the sarcophagus. He is permanently entombed within the machine, unable to touch, to taste, to feel in any normal sense. His sensory input comes through mechanical senses. His voice is a synthesized approximation of his former speech. He experiences the world through targeting displays, Auspex readouts, and pressure sensors. Where once he felt the weight of his bolter and the recoil of each shot, now he feels nothing but data streams translated into something his brain can process. The psychological toll is immense. Between battles, dreadnoughts are placed in stasis sleep, a sort of death-like hibernation that can last for decades or even centuries. Each awakening brings disorientation, as the pilot struggles to remember where and when he is. Many ancient dreadnoughts have memories spanning millennia, yet those memories become increasingly fragmented and distant with each sleep cycle. The pilot's sense of self slowly erodes, ground away by centuries of half-life existence. Some pilots handle this better than others. The most venerable dreadnoughts maintain their faculties through sheer force of will, becoming walking repositories of chapter history and tactical wisdom. They serve as advisors and spiritual anchors for younger Marines, their counsel sought out by chapter masters and captains. Their very presence on the battlefield inspires others to greater acts of heroism. Others fare less well. Some dreadnoughts go mad from isolation and the slow degradation of their organic components. They become feral, attacking anything in their path regardless of allegiance. These unfortunate souls are usually kept in reinforced chambers, awakened only for the direst emergencies and pointed at the enemy like guided missiles. The Space Wolves have a particularly famous example in Murderfang, a dreadnought so consumed by rage that he must be restrained with heavy chains between battles. But regardless of the pilot's mental state, every dreadnought is a formidable weapon. The Walker's frame is constructed from ceramite and adamantium, the same materials that make up Space Marine power armor, but in far greater quantities and thicker plates. Dreadnoughts can wade through fire that would melt lesser vehicles, their armor ablative enough to shrug off direct hits from weapons that would obliterate infantry. Their armament varies based on their tactical role, but all dreadnoughts are terrifyingly well armed, a standard castroferrum pattern. Dreadnought typically mounts a long-range weapon like an assault cannon or twin-linked lascannons on one arm, capable of shredding enemy armor or infantry at distance. The other arm terminates in a dreadnought close combat weapon, essentially a massive power fist that can crush tanks and pulverize fortifications. Many models also mount additional weapons like storm bolters or heavy flamers to deal with lighter targets. More specialized variants exist for specific roles. Ironclad dreadnoughts sacrifice speed for even heavier armor and specialized close combat weapons like seismic hammers that can reduce walls to rubble. Venerable dreadnoughts house the oldest, most experienced pilots and feature enhanced armor and superior targeting systems. Contemptor pattern. Dreadnoughts, dating back to the Horus Heresy, represent lost technology with superior mobility and atomantic shielding. The newer Redemptor pattern, designed for Primaris Marines, trades longevity for raw power, burning out its pilot faster but delivering incredible firepower. In battle, a dreadnought serves multiple roles simultaneously. It provides heavy fire support, laying down devastating barrages to suppress enemy positions. It acts as a mobile fortress, providing cover for advancing infantry. It serves as a spearhead for assaults, smashing through enemy lines with overwhelming force. And perhaps most importantly, it serves as a symbol of the chapter's history and honor, a physical manifestation of their eternal nature. Battle brothers fight harder in the presence of a dreadnought, knowing that one of their ancient heroes watches over them. This combination of sacred status, military power, and historical significance makes dreadnoughts incredibly valuable to their chapters. Each one represents centuries of accumulated knowledge, irreplaceable technology, and the embodied spirit of a hero whose deeds are legend. Chapters maintain careful records of every dreadnought in their armory, tracking the battles they've fought, the victories they've won, the wisdom they've dispensed. When a dreadnought falls in battle, the entire chapter mourns, and they will move heaven and earth to recover the sarcophagus and return it to the chapter's halls for proper funeral rites. Now imagine one of these priceless sacred war machines in the hands of orcs. The very concept is anathema to everything the Adeptus Astartes stands for. It represents not just a military loss, but a spiritual desecration. And yet, under the right circumstances, it can happen. The capture of a dreadnought typically occurs during moments of absolute chaos, when the fog of war is at its thickest and the unexpected becomes possible. Dreadnoughts are formidable, yes, but they're not invincible. Their heavy armor can be breached by concentrated fire or specialized anti-armor weapons. Their powerful limbs can be severed by precision strikes or overwhelming force. And most critically, they can be swarmed, dragged down by sheer weight of numbers that even their devastating weaponry cannot hope to stem. Picture the scene. A Space Marine company deploys to repel an orc. Whag! that has descended upon an imperial world. The greenskins number in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, a green tide that crashes against imperial defenses like waves against a seawall. The Space Marines fight with their characteristic precision and ferocity, each warrior worth 100 ordinary soldiers. But the orcs keep coming and coming and coming, seemingly without end. A venerable dreadnought, ancient Calderon of the Ultramarines, strides into the fray. He has fought for 7 centuries, his sarcophagus housing one of the chapter's most honored warriors. His assault cannon screams, each burst cutting down dozens of orc boys. His power fist crushes anything foolish enough to get close. Around him, tactical squads advance, using the dreadnought as mobile cover and a rallying point. For a time, the line holds, but war is unpredictable, especially against orcs. A massive explosion tears through nearby Imperial lines. Perhaps it's an orc artillery shell, perhaps a suicide bomb squig, perhaps just bad luck. Whatever the cause, it creates a gap in the defensive formation. Orcs, ever opportunistic, pour through the breach. Ancient Calderon's supporting squads are forced to respond to this new threat, moving to plug the gap and prevent encirclement. For just a moment, the dreadnought is isolated. That moment is all the orcs need. A war boss, recognizing the opportunity, bellows a command. The tone of the WAG shifts. Instead of a general assault, the greenskins suddenly coordinate, focusing on the lone walker. Tank busters appear, their rockets screaming through the air. The dreadnought's armor holds, but each impact staggers it, disrupts its targeting, creates momentary vulnerabilities. Then the knobs arrive. These are the orc elite, each one as large as a space marine and considerably more aggressive. They carry power claws, massive hydraulic weapons that can tear through ceramite given enough force. The knobs rush the dreadnought, heedless of the casualties inflicted by its weapons. For every knob that falls, 2 more reach melee range. Power claws tear at armor plating. Rockets impact at point-blank range, seeking weak points in joints and seals. Inside his sarcophagus, ancient Calderon fights with the fury of centuries, but he's overwhelmed. His assault cannon jams from sustained fire, its barrel glowing red. His power fist crushes orcs, but there are always more. A lucky shot from a rocket launcher finds the joint connecting his left arm, and the limb tears away in a shower of sparks and hydraulic fluid. Another explosion rocks his chassis, and he staggers. The orcs sense weakness like sharks scenting blood. More of them pile on, climbing over each other in their eagerness to be part of bringing down this mighty foe. Weight of numbers begins to tell. The dreadnought crashes to one knee, its servos screaming. In protest, Calderon tries to rise, but massive chains wielded by mech boys wrap around his remaining limbs. Dozens, then hundreds of orcs grab the chains, their collective strength overwhelming even the dreadnought's power. Ancient Calderon goes down, crashing into the mud and debris of the battlefield. Orcs swarm over him immediately, like ants covering a fallen titan. They pound on his armor with hammers, shoot at close range, searching for any way to breach the hull or disable his remaining systems. Calderon fights still, his remaining weapons firing until the end, crushing orcs beneath him, even as he falls. But it's too late. The walker is down, its mobility compromised, its offensive capabilities degraded. And the orcs are very good at disabling dangerous things once they have them pinned. From Calderon's perspective, the experience is a nightmare made real. His sensory input goes haywire as systems are damaged or destroyed. His control over the walker's limbs becomes sporadic, then fails entirely. He can feel the orcs crawling over his chassis like insects, can hear their crude weapons battering at his armor, can sense his systems shutting down one by one as connections are severed and power lines cut. He tries to activate emergency protocols, to trigger self-destruct mechanisms that would deny the orcs their prize. But the greenskins, whether through luck or crude instinct, have damaged the right systems to prevent this. His communications are down. He cannot call for aid, cannot warn his battle brothers of what's happening. He is alone, trapped in a tomb that has become a prison, falling into enemy hands. The last thing he perceives before forced shutdown is the howling triumph of the orcs, a sound that drowns out everything else. Then darkness, not the controlled stasis of proper sleep, but a violent, sudden severing of consciousness. The great machine goes silent, and the orcs have their prize. Across the battlefield, the Ultramarines realize with horror what has occurred. They see their ancient elder disappear beneath a green tide. Watch as the orcs drag the dreadnought away from the front lines, fighting off all attempts at recovery. A counter-assault is organized immediately, but the orcs have prepared for this. They form a defensive perimeter around their prize, every greenskin warrior suddenly unified in purpose: protect the trophy. The fighting around the fallen dreadnought becomes some of the fiercest of the entire engagement. Space Marines push forward with desperate fury, their usual tactical discipline giving way to raw emotion. They must recover their ancient, must prevent this desecration. But the orcs fight with equal determination. They've captured something that even they recognize as incredibly valuable, and they're not giving it up. In the end, tactical necessity forces a bitter choice. The orcs are too numerous, too well positioned. To continue the assault would be to throw away more lives for an increasingly unlikely recovery. The Ultramarines are forced to withdraw, carrying their wounded and their honored dead, but leaving behind one of their most treasured elders. The loss weighs on every warrior present. They have failed one of their own, and the shame of that failure will haunt the company for decades. For the orcs, the moment of triumph is immediate and raucous. As soon as it becomes clear that the Space Marines won't be recovering their fallen walker, the greenskins explode into celebration. They've brought down one of the mighty dreadnoughts, those walking death machines that usually cut through orc lines like a power claw through flesh. This is a victory worth celebrating, and orcs celebrate the only way they know how, with violence, noise, and enthusiastic looting. The first fights break out almost immediately. Every orc who was anywhere near the captured dreadnought wants credit for the kill. Arguments about who landed the killing blow escalate rapidly into full brawls. Knobs who actually participated in the takedown fight off boys who were simply nearby. Accusations of cowardice or theft fly in all directions. Several orcs are stomped to death by their fellows before the war boss restores order by the simple expedient of crushing the loudest arguers. Once the immediate chaos settles, attention turns to the prize itself. The dreadnought lies in the churned mud, a massive form of blue armor now splattered with filth and gore. To the orcs, it's the most beautiful thing they've seen in years. It's big. It's covered in weapons. It's clearly important to the enemy. And most exciting of all, it's filled with mysterious gubbins that might do all sorts of interesting things if properly looted. Mech boys push through the crowd, their mechanical intuition already tingling at the prospect of examining Imperial technology. They bark orders, shoving lesser orcs aside to get a clear look at their prize. Gretchen are kicked into service as assistants, bringing tools and cutting equipment. The mech boys circle the fallen walker like predators, examining prey, occasionally tapping armor plates or yanking on exposed cables to see what happens. The first challenge is transportation. Dreadnoughts are heavy, weighing several tons even without their full combat load. Moving one any significant distance requires either heavy machinery or a lot of muscle. The orcs, naturally, have both. Crude cranes are fashioned from scrap metal and chain. Work crews of dozens of orcs grab hold of the walker. With much shouting, cursing, and occasional violence when someone isn't pulling their weight, they haul the dreadnought toward the orc encampment. The journey back to the camp is its own spectacle. The captured walker becomes a mobile celebration, with orcs running alongside, cheering and firing weapons into the air. Lesser greenskins clamber over the dreadnought's surface, claiming bits of armor as trophies or trying to pry loose interesting-looking components. The mech boys continuously have to beat them off, insisting that proper examination comes first. Looting comes later. As they move, word spreads through the Orc lines. They've captured a Space Marine dreadnought. Orcs from across the battlefield begin converging on the prize, wanting to see it for themselves. The transport becomes a procession, then a parade. Some Orcs bang on drums made from Imperial helmets. Others fire their weapons in celebration. The noise is tremendous, a cacophony of triumph that can be heard for miles. Eventually, they reach the Orc encampment, a sprawling mess of scrap metal fortifications, smoking workshops, and chaotic organization. The dreadnought is dragged to the largest mech workshop, where the head mech boy has cleared space for examination. This is where the real work begins, and where the true horror of the situation becomes apparent. From the mech boy's perspective, the dreadnought is a puzzle to be solved through the application of violence and curiosity. He can see that it's an incredible piece of engineering, far more sophisticated than most Orc constructions. But sophistication doesn't impress mech boys. They're interested in function, and function can usually be understood by taking things apart. The first step is removing the weapons. This proves surprisingly easy, as the mounting systems are designed for field replacement. The mech boy simply smashes a few locking mechanisms, tears out some power cables, and the assault cannon comes free. It's immediately claimed by a nearby big mech, who declares that he's going to mount it on his Def Dread. Arguments ensue, but the big mech's power claw settles the dispute decisively. The missile launcher on the dreadnought's chassis receives similar treatment. It's cut free with a plasma cutter, examined briefly, then set aside for later modification. Several Gretchen are beaten for trying to steal it. The various sensors, targeting systems, and communication arrays are yanked out with less care. Most are damaged in the removal process, but mech boys are confident they can figure out what the interesting bits do eventually. With the weapons removed, attention turns to the armor plating. This is where things get more difficult. Dreadnought armor is thick, layered, and reinforced at critical points. It's designed to withstand anti-tank weaponry, and it's not giving way to simple hand tools. The mech boys bring out heavier equipment, plasma cutters, power tools, and eventually industrial cutting torches. They work their way around the walker, cutting through seals and removing plates. It's hot, dangerous work. One Gretchen is incinerated when a plasma cutter malfunctions. Another loses a hand when he gets too close to a power saw. The mech boys don't even pause, simply kicking the injured aside and continuing their work. Slowly, painstakingly, the dreadnought's outer shell comes apart. As armor plates are removed, the mech boys get their first look at the internal mechanisms. They're fascinated and confused in equal measure. The level of precision engineering, the compact arrangement of systems, the redundant power distribution, it's all far more complex than anything they'd build themselves. To a mech boy, this complexity is both impressive and wasteful. Why use 10 components when one would do? Of course, one component might explode more often, but that's part of the fun. They begin yanking out systems they don't understand or don't think they need. Hydraulic lines are cut. Power cells are removed. Cooling systems are dismantled. With each removal, the dreadnought becomes less functional, reduced from a sophisticated war machine to its component parts. The mech boys sort everything into rough categories: shoot-in bits, move-in bits, power bits, and weird bits what we'll figure out later. Finally, they reach the sarcophagus at the walker's core. This is the moment when the nature of the dreadnought becomes clear, even to the Orcs. Up until now, they might have thought it was just an unmanned vehicle or some kind of robot. But when they cut through the final layers of protection and expose the life support chamber, they discover the truth. There's something alive inside. The sarcophagus is a marvel of Imperial technology, a sealed unit designed to sustain life for centuries. It's covered in biological monitoring equipment, nutrient feeds, neural interface ports, and redundant life support systems. Through the armored viewing port, If it hasn't been damaged, the mech boys can see the occupant. What remains of a space marine reduced to a brain, spinal cord, and essential organs floating in amniotic fluid. The sight provokes different reactions from different orcs. Some are disappointed, having expected more loot or perhaps a fully intact space marine they could torture or fight. Others are fascinated by the grotesque nature of the setup. A few, those rare orcs with enough intelligence to grasp the implications, feel something approaching respect. The space marine has been kept alive in this diminished state, forced to fight on long past natural death. It's a kind of brutality they can appreciate, even if they don't fully understand it. The question becomes, what to do with the pilot? The sarcophagus is still sealed, still maintaining its occupant. Opening it would likely kill the marine inside, if he's even conscious. Some orcs vote for immediate execution, seeing no point in keeping an enemy alive. Others argue for keeping him as a prisoner, maybe to trade back to the Space Marines, or just to have around as a trophy. The mech boys want to study the life support systems, which might be useful for their own projects. In many cases, the decision becomes moot through accident rather than design. The orcs are not gentle in their examination, and life support systems are delicate. A cut power line here, a damaged nutrient feed there, and the systems begin to fail. Alarms sound, though the orcs either don't recognize them or don't care. Inside the sarcophagus, if the pilot has regained any degree of consciousness, he experiences his final moments with terrible clarity. Ancient Calderon, if he's aware, knows what's happening. He can feel his life support failing, can sense the foreign presence of Xenos around him, can understand that his chapter will not recover him. For a warrior who has served for centuries, who has known glory and honor and the brotherhood of the Astartes, this is a bitter end. There's no final battle, no heroic last stand, just a slow, undignified death at the hands of creatures he spent his life fighting. Some pilots, in these final moments, choose to end it themselves if they have any control left over their systems. They'd rather die by their own decision than at orc convenience. Others fight until the very end, struggling against their bonds, trying futilely to activate weapons that no longer exist or call for aid through communication systems long since destroyed. A few, the oldest and most weary, accept their fate with resignation. 700 years of war is enough. Perhaps death is not an enemy, but a long-delayed friend. When the pilot finally expires, the orcs notice primarily because several monitoring systems shut down or the sarcophagus fluid begins to darken with decay. They shrug and move on. The dead Space Marine holds little interest compared to all the technology they've uncovered. The body, such as it is, might be kept as a trophy. The skull particularly would make an excellent addition to someone's armor or vehicle. But the orc's real prize is everything else: the weapons, the armor plates, the mechanical systems, and the knowledge they've gained from tearing it all apart. The looting process can take days or even weeks, depending on how thorough the mech boys want to be. Every component is examined, tested, and sorted. The really good bits go to the most important mechs or war bosses. Lesser pieces get distributed throughout the warband based on a combination of need, fighting skill, and who can grab them quickest without getting caught. The Dreadnought's armor plating is particularly valuable. It's thick, durable, and can be bolted onto orc vehicles or fortifications. A battle wagon might gain a Dreadnought's chestplate as additional protection. A warboss might claim a section of armor to improve his mega armor. The distinctive blue of Ultramarine's armor will likely be painted over or replaced with orc glyphs, but the quality of the protection remains. In some cases, orcs deliberately keep the Imperial colors visible, wanting their enemies to see that they're being shot at with reclaimed Imperial technology. The weapons are similarly distributed. That assault cannon might end up mounted on a Def Dread or Killer Khan. The Power Fist could be adapted with significant modification for use by a warboss or nob. The missile launcher might become part of a looted wagon's arsenal. In each case, the mech boys will make modifications, stripping out what they consider unnecessary components and adding their own improvements. The weapons will no longer look imperial by the time they're finished. They'll be covered in plates, spikes, and crude orc glyphs, barely recognizable as their original form. The internal systems prove most interesting to the mech boys from a technical standpoint. The power systems, for instance, are far more efficient than typical orc generators. With some study and adaptation, mech boys can create improved power plants for their own vehicles. The hydraulic systems, properly understood, might improve the strength of deaf dread limbs. The targeting computers, while impossibly complex, might offer insights into building better gun sights. Of course, understanding Imperial technology doesn't mean the same thing to a mech boy as it would to an Adeptus Mechanicus tech priest. The mech boy doesn't care about machine spirits, proper maintenance rituals, or preserving the sanctity of the design. He cares about what works and what makes things more killy. If that means jamming an Imperial power cell into an orc engine with no regard for compatibility, so be it. If it works, great. If it explodes, well, that's why you stand back a bit when you flip the switch. This rough and ready approach to technology means that the knowledge gained from the Dreadnought spreads through the mech community in unpredictable ways. One mech boy might figure out how to make better armor from studying the Dreadnought's ceramite composition. Another might create a new type of power claw inspired by the Dreadnought's close combat weapon. A third might just bolt pieces of the Dreadnought onto random vehicles and call it done. All of these are considered equally valid approaches in orc society. The sarcophagus itself presents unique possibilities. Some mech boys recognize it as a life support system and wonder if they could adapt it for their own purposes. Could an orc be kept alive in a similar fashion if mortally wounded? The concept is intriguing, though most orcs would probably reject it in practice. Being stuck in a box forever sounds suspiciously like not getting to fight properly, which defeats the whole purpose of being alive in the first place. Still, the technology might be useful for other applications. In some rare cases, particularly creative mech boys will attempt to build their own version of a Dreadnought, using the captured machine as a template. This is how knowledge spreads through orc technology, not through careful study and documentation, but through attempted copying with improvements. The result bears little resemblance to the original, as the mech boy strips out everything he considers too complicated and replaces it with simpler, cruder, but often more robust orc engineering. This process of examination, looting, and repurposing can be seen as the ultimate violation of everything a Dreadnought represents. These machines are sacred to the Space Marines, venerated as honored ancestors, and treated with the utmost respect. To see one torn apart by greenskins, its components scattered across an orc warband, its pilot's remains displayed as a trophy, it's a desecration that goes beyond simple destruction. It's the complete erasure of dignity, the reduction of honor to salvage. But there are fates potentially worse than death and dismemberment. In some exceptionally rare cases, the pilot survives the initial capture. Perhaps the orcs are unusually careful in their disassembly. Perhaps the life support systems are more robust than expected. Perhaps the mech boys realize they have a live prisoner and decide to keep him that way out of curiosity or cruelty. Whatever the reason, some pilots endure days or even weeks in orc captivity, fully conscious, fully aware of what's being done to their sacred machine. For these unfortunate souls, the psychological torment is immense. They must lie helpless while orcs crawl over their chassis, tearing apart the walker piece by piece. They hear the crude jokes, the arguments over who gets which trophy, the casual violence of orc society. They can do nothing but observe through whatever senses remain functional, watching their sacred duty end in mockery and degradation. Some pilots in this situation try to reason with their captors, broadcasting messages through their Vox systems, attempting to negotiate or warn of imperial reprisal. These efforts universally fail. Orcs either can't understand High Gothic or simply don't care what their prisoner is saying. The Vox speakers might get torn out mid-sentence, ending the attempt at communication with sudden silence. Others rage and threaten, promising that their battle brothers will come, that the orcs will face the Emperor's wrath, that this violation will be avenged tenfold. These threats produce nothing but laughter from the greenskins. They've already beaten this supposedly mighty warrior. Why would they fear his friends? The day a Space Marine dreadnought becomes genuinely frightening to orcs is the day the WAG has gotten very, very desperate. A few pilots fall into a kind of resigned meditation, drawing on centuries of experience and mental discipline to insulate themselves from the horror of their situation. They recite prayers to the Emperor, review memories of past glories, mentally compose reports of what they're observing, so that if somehow the information gets back to their chapter, future warriors might benefit from the knowledge. It's a thin shield against despair, but it's something. Eventually, whether through system failure, deliberate execution, or the cumulative effects of multiple injuries, these pilots die. Their final moments are rarely heroic or meaningful. They simply stop, their consciousness fading as life support fails, or their brain finally gives out, after sustaining damage the systems could no longer compensate for. There's no last words, no dramatic final act, just silence, and then nothing. The orcs, if they notice the pilot's death, react with indifference. They've gotten everything useful out of him by that point. The body becomes one more piece of biological salvage, interesting for about 5 minutes until something more exciting happens elsewhere in the camp. The skull might be kept, cleaned up and attached to someone's armor as proof of having downed a space marine. The rest will likely be discarded or fed to squigs. In death, as in captivity, the honored ancient receives no respect from his captors. All of this raises the question, how do chapters respond to the loss of a dreadnought? The answer is with fury, grief, and an absolute determination to recover what was lost or avenge what cannot be recovered. When a chapter learns that one of their ancients has been captured by the enemy, particularly by orcs, they treat it as one of the gravest crises imaginable. Recovery operations are organized immediately if there's any chance of success. Combat doctrine is temporarily abandoned in favor of a single, overriding objective: get the dreadnought back. Other missions are set aside. Strategic positions are left undermanned. Resources are diverted. Nothing matters more than recovering the ancient's remains and denying the enemy their prize. The chapter will expend an almost irrational amount of resources on this effort, driven by a combination of practical and spiritual concerns. Practically, they need to prevent orc mech boys from learning too much about dreadnought technology. Each walker contains sophisticated systems that could provide valuable intelligence to an enemy who knows how to use that information. While orcs are crude engineers, they're not stupid, and they have an instinctive grasp of how things work. Given enough time to examine a dreadnought, they might develop countermeasures, improved armor, or new weapons inspired by what they've learned. The Imperium cannot afford to give them that time. Spiritually, the loss of an ancient is tantamount to losing a piece of the chapter's soul. These warriors have fought for centuries, their histories intertwined with the chapter itself. They've witnessed events now recorded in the chapter's chronicles, provided counsel to generations of leadership, and served as living connections to the founding days. To allow one to remain in enemy hands, to be desecrated and dishonored, is unthinkable. It violates every oath the chapter has sworn, every principle they claim to uphold. Recovery missions take several forms, depending on how long has passed since the capture. If the recovery can be attempted within hours or days of the initial loss, the focus is on speed and overwhelming force. A strike force of multiple squads, possibly backed by armor and air support, will assault the orc position with one goal: smash through to the dreadnought, secure it, and extract before the orcs can organize a coherent defense. These rapid response missions are brutal affairs, combining Space Marine precision with desperate urgency. The strike force doesn't bother with complex tactical planning. They identify the likely location of the dreadnought, plot the most direct route, and punch through with maximum violence. Devastator squads lay down suppressing fire. Assault Marines drop directly onto Orc positions. Tactical Marines advance behind the barrage, clearing any resistance. The goal isn't to win the battle in any conventional sense, just to reach the objective and extract. If they succeed, the recovered dreadnought is rushed back to Imperial lines as quickly as possible. Even if the walker is badly damaged, even if the pilot is already dead, the chapter wants it back. The machine will be repaired if possible, or respectfully decommissioned if not. The pilot will receive proper funeral rites, his name added to the rolls of the honored fallen. The chapter can then move forward with at least some measure of closure. But if days or weeks have passed, if the Orcs have had time to properly dismantle the dreadnought and scatter its components, recovery becomes far more complicated. Now the strike force must locate not a single walker, but dozens or hundreds of pieces spread across an entire Orc warband. Some parts might have already been modified or integrated into Orc vehicles. Others might have been traded to different mobs or other Orc settlements. A few critical components might have been destroyed entirely through careless handling or failed experimentation. In these cases, the mission shifts from recovery to denial. If the chapter can't reclaim their ancient, they'll at least ensure the Orcs don't benefit from his loss. The strike force targets mech workshops, vehicle pools, and anywhere else dreadnought components might be stored or used. They destroy everything they find, burning workshops and scrap piles, demolishing any vehicles that show signs of incorporating Imperial technology. It's scorched earth warfare driven by righteous anger and desire for vengeance. The pilots who fly these missions, the Marines who fight in them, often describe a cold fury unlike anything they feel in normal combat. Fighting Orcs is usually a straightforward affair. The enemy are numerous, brutal, and need to be destroyed efficiently. But fighting to recover or avenge a fallen ancient carries emotional weight that transforms the engagement. These are their forebears, their mentors, warriors whose wisdom they've sought and whose example they've followed. To see them violated, reduced to salvage, turns disciplined warriors into avenging angels. This fury manifests in their combat doctrine. Standard rules of engagement are often discarded in favor of maximum aggression. They take unnecessary risks, push assaults that should be pulled back, refuse to disengage even when tactical wisdom suggests otherwise. Squad leaders have to actively manage their warriors' rage, reminding them that throwing their lives away in futile vengeance serves neither the Emperor nor the honored dead. Sometimes, though rarely, these recovery or vengeance missions uncover something that makes the entire effort worthwhile. They might find the dreadnought's sarcophagus intact, allowing them to recover their brother's remains for proper interment. They might discover that Orc modifications to looted components contain exploitable weaknesses, intelligence that can be passed to other Imperial forces. They might even capture or kill the war boss responsible for the initial capture, dealing the whack a significant blow. More often, though, they find only scattered remnants and the confirmation of their worst fears. The dreadnought has been stripped for parts, its sacred form reduced to components and scrap. The pilot is long dead, his remains missing or desecrated beyond recovery. The Orcs have gained valuable technology and the confidence that comes from defeating something they fear. And the chapter must return to their fortress monastery, carrying the bitter knowledge that they failed one of their most honored brothers. The psychological impact on the chapter can be substantial, particularly if the lost ancient was especially venerated or the circumstances of capture were particularly ignoble. Chapters are normally psychologically resilient. They're warriors trained to accept death and loss as inevitable aspects of their duty. But losing a dreadnought strikes at something deeper. It's not just the loss of a powerful warrior, but the violation of what that warrior represents. Every chapter member who ever sought counsel from that ancient, who trained under his observation, who drew inspiration from his presence, they all feel the loss personally. This can manifest in various ways. some chapters become more cautious about deploying their dreadnoughts, keeping them back in defensive roles, or only committing them when absolutely necessary. This approach sometimes draws criticism from the ancients themselves, who didn't survive centuries of war just to be kept in storage. Other chapters go the opposite direction, deploying their dreadnoughts more aggressively, determined that their ancients will never suffer the indignity of capture, choosing death in glorious battle over the possibility of falling into enemy hands. Individual Marines might develop obsessive behaviors around the loss. A tech Marine might spend decades developing improved recovery protocols or defensive systems for dreadnoughts. A chaplain might incorporate the story into his sermons as a cautionary tale about overconfidence or the importance of tactical awareness. A veteran sergeant who fought alongside the fallen ancient might request deployment to every anti-orc campaign for years afterward, driven by a personal need for vengeance that borders on unhealthy. Chapter leadership must carefully manage this grief and anger. Allowed to fester, it can poison unit cohesion and tactical judgment. Properly channeled, it becomes a source of strength, motivation to ensure the tragedy never repeats. This is where the role of chaplains becomes critical, helping their battle brothers process the loss while maintaining the discipline essential to Space Marine operations. From a broader Imperial perspective, the capture of a dreadnought by orcs is usually noted but doesn't rise to the level of strategic concern. The Imperium faces countless threats across millions of worlds. The loss of a single walker, however sacred to its chapter, barely registers among the daily catastrophes that demand attention. Administratum officials file reports, update records, and move on to the next crisis. Inquisitors might take note if they're operating in the relevant sector, but unless there's broader implications, they're unlikely to intervene personally. The Adeptus Mechanicus takes a different view. To them, the loss of sophisticated technology to Xenos hands represents a failure of security protocols and a potential intelligence breach. Tech priests might dispatch their own recovery teams, though their motivations differ from the Space Marines. Where Marines seek to honor their dead and protect chapter heritage, Mechanicus adepts want to prevent technological contamination and recover valuable data. These parallel recovery operations can lead to cooperation or conflict, depending on the relationship between the chapter and local Mechanicus factions. For the orcs involved, the capture and looting of a dreadnought represents a high point in their collective experience. The story will be told and retold across the warband, with each telling adding embellishments and exaggerations. The nobs who participated become legendary, their status in the hierarchy cemented by their role in the great victory. The mech boys involved gain prestige for their handling of the salvage and any useful innovations they developed from studying Imperial technology. This increased prestige has practical effects on the warband's effectiveness. The boost to morale makes the orcs fight harder in subsequent engagements, confident that if they could bring down a dreadnought, they can handle anything else the Imperium throws at them. The technological improvements, crude though they may be, genuinely enhance orc capabilities. Vehicles with better armor, weapons with improved reliability, defenses with stronger fortifications. These advantages can make a significant difference in future battles. There's also a psychological element to consider. Orcs respect strength and accomplishment, and defeating a dreadnought is both. Warriors from other warbands hear about the capture and want to join this successful mob. The WAG grows larger, attracting more greenskins who want to be part of something impressive. This snowball effect is one reason why early victories against orcs are so critical. Let them gain momentum and they become exponentially more dangerous. Interestingly, the captured dreadnought often continues to influence events long after its destruction. Pieces of its armor might show up on orc vehicles years later, passed down through generations of mech boys. The skull of its pilot might become a clan totem, carried into battle as a lucky charm. Stories about its capture become part of oral tradition, inspiring future generations of orcs to attempt similar feats. In a perverse way, the Ancient continues to affect the battlefield, though now as an inspiration to the enemy rather than defender of the Imperium. Some captured dreadnoughts achieve a kind of dark fame within orc culture. If the warrior interred within was particularly renowned, if the circumstances of capture were especially dramatic, or if the subsequent looting produced particularly spectacular results, the story spreads beyond the immediate warband. Orcs from different clans, different worlds, even different wags might hear about it through the complex network of trade, raiding, and occasional cooperation that connects orc society. These famous captures become benchmarks against which other victories are measured. An orc warboss looking to establish his credentials might boast about accomplishments framed in terms of these legendary events. I killed more Space Marines than Boss Grognik did when he took down the walking tin can. The captured dreadnought becomes a cultural touchstone, a shared reference point in orc oral history. From a narrative perspective, stories of captured dreadnoughts serve as cautionary tales about the brutal reality of the 41st millennium. They're reminders that honor and tradition, however deeply held, provide no protection against a universe fundamentally hostile to such concepts. The Imperium presents Space Marines as ultimate warriors, dreadnoughts as invincible engines of war. But the reality is messier, more tragic, more horrifying than the propaganda suggests. These stories also illuminate the fundamental incompatibility between Imperial and Orc values. To the Imperium, a dreadnought represents duty, sacrifice, and the eternal nature of service to the Emperor. It's a sacred thing, worthy of reverence and protection. To the Orcs, it's a challenge to be overcome and resources to be exploited. The machine means nothing beyond its immediate utility. The pilot is just another enemy warrior, notable only for being tough to kill. There's no moral dimension to the looting, no sense that they're doing anything wrong. They're just being orcs, doing what orcs do. This clash of worldviews extends to how each side processes the event. Space Marines see the capture as tragedy and desecration requiring vengeance. Orcs see it as a particularly good day that should be celebrated with more fighting. Neither perspective is correct in any absolute sense. They're simply products of completely different species with completely different psychologies. The universe accommodates both, caring nothing for the suffering or joy either experiences. The long-term legacy of captured dreadnoughts extends beyond individual incidents. Every capture provides data points that both sides analyze and learn from. Imperial commanders study how it happened, identifying tactical errors or circumstances that enabled the capture. They develop new protocols, never let dreadnoughts become isolated, always maintain supporting units, pull back if encirclement becomes likely. These lessons are incorporated into training exercises and tactical doctrine, hopefully preventing future incidents. Orc warbosses, in their own crude way, also learn from these events. They discover that even the mightiest Imperial weapons can be brought down with sufficient numbers and determination. They experiment with tactics specifically designed to capture or disable dreadnoughts, rather than simply trying to destroy them. The most cunning bosses develop specialized attack formations, fast units to isolate the target, heavy units to disable mobility, and crowds of boys to physically overwhelm it. These tactics spread through the usual orc methods of communication, fighting, boasting, and the occasional successful demonstration. The cumulative effect of multiple captures over decades or centuries subtly shifts the strategic balance. Orcs become more confident in their ability to challenge Space Marine armor. Space Marines become more protective of their dreadnoughts, sometimes to the point of operational inflexibility. The arms race continues in its usual fashion, with neither side gaining permanent advantage, but both sides adapting and evolving based on hard-won experience. For chapters that have lost dreadnoughts to orc capture, the event often becomes a defining moment in their history. It might be commemorated annually, with special services held to honor the fallen ancient. The circumstances of the loss, might be taught to new recruits as a lesson about vigilance and the consequences of tactical errors. The battle brothers who survived the engagement often carry guilt for decades, wondering what they could have done differently, how they might have prevented the disaster. In some cases, chapters establish special units or protocols specifically dedicated to preventing or responding to dreadnought captures. A veteran squad might be designated as the Ancients Guard, trained specifically in protecting and recovering dreadnoughts under extreme circumstances. These specialists study orc tactics, practice rapid response scenarios, and maintain equipment specifically suited for recovery operations. They become the chapter's insurance policy against repeat occurrences. Other chapters take more aggressive approaches. They might launch punitive crusades against orc populations in their sector, seeking to eliminate the threat before it can threaten their ancients. These campaigns can last for decades, with generation after generation of space marines hunting down greenskin populations with methodical determination. The goal isn't necessarily to eliminate all orcs, that would be impossible, but to cull their numbers to manageable levels and ensure no single warband becomes strong enough to threaten chapter assets. The psychological impact on the pilots who witness a fellow ancient's capture is profound and often overlooked. Dreadnoughts maintain communication with each other when deployed together, a brotherhood that transcends even death. When one of their number falls into enemy hands, the others feel it acutely. They know, perhaps better than anyone, what their fellow pilot is experiencing. They understand the helplessness, the violation, the slow degradation of everything they once were. This understanding can manifest as survivor's guilt, particularly if the captured dreadnought was older or more honored than his fellows. Ancient warriors who have survived for centuries might question why they still function while a brother has fallen. Some become more aggressive in combat, seemingly courting their own destruction rather than face the possibility of similar capture. Others withdraw mentally, their combat effectiveness declining as they struggle with depression and existential dread. Chapter chaplains and librarians work to address these issues, but there are limits to what even they can accomplish. A dreadnought pilot's psychology is fundamentally altered by their condition. They exist in a state that's neither fully alive nor truly dead, cut off from normal human experience. The usual tools for treating trauma and grief don't always apply. Sometimes the best anyone can do is ensure the ancient has opportunities to fight, to fulfill his purpose, to lose himself in the clarity of combat where such concerns temporarily fade away. From the perspective of the captured pilots themselves, those few who maintain consciousness through part of their ordeal, the experience often produces a unique and terrible understanding. They come face to face with the fundamental truth that the universe doesn't care about their honor, their sacrifice, or their centuries of service. The orcs don't see a venerated warrior worthy of respect. They see metal and weapons and interesting gubbins. The pilot's entire identity, everything that made him who he was, becomes irrelevant the moment capture occurs. This realization can be either liberating or devastating, sometimes both. Some pilots report, in those rare cases where they're recovered before death, a strange sense of peace in their final moments. If the universe truly doesn't care, if honor is merely a human construct without objective reality, then perhaps there's no shame in this ending. They served as best they could for as long as they could. That the ending was undignified changes nothing about the centuries of honorable service that preceded it. Others find the realization unbearable. Their entire existence post-interment has been justified by the belief that their sacrifice matters, that their continued service has meaning beyond simple utility. To discover that meaning is subjective, that it exists only within the narrow context of their chapter's beliefs, can shatter whatever psychological defenses sustained them through centuries of half-life. Some pilots effectively give up in these final moments, surrendering to death not because systems are failing, but because they've lost the will to continue. The broader question these incidents raise is whether the practice of interring mortally wounded Marines in dreadnoughts is truly merciful, or merely another form of exploitation. The Imperium presents it as an honor, the ultimate way for a warrior to continue serving the Emperor. But the pilot's subjective experience suggests something more ambiguous. They exist in perpetual isolation, their bodies destroyed, their sensory experience reduced to mechanical inputs, their periods of consciousness separated by decades or centuries of forced sleep. Is this really an honor worth pursuing? Or is it simply the Imperium's way of extracting every last bit of utility from its warriors? The question has no clean answer, and different chapters approach it differently. Some are quite willing to enter any Marine whose injuries would otherwise prove fatal, seeing it as obviously preferable to death. Others are more selective, only interring those who explicitly request it and demonstrate psychological resilience, likely to withstand the burden. A few chapters view the entire practice with deep ambivalence, treating it as a necessary evil rather than an honor to be sought. The pilots themselves have varying opinions, though few are ever asked directly. Some genuinely consider their extended service an honor and privilege. They've seen centuries of their chapter's history, witnessed events that have become legend, continued to serve and protect long after their mortal bodies failed. They wouldn't trade that for anything, even knowing the costs. Others view it as a burden accepted out of duty. They don't enjoy their existence, but they persevere because that's what they've always done, what Space Marines are trained to do from the moment they're selected as recruits. And then there are those who secretly wish for death, who pray for system failures or enemy action to finally grant them the rest they've been denied for so long. These warriors never speak their desires aloud, knowing it would shame them and distress their brothers. But in the privacy of their own thoughts, during long periods of stasis sleep or the quiet moments between battles, they dream of ending. Falling to orcs, being torn apart and scattered, represents merely one of many possible ways that dream might be realized. The cultural impact of dreadnought captures extends beyond the immediate military concerns into broader Imperial society. On worlds where the capture occurred, the event might become part of local history, told and retold with varying degrees of accuracy. Some accounts treat it as heroic last stand, the ancient fighting to the end against impossible odds. Others are more honest about the ugliness of the event, the undignified nature of the ending. The truth varies by planet, by cultural tradition, and by how much Imperial propaganda has shaped the narrative. For the common citizens of the Imperium, stories about dreadnoughts serve important psychological functions. These massive war machines represent the enduring nature of the Emperor's protection, the idea that heroes never truly die, but continue serving eternally. Learning that dreadnoughts can be captured, reduced to salvage by crude Xenos, undermines this comforting narrative. It introduces doubt about Imperial invincibility and raises uncomfortable questions about what happens when the Emperor's finest fail. Planetary governors and ecclesiarchal officials usually respond to these doubts with increased propaganda, emphasizing other aspects of Imperial power. If citizens are worried about Space Marine vulnerabilities, redirect their attention to the billions of loyal guardsmen, the might of the Imperial Navy, the divine power of the Emperor's saints. The goal isn't to address the specific concern, but to ensure faith in the Imperium's ultimate victory remains unshaken. Among more educated or cynical Imperial citizens, the occasional dreadnought capture serves as a useful reality check. The Imperium's propaganda machine presents Space Marines as near-invincible demigods, dreadnoughts as unstoppable engines of war. Learning that both can be defeated, that even the mightiest warriors are merely mortal or barely beyond it, helps ground expectations in something approaching reality. This can actually be healthy, preventing the kind of complacency that leads to catastrophic strategic errors. Military commanders and strategists study captured dreadnought incidents for tactical lessons applicable beyond just protecting these specific units. The principles involved: maintaining unit cohesion, preventing isolation of valuable assets, rapid response to developing threats, recovery operations under hostile conditions, apply across many scenarios. Guard officers might review how Space Marines protected or failed to protect their dreadnoughts and adapt those lessons for their own armored units or heavy weapons teams. The Adeptus Mechanicus approaches these incidents from a different angle, seeing them as case studies in technology security and counterintelligence. Every captured dreadnought represents a potential intelligence breach, sophisticated Imperial technology falling into enemy hands. Tech priests analyze how the capture occurred, which systems were compromised, what technological secrets might have been exposed. This information shapes future designs, with engineers developing new protective measures or simplifying certain systems to make them less valuable if captured. There's also an element of technological archaeology to consider. When the Mechanicus does recover pieces of looted dreadnoughts, they're sometimes surprised by what they find. Orc modifications, crude though they are, occasionally stumble upon interesting approaches to problems. A mech boy might have inadvertently improved a system's durability by replacing a delicate component with crude orc metalwork. These discoveries would horrify tech priests if examined too closely. The idea that orc engineering could improve Imperial designs is near heretical. But pragmatic engineers quietly note what works and why, incorporating useful principles into future iterations. The long-term evolution of dreadnought technology is influenced, at least marginally, by these capture incidents. Each loss provides impetus for improvement. Armor gets thicker in vulnerable spots. Self-destruct systems become more robust and harder to disable. Emergency protocols are revised to better handle worst-case scenarios. The dreadnoughts of the 41st millennium are more secure, more reliable, and more survivable than earlier patterns, in part because centuries of painful lessons taught the Mechanicus where vulnerabilities lay. Similarly, Orc technology evolves in response to successful captures. Mech boys who've examined dreadnoughts develop better understanding of how advanced armor works, leading to improvements in Orc defensive technology. They learn about power systems more efficient than typical Orc generators, inspiring crude but functional copies. They discover targeting principles that, even imperfectly implemented, make Orc weapons more accurate. This transfer of knowledge is haphazard and unreliable, but over centuries and across millions of Orc mech boys, it accumulates into genuine technological advancement. This creates an evolutionary arms race where each side's improvements force adaptation by the other. Imperial forces develop better dreadnoughts, prompting Orcs to develop better methods for defeating them. Successful methods spread through Orc populations, forcing Imperial forces to develop countermeasures. The cycle continues indefinitely, with neither side gaining permanent advantage, but both sides becoming more sophisticated in their specific niches of warfare. For the Orcs, the knowledge that dreadnoughts can be captured and looted becomes embedded in their collective consciousness. Young Orcs hear stories from older warriors about taking down the walking metal monsters. They learn which weapons work best against heavy armor, how to exploit mobility differences, when to stand and fight, versus when to swarm from multiple angles. This oral tradition, passed down through violence and boasting, serves as Orc military doctrine in a culture that otherwise scorns such concepts. The most successful Orc tactics against dreadnoughts have been refined over countless engagements across the galaxy. Tank busters, Orc specialists in anti-armor warfare, specifically trained to target walkers like dreadnoughts. They know to aim for joints, to focus fire on already damaged sections, to keep moving to prevent the dreadnought from bringing its full firepower to bear. While individual tank busters might lack the discipline of Imperial soldiers, collective experience has taught them genuinely effective methods. The psychological dimension of Orc dreadnought combat is fascinating from an academic perspective. Orcs should, theoretically, fear dreadnoughts. These walkers are bigger, stronger, and far more lethal than individual Orcs. They represent exactly the kind of threat that should give even fearless warriors pause. But orcs don't really experience fear the way other species do. They experience excitement. A dreadnought isn't scary, it's a proper challenge, something worth fighting. This means that deploying dreadnoughts against orcs sometimes backfires from a psychological warfare standpoint. Where a chaos cultist might break and run at the sight of an ancient walker striding toward them, where Imperial Guard might waver before such overwhelming force, orcs get more enthusiastic. The bigger the threat, the better the fight, the more fun to be had. Dreadnoughts attract orcs rather than repelling them, which can lead to the isolation and eventual overwhelm that enables capture in the first place. Space Marine commanders learn to account for this dynamic when deploying their ancients against greenskin foes. Dreadnoughts need robust support, probably more support than they'd need against other enemy types. They need fast response units capable of breaking through when orcs start swarming. They need command structure prepared to fall back rather than reinforce if the situation becomes untenable. Most critically, they need leadership willing to accept the hard truth that sometimes the best way to protect a dreadnought is not to deploy it at all. This last point causes endless friction between ancient pilots and their chapter's leadership. Dreadnoughts don't want to be protected. They want to fight. That's their purpose, their reason for continued existence. Being kept in reserve because the enemy is particularly dangerous feels like an insult rather than sensible precaution. Ancient warriors who've survived for centuries don't appreciate being treated as fragile relics too precious to risk. This tension must be carefully managed to maintain morale and unit cohesion. The broader strategic picture reveals that orc captures of dreadnoughts, while individually traumatic and tactically significant, rarely affect the overall course of wars. The Imperium's forces are vast, numbering in the billions across millions of worlds. The loss of a single walker, or even dozens of them over centuries, barely registers in the greater calculus of galactic warfare. Individual chapters feel the loss acutely, but the Imperium as a whole simply absorbs the setback and moves on. This creates an interesting disconnect between micro and macro perspectives. At the chapter level, a captured dreadnought is a catastrophe demanding immediate response and long-term reflection. At the sector level, it's a notable incident worth investigating. At the segmentum level, it's a data point in a much larger pattern of engagement with Xenos forces. At the level of the High Lords of Terror, it likely doesn't even rise to their attention, unless it's part of a much larger pattern of losses. This scaling issue affects how resources are allocated for recovery or vengeance operations. A chapter might dedicate enormous assets to recovering their ancient, seeing it as absolutely critical to their honor and identity. But if they request additional support from the broader Imperium, they're likely to be disappointed. Imperial authorities see one chapter's concerns as secondary to larger strategic priorities. Support will be provided if and when convenient, if at all. The chapter must largely handle the situation themselves, which reinforces their independence, but also their isolation. The political dimensions of dreadnought captures occasionally become relevant when multiple Imperial factions have interests in the outcome. If an Adeptus Mechanicus tech priest believes the captured walker contains particularly valuable technology or unique patterns, they might pressure the chapter to allow Mechanicus participation in recovery operations. If an Inquisitor suspects the capture might lead to broader security breaches, they could claim authority over the situation. If Imperial Guard commanders need Space Marine support for other operations, they might resist allocating resources for what they see as the chapter's private concerns. These political tensions highlight the complex, often dysfunctional nature of Imperial authority structures. In theory, the Imperium speaks with one voice through the High Lords of Terror. In practice, countless factions pursue their own agendas, with limited coordination and frequent conflict. A simple recovery operation can become a bureaucratic nightmare as different authorities claim jurisdiction and various interests compete for priority. The Space Marines, with their relative independence, often find themselves navigating these political waters while simultaneously trying to execute military operations. For the orcs, none of this matters in the slightest. They care nothing for imperial politics, factional conflicts, or bureaucratic procedure. They have a prize. They're going to loot it, and anyone who tries to take it back is just providing more entertainment. The disconnect between orc simplicity and imperial complexity is almost comedic, if the situation weren't so tragic. In the end, what happens when orcs capture a dreadnought mid-battle is a microcosm of the 41st millennium itself, brutal, senseless, filled with suffering that serves no greater purpose than perpetuating more suffering. An honored warrior who has served for centuries and earned every accolade his chapter can bestow ends his existence as spare parts scattered across an orc warband. His sacrifice, his service, his very identity become irrelevant, reduced to metal and memories. The Imperium mourns, rages, and seeks vengeance, but ultimately accepts this as one more tragedy in an endless parade of tragedies. The orcs celebrate, loot, and move on to their next fight, having gained some useful technology and a great story. Both sides are changed by the event. Both learn lessons that will affect future engagements. But neither side achieves any lasting victory or resolution. They simply continue the eternal war, because in the grim darkness of the far future, that's all anyone can do. The captured dreadnought's legacy lives on in multiple ways. The technology salvaged from its frame will appear in orc constructions for decades, bolted onto vehicles or integrated into weapons. The story of its capture will be told around orc campfires, embellished and exaggerated until it becomes legend. The Space Marine chapter will carry the memory of its loss, using it as motivation and warning for future generations. And somewhere, in the chapter's halls of remembrance, a name will be carved alongside countless others, honored dead, who served until there was nothing left to serve with. This is the reality of war in Warhammer 40k. There are no clean endings, no satisfying resolutions. Just endless conflict grinding on across countless worlds, consuming lives and machines and hope with equal efficiency. The capture and looting of dreadnoughts is merely one small part of this larger horror, a particular kind of tragedy among infinite tragedies. It matters tremendously to those directly involved, and barely at all to the universe as a whole. And so the war continues. Dreadnoughts will march into battle, ancient warriors guiding their mechanical forms toward whatever enemies dare face the Emperor's wrath. Most will survive, their armor holding against impossible odds, their pilots' centuries of experience turning the tide of engagement after engagement. But some will fall, brought down by overwhelming force, or terrible luck, or simple attrition. And of those that fall, a handful will face the particular horror of capture by enemies who see only salvage where the Imperium sees sacrifice. For these fallen ancients, there will be no glorious last stand, no heroic death remembered in song and story. Just darkness and pain and the slow dismantling of everything they were. Their brothers will mourn them, will rage against their fate, will swear oaths of vengeance that might never be fulfilled. And then, eventually, they'll return to war, because that's what Space Marines do. The war doesn't stop for grief or anger or loss. It simply continues, grinding forward inexorably, consuming everything in its path. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of the grimdark's darkest scenarios, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. There are countless more stories to tell from the 41st millennium, each one revealing another facet of this terrible, fascinating universe. What other scenarios would you like us to explore? What other questions about life in the far future keep you up at night? Let us know in the comments, and we'll see you in the next one, for the Emperor and for the honored dead who serve him still. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates that transcend death, horrors that mock even the Emperor's mercy. Among the countless tragedies that unfold across a million war-torn worlds, few compare to the nightmare of a captured Space Marine dreadnought. Today, we descend into one of the darkest corners of the galaxy's endless war, exploring what happens when the savage greenskin hordes of the Orcs manage to capture one of the Imperial Fist's most revered warriors, a hero entombed within a walking sarcophagus of ceramite and adamantium, a dreadnought. The sacred nature of the dreadnought. Before we can understand the true horror of capture, we must first comprehend what a dreadnought represents to the Space Marines, and particularly to the stoic sons of Rogel Dawn. A dreadnought is not simply a war machine. It is not merely a weapons platform or an armored walker. It is a living shrine, a breathing monument to sacrifice and duty that continues long past the point where mercy should have intervened. When a Space Marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that even their enhanced physiology cannot sustain them, when their body is shattered beyond the repair capabilities of the chapter's apothecaries, they face a choice. For most warriors, death would be a release, an end to suffering, and a passage to the Emperor's side. But for those few deemed exceptional, for heroes whose tactical knowledge and battlefield wisdom are simply too valuable to lose, the chapter offers something different. Not life, exactly, but continued service. They offer the dreadnought. The process of internment is both medical miracle and living nightmare. The Marine's broken body is carefully dissected by tech Marines and apothecaries working in concert. Everything unnecessary is removed with surgical precision. Limbs that can no longer move are severed. Organs that have failed are excised. What remains is reduced to the absolute minimum required to sustain consciousness. A torso, perhaps. The brain, certainly. Critical organs floating in life-sustaining amniotic fluid within an armored sarcophagus barely larger than a coffin. Then comes the true transformation. Neural interfaces are driven directly into the Marine's brain tissue. Sensory implants replace eyes that can no longer see, ears that can no longer hear. The Mind Impulse Unit, a relic technology dating back to the dark age of technology, creates a permanent bridge between organic consciousness and machine systems. The Marine's nervous system is effectively rewired, their sense of self expanded to encompass tons of ceramite, adamantium, and weapon systems that could level buildings. For the Imperial Fists, this process carries particular weight. The Sons of Rogel Dawn are known throughout the Imperium as masters of defense, as warriors who hold the line when others would break. Their Primarch fortified the Imperial Palace itself during the darkest days of the Horus Heresy, and his Gene Sons have inherited his unyielding nature. To be interred within a dreadnought is seen as the ultimate expression of this philosophy, a chance to serve beyond death, to hold the line for centuries or even millennia beyond a normal lifetime. The Imperial Fists maintain their dreadnoughts in the deepest vaults of their fortress monastery aboard the Phalanx, their massive, mobile space fortress. These vaults are sacred spaces, tended by tech Marines who perform daily rituals of maintenance and preservation. Each dreadnought is anointed with sacred oils, its systems carefully monitored, its machine spirit placated with prayers and incense. When not in battle, the entombed warriors sleep, their consciousness held in a state of suspended animation that can last decades or even centuries between awakenings. These ancient warriors serve multiple roles within the chapter. In battle, they are walking fortresses, capable of weathering fire that would obliterate lesser troops while delivering devastating firepower in return. Their weapons range from assault cannons that can shred infantry formations to lascannons that can pierce the armor of enemy tanks. Some carry massive power fists capable of tearing through reinforced bunkers, while others wield heavy flamers that can cleanse entire corridors of enemies. But their value extends beyond simple firepower. Each dreadnought contains the consciousness of a warrior who may have fought in battles centuries or even millennia past. They carry institutional memory, tactical knowledge, and strategic insights that would otherwise be lost to time. Chapter masters consult them on matters of doctrine, Captains seek their counsel before major campaigns. To the younger battle brothers, they are living legends, connections to the chapter's glorious past made tangible. The Imperial Fists have fielded dreadnoughts since their founding, and some of their most ancient warriors have served in this capacity for over 10,000 years. These venerable machines are walking archives of the chapter's history, bearing witness to countless battles, the rise and fall of empires, and the slow grinding progress of the Imperium's wars. They have seen heroes rise and fall, watched entire generations of battle brothers live and die, and continued their lonely vigil through ages that would break lesser warriors. This context is crucial to understanding what makes their capture so catastrophic. A dreadnought is not just military hardware. It is sacred to the chapter in ways that transcend mere sentiment. It represents an eternal oath, a promise that service to the Emperor never ends. To lose a dreadnought is to lose a piece of the chapter's soul, a fragment of its living history. And to have one captured by Xenos, by the savage and brutal orcs, is a violation that strikes at the very heart of everything the Imperial Fists hold sacred. The moment of capture. The circumstances that lead to a dreadnought's capture are almost always catastrophic. These walking fortresses are not easily overcome, and under normal circumstances, their destruction is far more likely than their capture. But the orcs are nothing if not unpredictable, and in the chaos of a full "Wah!" the impossible can become reality. Picture a battlefield somewhere in the Imperium's war-torn frontiers. The Imperial Fists have deployed in response to an orc invasion, their yellow and black heraldry standing in stark contrast to the green tide that threatens to overwhelm an entire sector. The fighting has been brutal, lasting weeks or perhaps months, and the orcs have proven more numerous and better organized than initial intelligence suggested. This is not a simple raid or a minor incursion. This is a full-scale whack, led by a particularly cunning or powerful warboss whose presence has unified dozens of disparate orc tribes into a cohesive, if chaotic, fighting force. In the thick of combat, an Imperial Fist's dreadnought advances through the ruins of what was once an Imperial city. Perhaps it is a venerable dreadnought, its pilot having served the chapter for centuries. Its weapons systems are fully engaged, its assault cannon a constant roar as it tears through wave after wave of orc boys. Its power fist crushes the crude armor of orc vehicles like tin cans. Around it, tactical squads of Imperial Fists maintain formation, using the dreadnought as a mobile strongpoint from which to anchor their defensive line. But the orcs have numbers that defy comprehension. For every greenskin that falls, two more seem to take its place, bellowing their crude war cries and firing wildly with an enthusiasm that compensates somewhat for their poor marksmanship. And among the tide of boys are heavier assets. Death Dreads, the orc equivalent of Space Marine dreadnoughts, stomp forward on crude hydraulic legs, their weapons adding to the cacophony of battle. Battle wagons, massive ramshackle vehicles bristling with guns and boarding planks, plow through debris and bodies alike. The turning point comes when the Imperial Fist's formation is disrupted. Perhaps a coordinated artillery strike from Orc Lobus creates confusion in the Imperial lines. Perhaps a hidden force of commandos, led by a particularly sneaky nob, emerges from an unexpected angle. Or perhaps the sheer weight of numbers simply overwhelms the defensive position. Whatever the cause, the dreadnought suddenly finds itself separated from its supporting infantry, an island of resistance surrounded by a sea of green. The ancient warrior fights on, of course. Surrender is not a concept that exists in the Imperial Fist's vocabulary, and the entombed Marine has centuries of combat experience to draw upon. His assault cannon continues to sing its deadly song, each burst dropping multiple orcs. His power fist swings in wide arcs, pulverizing anything foolish enough to approach. For a time, it seems as though the dreadnought might carve its way back to friendly lines through sheer determination and firepower. But the orcs are learning, adapting with the instinctive tactical cunning that their kind possesses. A big mech, one of the Orcs' crude but effective engineers, identifies the dreadnought's ammunition feeds as a vulnerability. Rockets begin targeting these specific points, not trying to penetrate the heavy frontal armor, but rather to damage the supply systems that keep the weapons functioning. An assault cannon that cannot feed ammunition is just a very expensive club. Then come the tank busters, Orcs who specialize in destroying heavy armor, and who approach this task with manic enthusiasm. They close in from multiple directions, their rockets and specialized weapons designed specifically to crack open the toughest targets. The dreadnought's void shields flare and collapse under the sustained barrage. Armor plating, even the blessed ceramite and adamantium of space marine construction, begins to buckle and crack. A particularly lucky shot, or perhaps one guided by the crude psychic gestalt field that surrounds all Orcs, finds its mark. The dreadnought's primary weapon system suffers a catastrophic failure, the assault cannon seizing up as critical components are destroyed. The ancient warrior continues fighting with his remaining weapons, but the tide has turned decisively against him. What happens next requires a specific set of circumstances. Normally, the Orcs would simply continue their assault until the dreadnought was reduced to scrap. But in this moment, several factors align. The big mech who has been coordinating the attack suddenly has a realization, his primitive but functional mind grasping a possibility that excites him. This isn't just any enemy war machine. This is something special, something that could be looted, studied, and perhaps even repurposed. The mech begins bellowing orders in the crude Orc tongue, trying to direct the mob's fury away from total destruction. It's like trying to redirect a tidal wave with hand signals, but the authority of a big mech carries weight among the Orcs. Enough of them understand the potential value of what they have cornered. Capture means loot, and loot is one of the few things Orcs value as much as a good fight. Gretchen, the smaller and more numerous cousins of the Orcs, are sent swarming forward with specialized equipment, crude grappling hooks and chains, massive electromagnets salvaged from Imperial vehicles, and thick cables that could restrain even a dreadnought's massive strength. The ancient warrior continues to struggle, his remaining power fist crushing several unfortunate Gretchen who get too close, but the sheer numbers begin to tell. A particularly massive Nob, perhaps clad in mega armor, that gives him strength approaching the dreadnought's own, closes in with a power claw specifically designed for ripping apart Imperial armor. This Nob has learned from watching dreadnoughts in combat. He knows where the leg joints are, the specific points where even blessed ceramite has weaknesses. Savage blow severs critical hydraulics in one leg, and the dreadnought crashes to its knees. Inside the sarcophagus, the entombed Marine experiences a nightmare beyond anything his long service has prepared him for. The neural feedback as his legs, such as they are, fail sends shockwaves through his consciousness. He tries to trigger emergency protocols, attempting to activate self-destruct sequences that would deny the enemy their prize, even at the cost of his own existence. But the damage is too extensive. Systems that should respond to his will remain stubbornly silent, or respond with error messages that scroll across his internal displays in cascading failure. More chains, more Gretchen, more crude but effective restraints pile onto the fallen dreadnought. Mech boys arrive with specialized tools, plasma cutters and power tools that can penetrate even Space Marine armor. They begin working with surprising care, understanding at some instinctive level that they want to preserve what they're capturing. The remaining weapon systems are physically disabled, not destroyed. Power feeds are cut but not severed. The sarcophagus itself, the heart of the dreadnought, where the Marine's broken body floats in amniotic fluid, is carefully isolated from the rest of the systems. The sounds that filter through to the entombed warrior are nightmarish. The harsh voices of Orcs barking orders in their brutal language, the screech of cutting tools against ceramite, the rumble and clank of heavy machinery being brought forward, probably a salvage claw, or perhaps a modified lifter-dropper, one of the Orcs' gravity manipulation devices. The sensation of movement as the dreadnought is lifted, no longer under its own power, but suspended by crude Orc technology. The last thing the Marine sees before his external senses are disabled is a crowd of orcs gathering around, their brutal faces split by savage grins, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of triumph and anticipation. Then the visual feeds cut to static, and the warrior who has served the Emperor for centuries finds himself isolated, cut off from the outside world, a prisoner in his own metal tomb. The Orc response. To understand what happens next, we must delve into the Orc psyche, alien and brutal, yet possessing its own peculiar logic. The Orcs are not mindless brutes, despite what Imperial propaganda might suggest. They are a species genetically engineered for war, created during the ancient war in heaven as weapons by the Old Ones. Every Orc possesses instinctive knowledge of combat, and among certain specialized castes, an innate understanding of technology that would take human engineers decades to acquire. The moment the dreadnought is secured, a change comes over the Orc mob. The immediate bloodlust of combat begins to ebb, replaced by a different kind of excitement. They have won a prize, and in Orc culture, prizes are to be celebrated, argued over, and ultimately fought over to determine rightful ownership. Several mech boys immediately begin claiming credit for the capture, each insisting that his particular contribution was the deciding factor. A particularly large and aggressive mech, his body more metal than flesh after decades of augmentation, establishes temporary dominance through the simple expedient of smashing anyone who disagrees with a massive power claw. This mech, let's call him Zagbolt, though his actual name would be an unpronounceable collection of guttural sounds, has been building and tearing apart machines for longer than most Orcs in the warband have been alive. He knows opportunity when he sees it. Zagbolt circles the restrained dreadnought like a predator assessing prey, though in this case, the assessment is that of an engineer evaluating a new project. His crude, augmented eyes, a mix of Orc bionic and scavenged Imperial optics, scan every detail of the captured machine. He notes the thick armor plating, the sophisticated servo systems that allow such a massive construct to move with surprising agility, the weapon hardpoints that could mount an array of devastating armaments. But what truly captures Zagbolt's attention is the central sarcophagus. Through damaged armor plating, he can see the armored coffin where the Space Marine pilot resides. This is something beyond the mech's usual experience. Orc deaf dreads have pilots, certainly, but they are crude things. Orcs permanently wired into their machines through painful surgery. This Imperial technology is different, more sophisticated, maintaining not just life, but apparently some level of comfort and sustainability over extended periods. Orders are barked in the harsh Orc tongue. Gretchen scramble to obey, bringing tools and equipment. A massive transport arrives, probably a looted Imperial vehicle that has been Orcified beyond recognition, its original purpose subsumed beneath layers of crude but functional modifications. The dreadnought is loaded onto this transport with surprising care, Zagbolt threatening to personally smash any Orc whose enthusiasm risks damaging his prize. The journey back to the Orc base of operations is a nightmare for the entombed Imperial Fist. His external senses have been disabled, leaving him in near-complete sensory isolation. He can feel movement through the dreadnought's internal gyroscopes and accelerometers, sense the vibration of the transport's engine through his neural connections, but he has no visual reference, no way to determine where he is being taken or what is happening outside his metal prison. He attempts to catalog the damage, running diagnostic subroutines through systems that only partially respond. Life support is stable, thankfully, the amniotic fluids that preserve his broken body still circulating properly. But everything else reads as compromised or completely non-functional. His weapon systems are offline. Locomotion systems have been physically disabled. Even the self-destruct sequences remain frustratingly unresponsive. Time becomes meaningless in the darkness. Is the transport moving for hours or days? Without external input, without the normal sleep cycles that the dreadnought systems would regulate, the Marine's sense of duration becomes warped and unreliable. He focuses on prayer, reciting the litanies of fortitude and the oaths of the imperial fists, drawing strength from traditions that stretch back 10,000 years to the time of the Primarch himself. The transport finally stops, and new sounds filter through the sarcophagus's limited audio sensors. The babble of countless orc voices, the clank and roar of heavy machinery, the crackle of poorly shielded power systems, and the screech of metal being cut or welded. This is an orc workshop, a place where the Greenskin's crude but effective technology is created, maintained, and constantly modified. The dreadnought is unloaded and positioned in what seems to be a place of prominence. The Marine can hear orcs gathering around, their voices rising in excitement and speculation. Zagbolt's voice rises above the others, barking orders and threats in equal measure. Work begins almost immediately, and the entombed warrior braces himself for what is to come. The mech boys begin their work. Orc technology is a paradox that has baffled Imperial scholars for millennia. By all rights, it should not work. Their weapons are crude assemblies of scavenged parts, held together with poor welding and an alarming lack of standardization. Their vehicles routinely violate basic principles of engineering and physics, and yet, they work. They work because the orcs believe they work. Their collective psychic gestalt field subtly warping reality to match their expectations. Mech boys are orcs who possess an innate understanding of this principle, though they themselves would never articulate it in such terms. They are born with knowledge coded into their genetic structure, legacy programming from the old ones who created their ancestors. A mech looks at a pile of scrap and instinctively understands how the pieces can fit together, what functions they can serve, and how to make them operate. Zagbolt approaches the captured dreadnought with the excitement of an artist presented with a new medium. He has worked with looted Imperial vehicles before, of course. Battle wagons built on Lehman Russ chassis, trucks incorporating parts from rhinos, even a particularly impressive project involving a salvaged Predator tank. But a dreadnought is something special, a prize that will elevate his status among the warband and perhaps attract the attention of the war boss himself. The first order of business is examination. Zagbolt circles the dreadnought repeatedly, his augmented vision picking out details that lesser orcs might miss. He notes the weapon mounts, already planning how orky weapons could be fitted to replace the damaged Imperial systems. He studies the leg joints, understanding that these articulation points represent both strength and potential weakness. His hands, more metal than flesh, run over the armor plating, feeling the quality of the ceramite, the sophisticated composite materials that the Imperium uses. Other mech boys gather to assist or simply to observe and learn. In Orc society, knowledge is not hoarded, but shared through direct demonstration. Younger mechs, their bodies less augmented and their understanding less refined, watch as Zagbolt begins issuing instructions. Gretchen are sent scurrying for tools, specific implements that Zagbolt has modified for his own use over years of tinkering. The external armor is carefully removed, panel by panel. This is not the brutal salvage operation that might be expected from orcs, but something approaching genuine care. Zagbolt wants to understand how this machine works before he begins modifying it. Each piece of armor is examined, its mounting points noted, its composition tested with crude but effective tools. As the outer layers come away, the dreadnought's internal systems are gradually exposed. The mech's excitement grows as they see the sophistication of Imperial engineering. Servo systems that respond to neural impulses with millisecond precision. Power distribution networks that can redirect energy to damaged areas automatically. Cooling systems that prevent weapons from overheating even during sustained fire. For the entombed Marine, this process is a unique form of torture. He can feel every cut into his body, not as pain exactly, but as violation. The dreadnought is his body now, has been for decades or centuries, and having it disassembled by Xenos feels like being flayed alive while conscious. He attempts to maintain his mental fortitude, reciting battle prayers and focusing on his training, but the psychological strain is immense. Zagbolt's attention eventually focuses on the sarcophagus itself. This is the heart of the mystery, the component that most fascinates him. Through the damaged outer armor, he can see the armored coffin, can perceive the amniotic fluids that preserve the pilot, can detect the neural interfaces that create the connection between man and machine. This is technology beyond anything the Orcs routinely employ, even accounting for their own deaf dreads. The mech makes a decision. He will keep the Space Marine alive. Not out of mercy, certainly not from any sense of compassion, but because the living pilot represents the key to truly understanding how this machine operates. Orc deaf dreads work because the pilot is permanently wired in, his mind becoming one with the machine through crude but effective surgery. This Imperial system is more elegant, more sophisticated, and Zagbolt wants to understand it. Gretchen are dispatched to acquire specific components, medical equipment such as the Orcs possess, which mostly consists of tools used by painboys, the Orc equivalent of surgeons. Power sources to keep the sarcophagus's life support functioning even when disconnected from the Dreadnought's main systems. Monitoring equipment, salvaged from various Imperial sources and orcified to the point where only someone familiar with their modifications could read the displays. The sarcophagus is carefully isolated from the rest of the Dreadnought's systems. Power feeds are cut, but immediately replaced with Orc equivalents, crude cables that nonetheless successfully carry the necessary electrical current. The amniotic fluid circulation is maintained, though the mechs add their own improvements, chemical additives that they believe will keep the human alive longer, though what these substances actually are remains a mystery even to them. Throughout this process, Zagbolt maintains a running commentary in the Orc tongue, explaining his reasoning to the gathered mechs and Gretchen. He points out clever aspects of the Imperial design, notes where Orc engineering could improve upon or simply replicate the functionality, and occasionally grunts in approval when he encounters a solution that even he finds elegant. The other mechs begin forming theories about how to proceed. One suggests simply stripping out all the Imperial components and replacing them with Orc equivalents, building essentially a new war machine around the captured sarcophagus. Another proposes keeping most of the Imperial systems intact, but adding Orcy weapons and armor, a hybrid that would combine the sophistication of human engineering with the raw power of greenskin innovation. A third, more ambitious plan involves studying the neural interface technology with an eye toward improving Orc deaf dread designs. Arguments break out, as they inevitably do among Orcs. Voices are raised, threats are made, and occasional violence erupts before Zagbolt restores order through the simple expedient of being bigger and more heavily armed than anyone willing to challenge him. The big mech makes his decision. They will attempt a full Orcification of the Dreadnought, replacing damaged systems with Orc equivalents, while trying to maintain the basic functionality that makes the machine so effective. Inside his sarcophagus, the Imperial Fist listens to the incomprehensible babble of Orc speech, trying to pass meaning from tone and cadence, even though the words themselves are alien. He knows that his life hangs by a thread, dependent entirely on whether the Orcs can keep his life support functioning while they tear apart and rebuild his body. It is a helplessness that galls him, a warrior who has known nothing but battle for centuries, suddenly reduced to a passive observer of his own violation. The Marine attempts to reach out through the Dreadnought systems, trying to activate any functionality that remains under his control. Perhaps a simple audio broadcast, a way to communicate and possibly negotiate, though the thought of bargaining with Xenos is repugnant. But every system he tries to access returns the same result: offline, disconnected, or simply unresponsive. The Orcs have been thorough in their dismantling of his ability to control his own body. He considers his options, limited as they are. He could attempt to shut down his own life support, using the biofeedback control that all Dreadnought pilots maintain to some degree. Death would be preferable to whatever the Orcs have planned, and it would deny them their prize. But the conditioning of decades, the oaths he swore when he was first interred, the duty that has sustained him through centuries of service, all resist this course of action. An imperial fist does not surrender, not even to death, while there remains the slightest possibility of continued service. And so the Marine endures, conscious and aware, as the Orcs begin the process of transforming his sacred dreadnought into something that will serve the enemies of mankind. The process of Orcification. What follows over the next period of time, days, or perhaps weeks, is a transformation that would horrify any tech marine or member of the Adeptus Mechanicus who witnessed it. The careful, reverent maintenance protocols that Space Marine dreadnoughts receive are replaced with the enthusiastic butchery of Orc engineering. And yet, impossibly, it works. Zagbolt begins with the locomotion systems, the legs that allow the dreadnought to walk and maintain balance. The damaged Imperial servo systems are removed and examined with intense interest. The mechs can appreciate the precision engineering, the way forces are distributed through the joints, the feedback systems that allow the pilot to maintain balance intuitively. But they also see room for improvement, or at least for Orcification. The replacement leg assemblies are built from salvaged Orc materials. Hydraulic systems from Def Dreads provide the raw power to move the massive weight. Actuators from battle wagons add redundancy and, in typical Orc fashion, significantly more force than strictly necessary. The gyroscopic balance systems are replaced with simpler, cruder equivalents that should not work as well but somehow do, assisted by the subtle psychic field that surrounds the mech workshop. Each new component is tested, adjusted, and frequently rebuilt when it fails to meet Zagbolt's standards. The Big Mech has a vision for this project, and while that vision is crude by Imperial standards, it is no less firmly held. He wants this dreadnought to not just walk, but to stomp with the proper Orky enthusiasm. He wants it to be loud, intimidating, and above all, shooty. The weapon systems receive particular attention. The damaged Imperial weapons are removed entirely, the mounting points studied and then adapted to accommodate Orky equivalents. One arm receives a massive shooter, a heavy caliber weapon that fires with the characteristic lack of precision, but impressive volume of fire that defines Orc marksmanship. The other arm is fitted with a power claw, similar to the dreadnought's original power fist, but larger, cruder, and decorated with jagged blades and spikes that serve no functional purpose but look properly intimidating. Additional weapons are added wherever mounting points can be created. A rocket launcher is welded to one shoulder, its ammunition feed a maze of tubes and chains that looks like it should tangle or jam but somehow functions. Big shooters are mounted in various positions, creating overlapping fields of fire. A crude flamer, built from components salvaged from Imperial vehicles, is added for close-range work. The armor receives extensive modification. Orc armor plating, thick slabs of crude metal, is welded over the Imperial ceramite. These additions make the dreadnought heavier and less elegant, but they also add protection, and more importantly from the Orc perspective, they make it look more impressive. Spikes are added liberally, protruding at random angles from every available surface. Jagged blades are welded to the legs and arms, turning the dreadnought into a hazard to anything that gets close. Then comes the paint. In Orc culture, color carries significance that transcends mere aesthetics. Red vehicles go faster because Orcs believe they do, and the psychic gestalt field makes this belief reality to some degree. Yellow is associated with wealth and explosions, blue with luck. After much debate and several minor fights, Zagbolt decides on a primarily red color scheme with yellow and black hazard stripes, convinced that this will make the dreadnought both fast and dangerous. The application of paint is chaotic, performed by Gretchen-wielding spray equipment that covers as much of the surrounding area as it does the dreadnought. The final result is garish by Imperial standards, a violent collision of colors that hurts to look at. But to Orc eyes, it is magnificent, a proper representation of what a war machine should be. Throughout this process, the sarcophagus remains connected to its Orc-modified life support, the entombed Marine kept alive and conscious. The mechs periodically check the monitoring equipment, making adjustments when readings seem wrong, though their understanding of human physiology is limited at best. That the Space Marine survives at all is a testament to the robust design of Dreadnought life support systems, and perhaps to the Emperor's own providence. The Marine himself experiences the transformation in fragments. Without visual sensors, he must piece together what is happening from vibrations, sounds, and the occasional neural feedback. When the Orcs activate systems connected to his sarcophagus, he feels new weight distribution as armor is added, senses the different power draw patterns as Orc weapons are connected, experiences moments of disorientation when balance systems are modified or replaced. The psychological impact is profound. This Dreadnought has been his body for decades or centuries. He knows every servo, every weapon system, every plate of armor as intimately as a normal human knows their own limbs. Having it violated and modified by Xenos is a form of torture beyond the merely physical. It is an assault on his identity, his sense of self, everything that defines him as a warrior of the Imperial Fists. He tries to maintain his sanity through prayer and meditation, the mental disciplines that all Space Marines master during their training, but which become even more critical for Dreadnought pilots. He recites the oaths of the Imperial Fists, reminding himself of his duty to the Emperor and the Primarch. He reviews battle memories, thousands of engagements fought over centuries of service, drawing strength from victories and learning from defeats. But isolation wears on even the strongest mind. Without external stimulation, without the regular sleep cycles that Dreadnought systems normally impose, without human contact or the familiar rituals of his chapter, the Marine feels his grip on sanity beginning to slip. He starts experiencing auditory hallucinations, phantom sounds that might be the voices of long-dead battle brothers, or simply the products of his strained consciousness. Time becomes even more meaningless, moments stretching into apparent hours, while hours compress into instants. The work continues. Zagbolt adds his personal touches, modifications that mark this Dreadnought as his creation. Trophies from previous battles are welded to the armor, skulls of defeated enemies, and fragments of destroyed vehicles. Crude Orc glyphs are painted or carved into the surface, marking this as property of Zagbolt's workshop and warning other Orcs against interfering with his project. The power systems receive particular attention. The Dreadnought's original reactor is intact, but has been supplemented with additional Orc power cells, creating a hybrid system that generates significantly more energy than the Imperial design alone. This excess power is necessary to run all the additional weapons and systems that have been added, though it also introduces stability issues that Zagbolt addresses with typical Orc pragmatism, reinforced containment, and the assumption that if it explodes, it will be someone else's problem. Communication systems are added, though these are significantly cruder than the sophisticated Vox equipment the Dreadnought originally possessed. Zagbolt wants this machine to be able to receive orders and coordinate with other Orc units on the battlefield. The systems he installs are loud, prone to static, and require frequent adjustment, but they function well enough for Orc purposes. Finally, after what might be weeks of constant work, interrupted only by occasional fights among the mechs and regular visits from other Orcs who want to see Zagbolt's prize, the Orcified Dreadnought is complete. It stands in the workshop, a grotesque parody of its original form, covered in crude armor and brutal weapons, decorated with trophies and painted in garish colors. It is larger than it was, heavier, louder, and objectively uglier. But it is also, in its own horrible way, impressive. Zagbolt circles his creation with obvious pride, noting each modification and explaining to the gathered Orcs how each improvement makes the machine more effective. The other mechs offer grudging respect, acknowledging that Zagbolt has created something worthy of recognition. Plans are already forming for how this war machine will be employed, what role it will play in future battles, and how much status Zagbolt will gain from its success. Inside the sarcophagus, the Imperial Fist prepares himself for what comes next. He knows that the orcs will eventually activate the systems, attempting to make this abomination walk and fight. When that happens, he will have choices to make, decisions that could determine not just his own fate, but potentially the outcome of battles yet to be fought. For now, he prays, he remembers, and he waits. The awakening and first tests. The day comes when Zagbolt decides his creation is ready for activation. The entire workshop falls into relative quiet. Dozens of orcs and hundreds of Gretchen gathering to watch as the big mech prepares to bring his masterwork to life. This is a moment of both triumph and risk, and every orc present understands that the next few minutes will either validate Zagbolt's status as a master mech or result in a catastrophic failure that might kill everyone nearby. The big mech approaches the power systems with surprising caution, his augmented hands moving over controls with something approaching delicacy. Primary power is routed from the workshop's generators, massive assemblies that provide energy for dozens of concurrent projects. The Dreadnought's own reactor is brought online slowly, monitored by Gretchen, who read displays that they only partially understand, but know enough to recognize dangerous readings. Inside the sarcophagus, the Imperial Fist feels the change immediately. Systems that have been dormant suddenly surge to life. Power flows through neural pathways that have been inactive, creating sensations that are almost painful in their intensity. For the first time since his capture, he experiences input from external sensors, though the feed is distorted, filtered through orc modifications that were never designed to interface properly with Space Marine neural implants. What he sees is disorienting. The orc workshop appears through multiple camera feeds, none of them positioned where his original optical sensors were located. The image quality is poor, filled with static and chromatic aberrations. The color balance is wrong, shifted toward the red end of the spectrum in a way that suggests the orcs used sensors designed for different purposes. But it is sight of a sort, and after the extended sensory deprivation, even this corrupted input is welcome. The Marine attempts to assert control over the Dreadnought systems, reaching out through his neural connections to command motors and actuators. Nothing responds. The orcs have built buffers and control overrides, crude but effective, barriers that prevent him from directly operating his own body. He is a passenger, able to observe but not to act, trapped more completely than ever, despite the return of sensory input. Zagbolt begins running diagnostic tests, checking each system in sequence. The leg motors activate with a grinding whine that speaks of poor lubrication and misaligned components. The Dreadnought lurches forward a step, its balance temporarily lost before gyroscopes compensate. Orcs scatter as the massive war machine takes an uncontrolled step, crashing into a workbench and sending tools and parts flying. The big mech bellows orders, and Gretchen scramble to make adjustments. The balance systems are recalibrated, weight distribution is adjusted, and the leg servos are manually tweaked. After several more attempts, each one smoother than the last, the orcified Dreadnought manages a full walking cycle without falling or damaging anything important. The weapons tests come next. The massive shooter is aimed at a crude target, essentially a wall of scrap metal, set up specifically for this purpose. Zagbolt activates the firing mechanism, and the weapon roars to life with a sound like tearing metal. Shells pour out at an impressive rate, slamming into the target and tearing it apart. The recoil causes the entire Dreadnought to shudder, but the reinforced legs hold position, and the weapon continues firing until Zagbolt cuts power. The power claw is tested against a wrecked vehicle, something that was already damaged beyond repair and can be sacrificed for this purpose. The massive clawed arm swings down with surprising speed, the power field crackling to life around the blades. The impact tears through the vehicle's armor like paper, the claw ripping out chunks of metal and crushing them into scrap. The surrounding orcs roar their approval, already imagining what this weapon could do to enemy vehicles or fortifications. Each weapon system is tested in turn. The rocket launcher fires a single projectile that explodes against a distant target, the blast visible even from the workshop. The flamers spray gouts of burning promethium that turn an area of the workshop floor into a temporary inferno. The big shooters add their distinctive chatter to the cacophony, proving that they can function simultaneously without interfering with each other. Through all of this, the entombed Marine observes, his trained tactical mind automatically assessing capabilities and limitations. The weapons are crude but effective, their lack of precision compensated for by rate of fire and raw destructive power. The locomotion is functional but clumsy, nowhere near the fluid grace of a properly maintained Imperial dreadnought. The armor is thick but poorly angled, creating shot traps and vulnerable points that a skilled opponent could exploit. More concerning to the Marine is what he observes about the control systems. The Orcs have built an entirely separate control interface, one that allows them to direct the dreadnought's actions without relying on the original pilot. This means they can use him as a weapon against his own brothers, turn his body into a tool of the enemy, and there is absolutely nothing he can do to prevent it. The psychological implications are staggering. Space Marines are conditioned to accept death in service to the Emperor, and dreadnought pilots have already transcended normal mortality to continue their service. But this fate, being forced to exist as a living weapon in enemy hands, potentially used against fellow Imperial forces, is something beyond the normal parameters of duty and sacrifice. It is a blasphemy, a corruption that strikes at the very heart of everything the Astartes represent. Zagbolt declares the test successful, his bellowing voice carrying over the din of the workshop. The orcified dreadnought is ready for battle, ready to be deployed with the warband in whatever campaign the warboss has planned. The assembled Orcs celebrate in their characteristic way, random shooting into the air, enthusiastic fistfights, and general mayhem that somehow stops short of actually damaging the newly completed war machine. Plans are made for the dreadnought's deployment. Some Orcs suggest using it as a personal guard for the warboss, a walking symbol of Orc superiority over Imperial technology. Others propose forming it into a specialized unit with other captured or looted vehicles, a mob of hybrid war machines that combine the best aspects of multiple technologies. Zagbolt himself advocates for keeping the dreadnought close to his workshop, using it as both protection and mobile testament to his skills as a mech. While the Orcs argue and celebrate, the Imperial Fist uses his restored sensory input to gather intelligence. He observes the workshop's layout, noting entry points, structural weaknesses, and the location of significant equipment. He catalogues the Orcs present, identifying which ones appear to be leaders or specialists who might be priority targets if an opportunity arises. He listens to their crude speech, trying to parse meaning from patterns, even though he does not understand their language. Most importantly, he begins probing the control systems that the Orcs have installed, testing them with subtle inputs, looking for weaknesses or exploitable flaws. If he can find a way to regain even partial control of his body, he might be able to influence events, sabotage the dreadnought at a critical moment, or perhaps self-destruct in a way that would take numerous Orcs with him. It is a long shot, but it is the only option available to a warrior who refuses to accept helplessness. Living as an Orc war machine. The following period is perhaps the darkest chapter in the Imperial Fist's long service. The orcified dreadnought is deployed in battle, and the Marine inside is forced to witness atrocities committed with his own body, unable to intervene, unable to resist, a prisoner screaming silently in a metal tomb. That has become his hell. The first battle comes sooner than expected. The Orc warband launches an assault on an Imperial Guard position, one of the countless small engagements that define the eternal war between the Imperium and the Xenos hordes. The dreadnought is transported to the battlefield in a massive battle wagon, surrounded by Orcs who treat the war machine with a mixture of respect and possessive pride. When the battle wagon's assault ramp drops, the dreadnought strides forth into a scene of absolute chaos. The battlefield is a nightmare of smoke and fire, tracer rounds cutting through the air like lethal stars, explosions throwing up plumes of dirt and debris. The Imperial Guard are dug in behind fortifications, their laser-gun fire creating a constant crackle of energy discharge, their heavy weapons teams targeting Orc vehicles with admirable precision. Zagbolt's voice crackles through the crude communication system, ordering the dreadnought forward. Orc boys surge around the war machine, using it as mobile cover as they advance toward the Imperial lines. The Marine inside watches through distorted sensors as his body walks toward fellow servants of the Emperor, every step a betrayal that he is powerless to prevent. The order comes to open fire, and the dreadnought's weapons activate without any input from the pilot. The massive shooter roars, pouring fire into the Imperial fortifications. The entombed Marine experiences the firing as neural feedback, feeling each shot as though he were pulling the trigger, even though his will has nothing to do with the action. He watches as guardsmen die, good and loyal servants of the Emperor cut down by weapons mounted on what was once a Space Marine dreadnought. The Power Claw is brought to bear against a defensive wall, the massive arm swinging in an arc that ends in devastating impact. Rockcrete and plasteel crumble under the assault, the power field disrupting molecular bonds and turning solid matter into rubble. Guardsmen behind the wall are buried or crushed, their screams barely audible over the general din of combat. Through it all, the Marine prays. He recites every oath he knows, every litany of protection and strength. He begs the Emperor for forgiveness for these sins committed by his body without his consent. He prays for the souls of the guardsmen dying under his guns, hoping that their sacrifice will be recorded in the Golden Throne's eternal memory. And he prays for death, for release from this nightmare, though that mercy continues to elude him. The battle lasts for hours, the Imperial Guard position eventually overrun through sheer weight of numbers and the concentrated firepower of Orc war machines. The dreadnought emerges from the combat covered in the debris of destroyed fortifications and the blood of fallen defenders. Zagbolt conducts a post-battle inspection, noting damage that needs to be repaired and already planning modifications to improve performance in future engagements. But this is only the first battle. More follow, a seemingly endless succession of engagements against Imperial forces, other Xenos, and occasionally against rival Orc clans when disputes turn violent. Each time, the dreadnought is deployed, and each time, the Marine inside is forced to witness and participate in atrocities that violate everything he has sworn to uphold. The psychological toll accumulates like poison in the Marine's consciousness. Space Marine conditioning provides significant resistance to mental trauma, and dreadnought pilots develop additional resilience through their centuries of service. But this situation is beyond anything covered in training or tradition. The Marine finds himself fragmenting, his sense of identity beginning to dissolve under the constant strain. He begins experiencing extended periods where his consciousness seems to disconnect from his body entirely, moments where he observes events as though from a great distance, no longer fully present in the sarcophagus that contains him. These dissociative episodes are both blessing and curse, offering temporary respite from the horror of his situation, while also representing a loss of the coherent self that defines him as a warrior and a servant of the Emperor. During the rare periods when the dreadnought is back in the workshop for maintenance and repairs, the Marine attempts to cling to his sanity through sheer force of will. He reviews his memories obsessively, going over battles from his previous service, trying to remember the faces of battle brothers long dead, reciting chapter protocols and tactical doctrines to himself. Anything to maintain some continuity of self, to remain the Imperial fist that he was, rather than devolving into a simple biological component of an Orc war machine. The Orcs, oblivious to or uncaring about the suffering they cause, continue to modify and improve their captured prize. After particularly successful battles, Zagbolt adds new trophies to the dreadnought's armor, welding on pieces of destroyed Imperial vehicles or the helms of fallen officers. The war machine becomes a mobile monument to Orc victories, each addition a fresh wound to the Marine's already traumatized psyche. Occasionally, the dreadnought is deployed against Space Marine forces, and these battles are the absolute nadir of the Marine's existence. He watches through corrupted sensors as his body's weapons are turned against his own battle brothers, sees the distinctive armor of various chapters, hears their Vox transmissions calling out tactical coordinates and battle prayers. He screams silently, trying desperately to warn them, to communicate somehow that the dreadnought they face contains a loyal son of Dawn, but his voice remains trapped within his sarcophagus. In one particularly horrible engagement, the dreadnought faces Imperial Fist's Terminators, elite warriors of his own chapter deployed to cleanse an orc infestation. The Marine recognizes their markings, knows some of the names from his centuries of service. He watches as they advance with the characteristic discipline of the Sons of Dawn, their stormbolters speaking measured death, their power fists crackling with barely restrained energy. The orcified dreadnought opens fire, and a Terminator goes down, his armor breached by the massive shooter's sustained fire. Another falls to the power claw, the massive weapon tearing through tactical dreadnought armor that should have been proof against all but the heaviest weapons. The remaining Terminators call in artillery support, and the dreadnought is forced to withdraw under withering fire, but the damage is done. The Marine inside has become the instrument of his own brother's deaths. This event represents a breaking point. Something in the Marine's psyche shifts, a fundamental change that goes beyond simple trauma or stress. He stops praying, stops reciting oaths, stops trying to maintain the disciplines that have sustained him. In their place grows something dark and cold, a rage so absolute and consuming that it transcends mere anger and approaches something elemental. If he cannot fight the orcs directly, if he cannot prevent them from using his body as a weapon, then he will find another way to resist. He will survive, not out of duty now, but out of pure spite. He will wait for an opportunity, any opportunity, to strike back at his captors, and when that opportunity comes, he will take it without hesitation, regardless of the cost to himself. This decision provides a new anchor for his fragmenting identity, a purpose that he can cling to even in the darkest moments. He is no longer simply enduring his captivity. He is preparing, planning, waiting for the moment when he can become once again an active participant in his own fate, rather than a passive victim. The orcs remain unaware of this internal transformation. They continue to use the dreadnought as they always have, deploying it in battle after battle, making modifications and repairs as needed, treating it as a valuable tool, but nothing more. Zagbolt takes increasing pride in his creation, its success in combat validating his skills and elevating his status within the warband. But the Marine inside waits. He observes. He learns the patterns of orc behavior, the rhythms of the workshop, the procedures for deployment and retrieval. He notes which orcs are most important to operations, which systems are most critical, what vulnerabilities exist in the crude control interfaces. Knowledge is a weapon, and he is gathering an arsenal. The possibility of rescue. While the captured Marine endures his nightmare, the Imperial Fists have not remained idle. The loss of a dreadnought is not something any Space Marine chapter can accept without response, and for the Sons of Rogel Dawn, it represents a slight upon their honor that demands immediate rectification. The chapter's chaplains and tech Marines review records of the battle where the dreadnought was lost, analyzing what went wrong and how such a catastrophe could be prevented in the future. The loss of any battle brother is mourned, but the loss of a dreadnought, one of the chapter's ancient heroes, strikes at something deeper. These warriors have served the Emperor for centuries, their wisdom and experience invaluable, their continued service a sacred trust. More than simply recovering the war machine itself, though the technology is valuable and ancient, the chapter must rescue, or at least recover, the pilot. The entombed Marine remains a living brother, and the Imperial Fists do not abandon their own. Even if recovery means ending the Marine's suffering through mercy killing, even if the dreadnought itself must be destroyed to prevent further desecration. The chapter will see it done. Intelligence gathering begins immediately. Scouts are dispatched to track the Orc warband, to observe their movements and identify their base of operations. These are not the typical scouts of other chapters, but specialized kill teams, veterans who have earned the right to return to more flexible roles. They work in the shadows, gathering information through observation, interrogation of captured orcs, and occasionally through more esoteric means, such as psychic reconnaissance. The reports that filter back paint a grim picture. The Orc warband is large and well established, occupying a former Imperial facility that they have converted into a ramshackle fortress. The captured dreadnought has been seen in multiple engagements, its distinctive yellow and black Imperial fists, colors now covered by garish Orc paint, but still identifiable to those who know what to look for. Most concerning, the dreadnought appears to be functioning effectively under Orc control, suggesting that the pilot may still be alive inside. Chapter Master of the Imperial Fists convenes his captains and senior officers to discuss response options. The consensus is unanimous. They must recover their fallen brother, regardless of the cost. But the specific approach generates significant debate. Some argue for an immediate assault in overwhelming force, simply smashing through the Orc defenses and retrieving the dreadnought through superior firepower. Others advocate for a more surgical strike, a small team of specialists infiltrating the Orc base to extract the target with minimal combat. The more conservative voices point out the risks. Orc fortifications are chaotic, but surprisingly effective, their randomness making them difficult to analyze and breach systematically. The warband is large enough that even a full company assault would face significant opposition, and there is no guarantee that the dreadnought's pilot still lives, or if he does, that his sanity has survived the ordeal of capture and forced service to the enemy. But the Imperial Fists are not known for caution in matters of honor. The chapter master makes his decision: a combined operation, a distraction, assault by a full battle company to draw Orc attention and military assets away from their base, while a smaller infiltration team led by elite veterans attempts to locate and extract the captured dreadnought. It is risky, resource-intensive, and may cost additional lives, but some prices must be paid. Preparations begin immediately. The battle company is assembled: 3 full tactical squads, a Devastator squad to provide heavy fire support, and an assault squad for rapid reaction. Dreadnoughts from the chapter's own arsenal are prepared for deployment, including several venerable dreadnoughts whose ancient pilots remember the captured warrior from before his internment. The infiltration team is smaller, but no less deadly. Terminator armor is rejected as too loud and obvious for stealth work. Instead, the team is equipped with specialized power armor, fitted with sound bafflers and camellia-line coatings. Their weapons are chosen for reliability and close quarters effectiveness. Bolt pistols, combat knives, and specialized equipment for breaking through both Imperial and Orc security measures. The team's leader is a captain who served alongside the captured warrior decades ago, before the latter's grievous wounding necessitated internment in the dreadnought. This captain carries a particular burden of duty, feeling responsible for the loss and determined to make amends. His team includes a tech marine specifically trained in dreadnought systems, capable of performing emergency maintenance or interface procedures if they successfully locate the target. Intelligence updates continue to flow in as the operation is planned. Scouts identify patrol patterns, guard positions, and possible entry points into the Orc base. They note that the captured dreadnought is kept in a large workshop area when not deployed, surrounded by Orc mech boys, and guarded, but not impossibly so. The window of opportunity exists. It is merely a question of timing and execution. The night before the operation is to launch, the chaplain of the Imperial Fists leads the assembled warriors in prayer. They invoke Rogel Dawn's name, asking the Primarch to guide their efforts and strengthen their resolve. They pray for their captured brother, that he may hold on a little longer, that his faith may sustain him through whatever torments he has endured. And they pray for success, not for their own glory, but for the honor of the chapter and the continued service of a warrior